3 hard knocks, 2 soft knocks, 1 long knock, 3 short knocks, 2 1/4 rapid-fire knocks, 1 flat palm slap, 4 knuckle taps, 1 palm slap, 7 knuckle taps, 2 long knocks, 7 left-hand, right-hand alternating slap pounds, 3 short knocks, 1 knuckle tap, 2 palm slaps, 3 hard knocks, 2 soft knocks, 3 hard... Wait, shit! Patrick closed his eyes and ran through the latest sequence in his head. He raised his knuckles again. 3 hard knocks, 2 soft knocks, 1 long knock, 3 short knocks, 2 1/4 rapid-fire knocks, 1 flat palm slap, 4 knuckle taps, another palm slap, 7 knuckle taps, 2 long knocks, 7 left-hand, right-hand alternating slap pounds, 3 short knocks, 1 knuckle tap, 2 palm slaps, 3 hard knocks, 4 hard... Damn it! Patrick slammed his fist against the door, not quite hard enough to break it down, but hard enough to be able to claim later that he had. Ben Fogelvy, you open this door right now, or I swear to all that is holy I will rain down on you with blazing goddamn acid until you look like a Batman villain. He waited, huffing, out of breath for a few seconds, but heard nothing from 24C. He had just decided to go find an axe when the deadbolt turned. The chain slipped back, the padlock clicked, the knob lock fell, and the door creaked open 4 centimeters. A suspicious eye with a crystal blue iris pressed itself to the thin opening and scrutinized the tall, razor-thin aggressor in the hall. Satisfied, the eye relaxed. Ben pulled the door all the way open. "Oh, it's you." Patrick closed his eyes. "You make me so angry, you know that?" He pushed past him into the apartment. Ben shut the door and fastened the half-dozen locks behind him. "Don't project on me because your memory's going." Patrick kicked through the wrappers and crusty spoons littering the marble-tiled floor and plopped down on the stained velvet duvet. "My fist is about to be going into your mouth." "I used to pay $8 a month for a website that'd show me that." Ben picked up a can of Yankee beans from the floor, sniffed it, made a sour face, then tipped the can up and shook a few of the slimy legumes into his mouth. "You've got a lot of pent-up anger happening today. I don't think this yellow air agrees with you." Patrick sighed. "You know it's me at the door. It's always me at the door." Ben scoffed. "That knock code is the only thing keeping me alive," he said, channeling some long-dead Vietnam vet. "This is the apocalypse, Patrick. The enemy is everywhere." "The apocalypse was years ago. If the universe wanted you dead, it would have put you down already. I think you're going to live forever, Benny boy." "The code works," Ben insisted. "I haven't had a single breach." "Because it's always me." "Someday it might not be." "Yeah, and I can see why you'd be confused by who's at the door when you hear my voice coming from the other side of it." "So what if it's your voice? How do I know you're alone? Jesus, for all I know, some desperate lunatic's got a window shard pressed against your throat 'cause you're his ticket in here. Did 30 years of Steven Seagal movies teach you nothing?" "No one wants to get in here," Patrick said, rubbing his eyes. Though, of course, there were plenty of reasons why someone actually would want to get into 24C. The previous occupant had been a loopy old widow with more money than Donald Trump, God rest both their souls, who had nothing better to spend it on than lavish comforts for herself and her mentally retarded schnauzer. The old bat had been chronically paranoid, conveniently enough, which accounted for the attached panic room that had once been 24D. That little haven had certainly come in handy in the early days. Ben's apartment was a penthouse war bunker, and it had a killer view of the lake. "Everyone wants to get in here," Ben said smugly. "No one knows you live here. No one cares that you live here, and if anyone did know and or care that you lived here, they wouldn't care enough to climb through 24 stories of landmines to get here. Trust me, no one's coming for you." "You come." "I can be persuaded not to." Ben studied the piece of paper tacked to the inside of the front door. "You know, you almost had it. 4 hard knocks, the little knuckle thing, and 2 more slaps, and you were in." I feel like giving 2 more slaps right now. Bring me your face. It's not my fault they built this place with no peepholes. How hard is it to put in peepholes? Who doesn't have peepholes? She has a 1,500 square foot safe room with 18-inch thick titanium walls. She doesn't have a peephole? Can we just stop talking about this? Patrick frowned. I haven't had my coffee grounds yet. Jesus, you're still on those? Patrick nodded. I've sucked the stupid things so long they're turning white. Ah, Benny boy, remember coffee? He smiled and curled up on the duvet, his bony arms enfolding his bony legs. Stop it, Ben said. Steaming and black and always the start of a good like I like my women joke. I can't talk about it. Hot and sweet. Don't. Black and bitter. I hate you. With 2 big lumps. Yeah. Ground up and in the refrigerator. I got it. Now stop it. You're breaking rule number 4. He pointed to a large handwritten poster taped above the fireplace. Patrick didn't need to look at the rules of the apocalypse to remember number 4. He'd written it himself. Don't talk about nice things. Sorry, I got carried away. Oh, but it's a special occasion. He bolted upright. I came over to tell you some very important news. I thought it was a little early for a social call, Ben said. I mean, I didn't want to say anything. Rule number 18. Fuck time. But not speaking of time, it's breakfast time. Want some chili? No, I'm good. I had some salt pork. Ben's eyes grew wide. Damn, Pat. You porked up? I ate more pork than a fat kid who loves pork. Oh, my God. Ben's face fell. You're really doing it. You're committing suicide today. You finally had enough and you're jumping out the window. No, but my news is of similar gravity. Patrick smiled and waited for the joke to catch. It didn't. Get it? Gravity? Come on, get it? I don't get it. Patrick frowned. I hate that you don't get things. I know you do. What's the news? Patrick smiled sadly. His eyes grew heavy at the temples, and for the first time since ever, probably, Ben thought he could actually see his friend's age. Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to inform you that we have entered Code White. Ben's heart fell past his ribcage. Oh. He sank to the floor like a deflated bounce house, his legs splayed out crookedly. He looked up at Patrick with confusion. Really? He asked, which was a stupid question to ask because of course it was really. You didn't joke about Code White. As of last night, Patrick nodded. Sorry I didn't tell you then, but I thought you could use one more good night's sleep. Yeah, Ben said absently, a million thoughts buzzing like static in his brain. Thanks. I thought the stores were getting a little low. The 2 men sat quietly for a few minutes. They gazed out through the balcony windows into the bright yellow haze, each dwelling on his own memories, or fears. It was Ben who finally broke the silence. Does anyone else think it's weird that you have this bizarre pudding cup death countdown clock going on? No? No one? Just me? Weird. Patrick shook his head. It's not a pudding cup death clock. It's a pudding cup homage. I don't care how French you make it sound, it's still dumb. Ben sighed. So, Code White. Which is last? Vanilla? Butterscotch. Ooh, butterscotch. More yellow than white, isn't it? Yeah, but Code Yellow sounds like a citrus shortage. Code White has more gravitas. Yeah, Ben agreed. Man, I love butterscotch. Yeah, me too. So did she. Really? Yep. Wasn't her favorite, but she liked it. I thought kids liked chocolate. Well, sure she liked chocolate. She also liked butterscotch. Butterscotch is an old person flavor. You don't start liking it till you're like 17. 17 is old? It was when I liked chocolate. Well, what can I say? She was a weird kid. Ben sighed. His gaze floated through the decadent apartment, the survivor man's Shangri-La, and he was heartbroken. He really loved that goddamn condo. Well, shit. He stood up off the floor and brushed the dust from his jeans. Where we going? Ah, that is the good news. I was hoping for some of that. Patrick stood up and stretched. He had slept fitfully the night before, mostly from worry, but partially from excitement. They were going on an adventure. He grinned as he popped his joints into place. I've put a lot of thought into this, and here's what I've decided. I survived M-Day. I lived on for 3 years in this crumbling urban wasteland. I beat the monkeys, fought crippling depression, and learned how to eat canned tuna without vomiting all over myself. It's been a long, cold, miserable, broken-down yellow haze road, and if I'm going out, then by God, I'm going out with some dignity. Benny, my boy, we are going to Disney World. It didn't take long to plan the journey. Not because it was an easy journey to plan, but because there just wasn't much they could plan for. There was a time, not so very long ago, when getting ready for a trip meant typing a destination into Google Maps and loading up the Santa Fe with 3 more suitcases than were necessary, most of them filled with shoes. All one really needed to be prepared was a full iPhone battery and a spare tire. But M-Day had made things a bit more unpredictable. For starters, the internet was little more than a smoldering pile of melted tubes. And cars! Ha! Cars were completely impractical. The vehicles of the dead choked the roads, at least in the city. Sure, the interstates were probably a little less crowded, but even if Patrick and Ben could weave a car out through the city limits, they'd be out of gas before nightfall. If the charred remains of the BP down the street were any indication, there would be no fuel along the way. Bodies of would-be gas thieves with dried blood caked from their slit throats? Sure, plenty of those. But gas itself? No way. Since Patrick was the marginally more responsible one, and Ben was the king of Food Mountain, it seemed natural that Ben should handle the canned goods, and Patrick should be in charge of pretty much everything else. Can openers, utensils, rope, blankets, his Leatherman, pens, pencils, notebooks, first aid kit, and anything else he could get his hands on. They would each carry their own clothing, of course, and any weapons they could scrounge together. Also, one of them needed to be the expedition leader. They were certain to face extreme dangers outside the apartment building. Murderers, thieves, treacherous landscape, starvation, inclement weather, maybe even a few surviving Jehovah's Witnesses. And if they were going to survive all that, they would need to think and act as one person with one brain. And I will be that brain, Patrick explained. Wait! Why do you get to be in charge? Because this is my trip. It was my idea. So, maybe that puts you too close to the situation. Maybe you're too invested in this trip to make logical, objective decisions. Maybe the fact that it's your trip means I should be the one in charge. No, it absolutely does not mean that, and I'll tell you why. Ben crossed his arms. Fine. Why? Because Disney World is south. Ben snorted. So? So why don't you show me which direction that is? Ben hesitated. Patrick had leveraged his greatest weakness. Damn! He had to make a confident decision, and he needed to act quickly. He took a chance and pointed firmly toward Lake Michigan. Patrick nodded. That's why I'm in charge. The point was conceded with no further objection. So Disney World. That's where we're going. That's it, Ben said. That's it, Patrick agreed, if by it you mean everything. Ben tented his fingers and shook them at his guest. Okay, now, I'm not saying Disney World is a dumb destination, but listen, Pat, Disney World is a really dumb destination, seriously. Patrick reached across and grabbed Ben's hands in his own. No, Ben. Disney World is the best possible destination. Decades of snappy marketing tricks have made it so. Ben yanked his hands out from under Patrick's. Let's make a list of destinations that are less dumb than Disney World. Ready? He spread his hands wide as if he were offering a magnanimous gift. Las Vegas. Grown-up Disney World. Let's go there. Pass. Patrick slapped the coffee table with both hands, his eyes growing wide and bright. Disney World or bust. No, don't do that, Ben said, shaking his finger at Patrick's crazy-eyed face. This is your trip. It's your decision. All right, I get that. I understand. If you want to go to Disney World, well, shit, I guess we'll go to stupid Disney World. But Disney World is for babies and honeymooning Christians, not for real-life grown-ups. And do you know the only thing lamer than Disney World? Burned-out, rusted-up Disney World full of charred baby skeletons. Patrick leaned back in his chair and crossed his arms. I once knew a Ben Fogelvy who would have thought a burned-out, rusted-up Disney World full of charred baby skeletons sounded awesome, he challenged. Yeah, you know, it does sound pretty badass, Ben mused. I'm warming to the idea, but try this option on for size. Old Cliff in 13B says he knows a guy who hosts a battle fucking royale once a week in this dirt circle arena in his backyard somewhere in Detroit. These guys, they come from all around with sticks and knives and bats and iron pipes and just wail on each other for 3 hours until everyone's dead. Patrick pressed a finger to his lips and thought carefully. Now that sounds like something I would certainly like to play a video game about. But are you sure everyone dies? What about the last guy? He lives, right? Hell no, he doesn't live. First place is the quick, painless release of death from this stupid post-apocalyptic life. Everyone dies, one just less painfully than the rest. Patrick squinted and pointed a suspicious finger at his host. Are you sure this is a thing? Ben pointed back and met Patrick's squint. Here's what I think. I think we find you a stick and we make you a champion. If we're going code white, make it the bright, blinding white of nuclear self-destruction. I appreciate where your head's at, Ben. I like your thought process, and it's tempting. Don't get me wrong, it's extremely tempting. But we're going to Disney World. Why? Ben sighed. Do you at least have a good reason? Of course I have a good reason. Because I've never been. And I read somewhere that you should go before you die. Patrick stood at the bank of windows in front of his balcony. These days, 24E was considered a Riverview apartment. The 30-story skyscraper at Grand and Wells toppled a week back, falling mostly east, thank God, where the HVAC roof units plunged to the depths of the lake. The base of the building still smoldered, meaning someone must have gotten a hold of some top-shelf explosives to do the job. This type of destruction wasn't exactly uncommon, though things had certainly quieted down a bit after the Great Chicago River Bridge explosions a couple years back. Still, buildings got bombed pretty regularly. As far as Patrick knew, the latest victim building was just another apartment block, and its destruction didn't make a whole lot of sense. But sense wasn't exactly the prevailing theme these days. At any rate, the building's collapse gave Patrick a straight shot to the Chicago River, which he could sometimes actually see when the wind whipped a clearing through the thick and ever-present yellow smog. He funneled a handful of pale, sort of brownish coffee grounds into his mouth and chewed thoughtfully. The last dredges of caffeine had probably soaked through weeks ago, but the placebo effect made him feel instantly more focused. He checked his watch. 9:57. Any minute now, he hoped. He shoveled the wet grounds from one side of his mouth to the other with his tongue and paced over to the dining room table, a battered antique made by Annie's great-grandfather almost 100 years before. Darkly stained scrollwork trimmed the strong oak plinth. Patrick fingered the carefully carved rivets, tracing his fingertips around the smooth, knobby curls. For the first time ever, he actually considered the table and marveled at its presence. 100 years old and showing no signs of weakness. It would be there long after he left. Depending on how things went with the world, it could very well be there until the end of recorded time. He thought of Annie, and of all the meals they'd eaten in front of the television all those years. The stupid, goddamn worthless television, when they should have gathered around this heirloom that was so much a piece of her. The blood of the man who made that table ran through Annie's veins. It had, before the blood spilt and pooled, before it seeped out in viscous globs and dried and turned to rust, before it flaked and drifted away in the wind. He wiped the tears from his eyes and shook his head, forcing the image back under. He pushed up onto the tips of his toes and looked out the window. Still nothing. He looked back at his watch. 10:03. Any minute now. The butterscotch snack pack sat innocently in the center of the table. Patrick smiled and picked up the little 2-pack. Butterscotch. Sure, most kids wanted chocolate. Ben had that right, and Izzy did adore chocolate. Just like her mother, she'd have eaten her own hand if it were made of chocolate. She just liked butterscotch more. She was such a weird kid, so imaginative and bizarre and confusing, and so completely, undeniably his. Izzy's pudding in Patrick's hand on Annie's table. The gang's all here. Patrick tore the cardboard holder and tossed it aside. He set one pudding cup down on the table and hefted the other. He tossed the pudding cup up and down as he paced back over to the windows. Still nothing. He checked his watch. 10:07. Any minute now. Come on. He turned to continue his pacing when a glint of light on the horizon caught his peripheral vision. He spun back to the window, pressing his nose against the glass. For a moment he wondered if he had imagined it, but there it was again, a sharp glint on the horizon, barely visible through the yellow cloud, but unmistakable. He pulled open the door and stepped out onto the balcony. For nearly 3 minutes he strained his eyes against the smog, trying to verify the moving shape, when a sharp wind from the lake ripped a hole in the cloud, and he could see it suddenly, the entire train moving slowly down the tracks a few miles away. He smiled a big, lopsided grin as the engine disappeared into the underground station. He ran back through the door and slammed it shut. He tore the foil cover from the pudding cup and smiled down at the smooth, creamy surface. He grabbed a spoon from the kitchen counter and plunged it into the butterscotch. 3 years, 4 months, and 13 days had passed since the flying monkey attack, and every second of that time had ticked its way down to this pudding cup. He thought maybe he should say something, so he said, "The second to last of many." It sounded stupid, and he wished he had said something a little more historical, for the sake of his own personal record and the biography that he assumed Ben would probably want to write about him someday. But there was no time for revisions. He had to hurry. The train left in just 12 hours. They would need every bit of it to reach the station. He finished Izzy's butterscotch in 3 bites. Ben had a serious dilemma. He glanced at the oversized knapsack, crammed almost to the brim with canned food and bottled water, then over at the weapons cache, his own very carefully cultivated collection of cutlery and bludgeons. Decisions, decisions. He could carry the knife in his belt, the bat in his hand, and the machete in the bag, but then he'd have to leave the hammer and the baton behind, and both of those were light, which would make them good in a surprise attack. He might be able to fit the baton in the bag with the machete and the food, but it'd be a tight fit, if it fit at all. Or he could put the baton on his belt, if he could find the nylon case, put the knife in his pocket, and maybe carry the hammer. But then he'd have to leave either the bat or the machete behind. He could put the machete in the bag and carry both the hammer and the bat, but the proportions were all wrong. It'd make him feel stupid. He could switch out the hammer for the machete, since the machete and the bat were roughly the same size, but then he'd have one weapon in each hand that really required two hands to use it effectively, so that'd be pointless. And besides, he was liable to cut his own leg off walking like that. The stupid machete was sharp. He could leave the machete and put the bat in the bag, or maybe put the hammer in the bag and carry the bat, but then he'd have all blunt weapons, except for the knife, which was handy, but too small to really be useful for large, fast-moving targets, and you never knew when you'd come across a mutant bear. He could leave the bat behind, since he'd always kind of swung like a girl anyway, but something about the idea of a blood-spattered bat really spoke to him. Probably due to all the B-movie horror flicks he'd watched in the break room years ago as a Blockbuster clerk. And besides, what if he found a huge spike lying on the ground somewhere? He'd definitely want a bat to drive it through. Warriors style. But it didn't make sense to leave the hammer, the knife, or the baton behind, seeing as how they didn't take up a whole lot of room. What if he carried both the baton and the hammer on his belt? Then he could put the knife in his pocket, the machete in the bag, and the bat in his hand. Perfect! It was settled. Then he remembered the pipe wrench. Aw, damn it, the pipe wrench! How could he forget? He couldn't leave the pipe wrench. He'd been sitting on a great clue joke for months now, just itching for a chance to say it after braining someone with the wrench. He had to bring it. But damn, it was heavy and pretty bulky. He'd have to sacrifice the bat and carry the wrench. Or maybe tie it to his belt. But 3 weapons down there would get heavy, and they'd probably make his pants sag, which would make it impossible to run like hell if any of the weapons failed. He could leave the machete, but damn it! No, never mind, he couldn't leave the machete. He'd already been over this. He felt like crying. Shit, he thought, the apocalypse is hard. He had just decided to dump out all the food and stuff the bag full of weapons when someone knocked at the door. 3 hard knocks. Ben froze. "Ben, it's me," Patrick called from the hall. "Can I come in?" Ben stood rooted to the floor and listened. It didn't sound like there was anyone else out in the hall with him, but hell, the apartment door was 24 gauge with a steel frame and ultra-high-density foam insulation. Who knows what he wasn't hearing out there? What he was hearing was Patrick muttering a muffled string of expletives. There was a loud thud near the bottom of the door, a kick probably. Then, with no small amount of perverse delight, he heard the sequence begin. 3 hard knocks, 2 soft knocks, 1 long knock, 3 short knocks, 2 1/4 rapid-fire knocks, 1 flat palm slap, 4 knuckle taps, another palm slap, 7 knuckle taps, 2 long knocks, 7 left-hand, right-hand alternating slap pounds, 3 short knocks, 1 knuckle tap, 2 palm slaps, 3 hard knocks, 2 soft knocks, 4 hard knocks, 1 rippling knuckle tap, 2 palm slaps. Ben double-checked the sequence against the sheet tacked up by the door. His jaw fell open in surprise. Holy shit, he got it right. Ben shrugged and reached for the top chain lock, but stopped short. He leaned back over to the code sheet and looked at the date at the top. Huh, he thought. "Sorry," he called through the door. "That was last week's code." This time the string of curses was not muffled. "Ben, if you don't open this door, I will leave you here to die alone, I swear to God, and I will not give you the rights to my biography." Against his better judgment, Ben threw back the series of locks and cracked open the door. Patrick's face burned a deep crimson. He'd never seen the poor guy so angry. "What makes you think I want to write your biography?" "Don't act like you don't." Patrick pushed the door open and stepped inside. "If you don't knock off this knock code nonsense, I'll have no choice but to—" "Ooh, weapons!" he cried, pointing at the arsenal splayed out on the living room floor. "Bemmy, weapons!" he said, making quick open and closed grabby hands. "Are you speaking a language?" Ben asked. "Bemmy!" Patrick pointed frantically at the pipe wrench. Ben shook his head, but picked it up and handed it to his gaunt friend. "Ooh, pipe wrench!" Patrick swung the heavy tool wildly, freezing in various and completely off-balance ninja poses. Yes, I like this. This shall be my wrench, and I shall call him Rusty. He swung it around his head, and the weight of the wrench carried him straight back into the wall. The head blasted right through the drywall. "It works!" Patrick cried. "Okay, 2 things," Ben said, swiping the wrench out of Patrick's hand. 1, the wrench is mine. 2, everything here is mine. "Aw, come on! All I have is a putter. Holy cats!" he cried, eyes bulging. "Is that an extendable baton?" "Yeah, it is. Don't touch it." "Where did you get that?" "The U-Spy store." Patrick gasped. "At Fullerton and Western?" "Yep." "No way." "Yes way." "You went to the U-Spy store without me?" "Yeah, I did." "Unbelievable. When did you go all the way to Logan Square?" "Last year in the fall." "What the hell? Where was I? Why didn't I get to go? I love the U-Spy store. I introduced you to the U-Spy store." And then once again, for good measure, "I love the U-Spy store." Ben shrugged. "You were off on one of your dumb pudding hunts. Wait, no," he said, thinking. "That wasn't a pudding day. That was a food-to-pudding calculation day. You stayed inside all day and did math." "Oh, don't you dare hold math against me. Don't you dare. I had to maintain a very specific food-to-pudding ratio to get the timing to work out for us, involving an extremely precise algorithm, and the whole formula was constantly in flux because I kept finding more pudding. You know that. You know that." Patrick crossed his arms and huffed. "Oh, don't be a baby," Ben said, slapping Patrick on the arm. "If it helps, I almost died." "That does not help. It only makes it more exciting," Patrick cried. "Yeah, that's true. It was pretty badass. We got jumped by this band of hipsters at the Milwaukee Damon 6-point. "Who's we?" Patrick cried. "Me and Harold, the guy from 3B. "You brought the guy from 3B? You didn't bring me, but you brought the guy from 3B? "Don't get too excited. He got shot in the face." Patrick gasped. "The guy from 3B got shot in the face?" "Right in the face." He shook his head in awe. "I always wondered what happened to the guy in 3B. Ben nodded. "Shot in the face. So, really, I saved your life by not taking you." "You're welcome." "You are a true friend." "It was pretty crazy. He got shot by the ringleader. The fucking kid was trying to fire a warning shot in the air, but he was too damn lazy to lift the gun all the way." Patrick scoffed. "Goddamn hipsters." "Right?" Patrick sat down on the floor and crossed his legs, completely enraptured, forgetting momentarily about the exciting weapons just to his left. "How'd you get away?" "Oh, the one guy totally lost his shit when he shot Harold. He just sat down and started crying in the middle of the street. I took off, and a couple of the guys chased me, but one guy's jeans were so tight he couldn't lift his stupid legs, and the other one got his summer scarf caught on a piece of scaffolding." "Fucking hipsters," Patrick said. "Fucking hipsters," Ben agreed. "It's amazing to me that they've survived this long." "Not me," said Ben. "Makes total sense. They don't eat anything, they don't get physical, and they always travel in herds." "So you're saying the hipster is the post-apocalyptic cockroach?" "I'm saying the hipster is every era's cockroach." "Fair." Patrick rocked back and forth slowly on his tailbone, trying to remember what he had come to tell Ben in the first place. "Oh, right! We have to hurry." He leapt up and dusted himself off. "Our carriage awaits. How's the food?" "It's good. I was just about to dump it all out." Patrick frowned. "Out?" he asked. "Yeah, out." "What, like out of the bag?" "Yeah, Patrick, out of the bag." He picked up the knapsack and turned it over, dumping the contents onto the floor. Patrick watched, horrified. "No, you clod!" he yelled. "The food goes in the bag. I'm making room for the pipe wrench." Patrick smacked his palm against his forehead. "No, see, this is exactly why I'm in charge. We need food to survive. We do not need the pipe wrench to survive." "A pipe wrench is cool," It's very, very cool, I'm the first to admit. And if Grand Theft Auto has taught me anything, it's that cool weapons are extremely important in gratuitously violent situations. But we don't need it now. I applaud your enthusiasm for carnage, but please put the food back in the bag and we'll take only the weapons we can carry. Ben looked hopelessly at the metal cans strewn about the floor. He sighed. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I just had, the Warriors playing on loop in my head, and it all just looked so cool, you know? The bat with the wrench and the machete sticking out of the bag. But yeah, okay, we'll bring the food. I'm sorry. He began scrambling after the cans and stuffing them back in the bag. It's okay, Benny boy. We all get excited about the Warriors. But you do need to be punished, so I'll be taking the baton. And the hammer. He hefted both, one in each hand, and swung them crazily through the air. Yes, these will do nicely. He stuck them in his back pockets. Think you'll be ready to go in 20? Sure, Ben said, slipping the wrench into the knapsack and zipping it shut. Hey, which do you think looks better? He asked, grabbing the machete with his left hand and the bat with his right. He held them out in a defensive stance. You'll kill us all if you use the machete. Bring the bat. Ben frowned. Well, someone should bring the machete, he said. True, Patrick mused. It may be useful for cutting our way through jungles and murderers. You want to carry it? Ben asked, holding it out blade first. Good Lord, no, not like that, Patrick said, raising his hands and taking 2 steps back. I'd be an amputee in 3 minutes flat. But I do have an idea. He tapped a finger knowingly to his nose. You leave it to me. I'll be back here in 20 minutes and we're off. Patrick stalked through the rooms of his condo, a living shade among memory ghosts. Here in Izzy's room, an angry pink baby the size of his left hand once screamed and screamed, her fists clenched in newborn rage. There in the laundry room was where Annie used to slap his hand and say, "Get out of here, let me do this. You'll turn our clothes pink and midgety." He walked through the living room past Izzy's coloring table, where she had held up so many proud drawings, and explained, "This is Mommy, this is Daddy, this is Elvis, this is me." He passed the kitchen where Annie stirred a boiling pot and sang softly to the baby in her belly, "Well, we got no class, and we got no principles, and we got no innocence. We can't even think of a word that rhymes." He peered into the office. Just after they moved in, he'd caught Annie hanging a Bruce Campbell signed Bubba Hotep poster over his computer. She'd huffed at him, pretending to be mad. It was supposed to be a surprise. The poster was still there. He sat down at the desk and pulled open the top drawer. Inside, resting on a mess of pens, stamps, and rubber bands, sat a small folded piece of paper. It had yellowed slightly with age and with the oils from Patrick's hands. He lifted it out of the drawer and unfolded it gingerly, careful not to tear the sharply creased folds. The writing was barely legible after all this time, but he could have recited the entire thing by heart. He traced his fingers over the words thoughtfully, then refolded the paper for the millionth time and slipped it in his front pocket. Ben was waiting outside his door when he stepped into the hall. "Well, don't you just look like something out of a Stephen King novel?" With the pack of food on his back, a duffel of personal belongings slung across his shoulders, the knife sticking out of his pocket, the wrench in his belt loop, a bat in one hand and a machete in the other, Ben looked like G.I. Joe Apocalypse. Adding to the overall effect was the fact that he had just freshly shaved his head, and a nick above his left eyebrow trickled a thin line of blood slowly down his brow. "I'm ready to go all desperation on this city. What do we do with this?" he asked, hefting the machete. "Ah, yes." Patrick slipped his backpack off and pulled at a piece of rope that crossed his chest. It was tied to something long, flat, and brown behind his back at either end. He lifted the whole contraption over his head and held it out for Ben to see. "Holster," he declared. Ben eyed the thing suspiciously. "Is that cardboard?" "Corrugated cardboard," Patrick corrected. "Yes, fastened with flush hinges along this end and metal clasps on this end, see?" he asked, indicating the two long edges of the holster. "If the blade gets stuck, you just pop up the clasps, the top piece falls open, and the machete comes free. Voila!" With a flick of his wrists, he unsnapped the sheath. The top flat piece of cardboard flopped over and hung from the bottom piece, swinging lazily. "If the blade gets stuck inside, couldn't you just cut your way out? Sharp metal beats cardboard." "First of all, Ben, this is corrugated cardboard. Please get it straight. And second, no, you cannot just cut your way out because that would dull the blade. And besides, a hinged machete holder is a lot of fun to play with, so that's how I made it. And now guess what? Because you questioned it, you don't get to hold it." He snatched the machete from Ben's hand and fit it carefully into the cardboard envelope. He closed it, locked the clasps, and swung the piece back over his shoulder. "You're going to kill someone with that thing," Ben pointed out. "Let's hope it's neither one of us." Patrick shouldered his backpack and twirled the baton in his hand. "Well, we should get going." The baton spun out of control and clattered to the ground. "I am excellent at this." Ben nodded. "All right, look, before we head out, I have to ask, are you sure you want to do this? We can keep scrounging. We've become excellent scroungers. Just because we're almost out of food now doesn't mean we have to be almost out of food forever." Patrick shook his head. "We'd just be delaying the inevitable. We're going to hit empty eventually unless you're planning on starting a farm, and I refuse to believe you'd look decent in a mesh hat. Besides, don't think of this as certain suicide. Think of it as an exciting adventure that's only also certain suicide." "That's a great thought, thanks." "Hey, who knows what the world is like over the horizon? I haven't been farther than North and Halstead since the monkeys hit. And Jesus, I haven't been south at all, not a single block. Besides, even if we stayed holed up here, it's only a matter of time before the scavengers rip through the building. I'd rather take my chances out there in the unknown than to die a miserable death at the hands of Cubs fans. Do you understand me, Ben? I will not die in Cubs territory." Ben tapped the bat nervously on the ground. "You know, you just said some variation of the word death about 13 times. I want to lay all my cards on the table here before we leave. Frankly, Pat, I don't want to die. I'm starting to think that this trip is some sort of subconscious death wish for you, and that worries me because I'm also going on this trip, but without the subconscious death wish, so it feels like a conflict of interest." Patrick sighed. No, this wasn't a death wish trip, but it wasn't exactly not a death wish trip either. "Ben, if you don't want to go, you should absolutely stay." "Oh, no," he said, shaking his head. "I've never turned down an ill-advised, dangerous adventure in my life, and I'm not about to start now. Besides, you're my best friend, and also pretty much the only person I know who's still alive. If you went alone, I'd be bored out of my mind. I'm not backing out, but I'm just saying, if you're going to be making all of the decisions, you need to make them for both of us. You need to make decisions that keep us alive, no matter how fucked up your heart cavity is from losing your family. I'm your family now, so we keep each other alive." He finished too gruffly, awkwardly covering his rush of emotion with a thin, pocked veneer of testosterone. Patrick shoved the baton in his pocket and put both of his hands square on Ben's shoulders. "Benjamin Alice Fogelvy, listen to me." He stared directly into the shorter man's eyes. "I do not have a death wish, subconscious or otherwise. I'm going to die sometime, whether it's 40 years from now from old age or from falling down the stairwell in 2 minutes on our way down to the street. But I promise you, I will do my dead-level best to arrive safely in Orlando. I have no plans beyond Disney World, but that's only because I have no idea what the world is like anymore. I can't plan for it other than to see it through. Stop worrying about me drowning myself in the lake and start worrying about the best way to brain someone with the bat, 'cause it's a long road to Union Station. Okay? Ben patted Patrick's hand on his shoulder. You had me at brain someone with the bat. 2. Blowing up the other bridges had been a good idea, Violet reflected as she swirled the wine in her glass. The C4 had cost her 5 cases of Louis Jadot Chablis, but hell, it was worth it. The LaSalle Bridge was prime real estate, and now it was the only crossing point into the loop, excepting, of course, the Adams Street Bridge on the South Branch. The Amtrak fuckers had that one locked up. Oh, and the Lakeshore Drive Bridge. The very idea of Lakeshore made her bristle with anger. She spat in its direction, willing the flames of her hatred to spread down the river to whatever slinky bitch Momar was letting run his business these days. She turned to the west and sipped her Screaming Eagle Cabernet. It was decent, but it wasn't French. She let her eyes wander over the wreckage of the other bridges. Most of the debris had sunk to the bottom of the river, but here and there a riveted trellis rose from the water, its jagged edges stirring pale green foam against the swirling water. Where each bank abutment had been, now only twisted, stubby steel arms stretched for their mates on the other side. It had taken a full 6 days to rig up and detonate the explosives. The maitre d' in charge wanted to destroy the bridges one at a time, rig the explosives, detonate the charges, destroy the bridge, repeat. He said it would save confusion and minimize the potential for error. Bullshit, she'd said. I want every last survivor within 5 miles to know who owns this river. They blow at the same time. All of them. Give 'em fireworks from hell. And fireworks from hell they'd been. 21 bridges in all, from Chicago Avenue in the north to Harrison Street in the south, and all the way east to Lake Michigan, including the 290 Interstate Bridge over the South Branch of the river. The 3 river branches exploded into furious balls of orange and yellow heat like the devil's trident. Thick black smoke pooled in the air, choking out even the ever-present yellow fog, while the staggering heat melted cars below. Just think of it. Melted cars. The explosion shattered windows in buildings for a 1/4-mile radius, and when the smoke and flames finally died, Adams, Lakeshore, and LaSalle were the only bridges left standing for 5,000 feet in any direction. People still talked about that operation. It was a glorious orchestration. More importantly, it made Millard's control over the loop all but absolute. He controlled everything from Congress in the south to the Chicago River in the north and west. He hadn't bothered extending his dominance to the lake for obvious reasons, but Violet knew if he ever decided to set his mind to it, he'd control the water too. Millard was like that. Violet snapped her fingers. The busboy sitting on the edge of the bridge jumped to his feet. She shook her nearly empty glass at him. He ran to the center of the bridge, picked up a red flag from the ground, and waved it high in the air. After a few seconds, he dropped the flag and ran back to her side. "Anything else right now?" "No, that's fine," she said. She shooed him away. She drained the last of the Cabernet from her glass and brooded over the Lakeshore Bridge. The Adams Bridge didn't worry her. The Amtrak railmen guarded it like it was made of diamonds, so while her people couldn't get through, neither could anyone else's. The Lakeshore Bridge was different, though. She'd protested passionately to Millard about destroying it along with the rest, but Momar had already dug his claws in and he had made some sort of deal. Millard let him not only keep the bridge, but 50% of the tolls. In exchange for what? Millard was guarded about the specifics. She'd done everything she could think of to worm it out of him. She'd put on her slinkiest black strapless, gotten him slobbering drunk, done things with her mouth that would make most men cry. But all he would tell her was that LSD was off-limits to her crew. The fact that he, for whatever reason, felt he couldn't trust her was absurd. It was insulting. That he had stripped her of a bridge that was rightfully hers was enraging enough. His blunt dismissal of her was salt in the wound. But que sera, sera. Things could be worse. 3 years and counting since M-Day, and she'd never lived so well. A waiter in a white tuxedo appeared in the doorway of Fulton's restaurant, carrying what Violet knew was a perfectly room-temperature bottle of red. He walked slowly so as not to bruise the wine, but his nervous discomfort was obvious. Sweat shone high on his brow despite the chilly temperatures. Since M-Day, the yellow cloud blocked most of the sun's heat. Even in the dead of summer, the temperature rarely rose above 60. In this world, sweating was for the belabored. He approached the bridge and was allowed passage by Holly, the hostess on duty. He crossed to the center of the bridge and presented the bottle to Violet. 2005 Harlan Estate, the Maiden, ma'am. Violet smirked behind her sunglasses. It wasn't really bright enough to justify sunglasses. It never was anymore. But these were $4,000 Moss Lippo round-cut frames, and she looked like a goddess. Taking me on a cult tour this afternoon? Yes, ma'am, the waiter said, keeping his eyes low as he began working the cork. How fun, she purred. The waiter, she'd forgotten his name, they all looked the same, pulled the cork and held it out for her to examine. She lifted the Lippos to get a better look. The majority of the so-called silk merchants passed almost nothing but counterfeit wine these days. The truly valuable selections had grown so rare. No one dared to try to stock Millard's cellars with schlock, but even so, it was prudent to be sure. She peered at the Harlan Estate logo stamped into the cork above a dark blue 2005. She nodded, satisfied, and the waiter poured her a taste. She dipped her nose into the glass and inhaled deeply. Cigar tobacco and coffee. Delightful. She swirled the ruby wine, inspecting the legs, then sniffed deeply a second time. Crème de cassis as well, she noted, and asphalt. A touch of asphalt. She poured the wine into her mouth and swirled it around on her tongue. Dark fruits, spicy oak, light minerals. Thank you, she said to the waiter. He poured her a full glass, set the bottle next to her, and returned to the restaurant. Another day, another inspection of the troops. After this glass, she'd take the bottle and check in on the lower whacker guard. She suddenly noticed movement to the north and craned her neck in anticipation as 2 figures turned the corner of LaSalle and Hubbard. The rest of the bridge crew had noticed them too. The small army of busboys and waiters rose from the concrete where they spent most of their days lounging and trading stories. Someone whistled down to the naval unit in the boat below the bridge. The men in the boat scrambled to find a square white flag with a blue cross reaching to all 4 sides. They waved it high above their heads, the rippling flag well below the field of vision of the 2 figures standing 2 blocks away at street level, but perfectly visible to the gunman in the 3rd-story window of the old Britannica building. Business had been slow all day, and, according to the morning report, it had been a slow week, rounding out a slow month. This was partially due to the post-M-Day timeline, Violet knew. Survivors were dying every day, and she personally didn't know anyone attempting to reproduce, willingly at least. The lack of epidurals alone was enough to make a trash bag seem like a solid contraceptive choice. The world population was dropping steadily, and Chicago was feeling the pinch. Another issue was the bridge's location. It was on the north side of the city, but most refugees flooded in from the south. A northern rim entry point had been necessary in the early days as a means of traffic control. The Congress barrier had gone up in the first weeks out of necessity. It was just too dangerous to leave the city open from the south. Anyone begging entry had to hoof it back down to Roosevelt, pay off whatever crew was running it that week, head north along the river, past the Loop, up to Halstead and Division, then circle back down to approach from LaSalle. Most of the refugees gave up or died somewhere along the way, which was fine with Millard and with Violet. They had as much business as they needed to stay flush. The ones who made it to the bridge paid well, especially after the treacherous journey through Cabrini Green, which had been reclaimed by psychopathic hoodlums who were still finding drugs God knows where. But as time wore on, refugees from the South grew fewer and fewer, and those who made it to the Congress barricade often gave up and threw down their packs at the wall. Violet had visited the barricade last week and found a tent city sprawling for more than 6 blocks south. It made things on the bridge pretty slow. So it was no wonder the entire army took an active interest in the 2 men approaching the bridge. The pair moved quickly, and Violet could soon make out their features. One was tall and skinny, the other short and fit. The tall one had a head that, while not exactly bulbous, seemed a little too big for his thin frame, and was covered with dirty blonde hair that flopped from side to side as he walked. His features were swollen and curved, despite the somewhat sunken nature of his cheeks, and the overall effect made him appear affable and charming in a bumbling, I-might-fall-over-at-any-moment sort of way. The shorter man was more blunt in appearance. He was like a sports car that's been modified into a family sedan. Plenty of power, but with a compromise on looks. Not that he wasn't attractive, in his way, Violet decided. It was more an issue of the looks not fitting the stature. His brow was overly sharp, giving him a permanent scowl, but his eyes were crystal blue, and the juxtaposition between dark brow and light eye made him look confused. His shaved head, which would have given an edge of danger to any other man, instead made him look like a child who's been punished by an alcoholic mother with a straight razor. Both men were laden with packs and seemingly well-armed, the hallmarks of the M-Day refugee. Refugees were always so exciting. Violet hopped down from the bridge railing and sauntered over to the hostess's station. She teased out her tightly curled chestnut hair with a few quick finger twirls as her stilettos clicked against the cold concrete. She pushed her breasts up in their Victoria's Secret bombshell cups and unbuttoned another button in her dark red blouse for good measure. A little action this afternoon would do her a world of good. Patrick and Ben sidled up to Holly's podium at the entrance to the bridge just as Violet arrived. The cute blonde hostess greeted them with her flashiest smile. "Good afternoon. How can I help you gentlemen today?" Violet stepped up to the podium just as the taller one opened his mouth. "Thank you, Holly. I'll take it from here," she mewed, gently guiding the younger woman away from her station. Holly pouted dramatically and gave the boys a slow, sad little wave. "Oh, she's good," Violet thought. Then she whirled around to face her guests. "Hello, gentlemen. Welcome to the Loop. Your names, please?" she asked sweetly. Patrick tilted his head, confused. "I'm sorry?" "Your names, please," she repeated more firmly, though still with a smile. Well, I'm Patrick, and this is Bradford," Ben quickly interrupted. "My name is Bradford." Violet caught Patrick raising a quizzical eyebrow at his colleague. Shady. Patrick and Bradford. Patrick and Bradford. Let me see now. She flipped open a black leather-bound notebook to a page marked with a thin red ribbon and pored over a long column of names written in small, formal script. She scanned down the page twice with a finely manicured finger before shaking her head. "No, I'm sorry, I don't see a reservation here for you. Can I ask when you made your appointment?" "I'm sorry?" Patrick asked. "Our appointment?" "Yes, your appointment. You do have an appointment, don't you?" she asked, leaning over the podium to give them a decent look at her cleavage. "Bradford, did you make an appointment?" Patrick asked his companion, hands on his hips. "I distinctly remember telling you to make an appointment. Did you make an appointment? Bradford? Bradford!" Patrick kicked the shorter man in the shin. "Ow! What?" "I am obviously talking to you, Bradford. Stop staring deeply into this woman's breasts and answer me." Ben's face took on a decidedly grape-like hue. I wasn't looking at her. Lady, I wasn't looking at your, He cleared his throat and made an awkward circling gesture with his finger in the general direction of her chest. Violet tossed her hair and laughed. "Oh, honey, they've been stared at by worse than you," she said. "Your friend was asking if you'd made an appointment with us." "An appointment? For a bridge? No, why would I do that?" He turned to his companion. "Patrick, why would I do that?" Patrick had no idea. He shrugged. So did Ben. A couple of real shruggers, these two, Violet thought. "I see." She made a great show of looking confused and conflicted. "We usually don't show people in without an appointment. It's city policy." She glanced at the tall one through her long eyelashes. He had a strange, cheery yet apathetic vibe about him. She liked him instantly. "But I think I can probably make an exception for two weary travelers such as yourselves. Tell me," she said, leaning down again and squeezing her breasts in tight with her elbows, "what's your pleasure?" Patrick's eyes narrowed. "Are you asking if... What are you asking right now?" Violet grinned demurely. God, she was good. Aphrodite reincarnate. "I mean, what are your plans for your stay in the Loop?" "A hotel, of course, and we have several posh high-rises with available rooms. All 6 of our restaurants are 4 and 5 stars, post-M-Day criteria, of course. And for entertainment, well, we're full to the brim. We have shows running in the Goodman and the Oriental, if live theater is your thing, and we're currently running a breathtaking Russian postmodernism exhibit at the Art Institute. Aside from the restaurants, we have 4 fully stocked bars, and while drinks do go for a premium, I assure you, you won't find a drop of schlock in the Loop." Here she leaned even closer and lowered her voice a few decibels. "And if you're in the mood for something a little spicier, we've just recently opened the new Admiral Theater over on Monroe. And gentlemen, let me assure you, the no-touch rule is not and will not be in effect in Post-M Chicago." She straightened up over the notebook and clicked her pen open. "So, what will it be?" Both men eyed her suspiciously, which wasn't exactly the reaction Violet was used to receiving after this spiel. Wolf-eyed, tongue-lolling, hand-rubbing desire was much more common. "How do people pay for that?" Ben asked. "Excellent question." She reached into the podium and retrieved the menu. The first few pages offer the prices of some of our more popular services in Loop units. And if you flip to the back here, the last 2 pages show the common currencies we accept and how they translate into those units. "A pack of cigarettes is 1 unit?" Ben asked. "A whole carton is worth 10, she pointed out. "It's really a fantastic deal." "Vodka, 750 milliliters, 20 units. "Liquor is big business," she said sweetly. "So tell me, boys, what'll it be?" Patrick took a step forward and laid his forearm on the podium. "Right, about that. This all looks very nice. Really, you've obviously outdone yourselves. All of you. Nice work, everyone," he called out to the army on the bridge, giving them a round of applause. A few confused busboys raised a hand in gratitude. "But here's the thing. We don't really need any of this. We just need to pass through. Oh, travelers, she said, disappointed. Well, we can provide you with the best escorts. Do we need escorts? Patrick asked. I don't think we need escorts, Ben said. Of course you need escorts. We retain majority control over the loop, of course, and I assure you all of our fine establishments are quite safe. But the streets can be another matter. Our escorts are guaranteed to provide you with safe passage for a very nominal fee. Of course, Ben muttered. Patrick waved a hand through the air. I'm sure we'll be fine on our own. Look, Bradford has a hammer. Ben plucked the hammer out of his belt loop and held it up. Yes, I see that. Of course you're free to take your chances, but we require the fee either way, so really you should take the escort. How nominal is this fee? Patrick asked. Violet leaned in close so he could smell her perfume. How nominal is your destination? Patrick nodded slowly and wagged a conspiratorial finger in the air. I don't think that makes any sense, but I see where you're going with it. We need to get to Union Station. Violet's smile flattened into a straight, thin line. Those Amtrak sons of bitches. She forced herself to smile again, but damn it, she hated losing business to the Redcaps. Of course. An escort to the Adams Street Bridge. 50 units. Ben sputtered incredulously. 50? Did you say 50 or 15? 50. 50. Of course it was a ludicrous fee, but there was a steep Amtrak spite tax. Oh, come on! 50 of your dumb units just to walk 10 blocks? No way! Patrick raised his hands. Now hold on. Look, Miss Violet. Just Violet, she said, her tongue dripping with honey. Patrick smiled. Sure. Look, just Violet. I understand your need for compensation. This is a very fine bridge, namely in that it hasn't been blown to bits, and we're happy to give you something for safe passage across it. Like a fist to the mouth, Bradford mumbled. Patrick kicked his shin again, hard. He screamed and hopped away from the bridge, cursing and howling. It's just that 50 units does seem a little unreasonable, Patrick continued, and I can't help but notice that there's another bridge right over there. He nodded toward Lakeshore Drive. Surely we can reach some sort of arrangement that allows us to use your bridge instead of that other, probably much cheaper bridge. Violet was ready for this. Please do feel free to use the LSD bridge if you prefer. Our guests are free to use whichever option appeals to them. But you should know that the LSD bridge is run by contractors, not by members of my team, and the authority of those contractors extends only until the southern end of the bridge. Once you cross into the city, you're once again under our jurisdiction. And while, of course, you're welcome to cross using their bridge, it's possible that some of my busboys won't take too kindly to that sort of slight. They're very sensitive, they are. They don't like it when people use the contractor's bridge. Sometimes they act up and lash out, sometimes through physical violence. And since you won't have paid for our safe passage escorts, well, there's not much to be done to protect you, I'm afraid. So I do hope you'll reconsider. She beamed at him with her kindest smile. Patrick sighed. Can I see the menu, please? Violet reached into the podium and produced another booklet. He flipped to the last page and ran down the list of currency calculations. He muttered to himself as he read. No. Oh, a pound of coffee, 6 units. What'll you give me for this? He reached into his pocket and produced a Ziploc bag full of light beige crystals. Violet examined it suspiciously. What on earth is that? Patrick looked at her like she was handicapped. It's obviously coffee. That is not coffee. Oh, yes, it is. Smell it. He peeled the bag open and held it under her nose. She took a cautious sniff. It smelled like mushrooms and used dental floss. Jesus, she sputtered, gagging. Get that away from me. He looked hurt as he zipped the bag and held it close to his chest. How many units? 4? None. It's repulsive. First of all, it is not repulsive. It is delicious, and it is the only thing that keeps me going. And second, that's just fine because I wouldn't trade it to you for all the units in the world because you're not worthy to chew it. Just then, Ben dove onto the scene from out of nowhere and snatched the bag of off-white granules from Patrick's hand. Excuse my friend, he's an idiot. How much for his drugs? Violet raised her eyebrows. Excuse me? His drugs! This! He shook the little Ziploc bag. How much? Don't you dare! Patrick cried. She's not worthy! He grabbed for the gritty powder, but Ben pulled it back out of reach. These are drugs. It's, what do you call it? Not crack. What's the other thing made from that flour? Opium, Violet suggested. Opium! Opium? No, that's white. This is different. This is, what do you call it? This is... Patrick, what do you call this very rare and expensive drug? Patrick stood open-mouthed and staring. A thin trickle of spittle spilled over his lip and dripped to the ground. Yes, that is called croak. That's the street name, anyway. It's a crack/coke hybrid. Right, croak, Ben agreed. Violet crossed her arms. Crack is coke, she said, but she wasn't quite sure if it was true. She thought she remembered reading it somewhere a few years back when Newsweek did some major cover story on street drugs, but she couldn't remember. Patrick, however, did seem sure. He shook his head back and forth hard. No, that's different. This is different. This is croak, and I need it. He made a half-hearted attempt to snatch the bag. Sorry, Patrick, but we need to get to the train, Ben said a little too loudly. He held the bag up a little too high. He avoided Violet's eyes for a little too long. Everything about all this new development was a little too something. Violet mulled things over carefully. She had a hunch she was being swindled, but on the other hand, the big-headed one certainly acted like a drug addict, and if the claim were true, she could make a mint cutting the stuff and unloading it on the Loop refugees. She'd never heard of croak, but that wasn't particularly surprising. People were always finding new powders and chemicals to shoot into their veins. Who could keep up? She had an idea. Okay, she said to Patrick, do a line. Patrick turned his head so his ear canal pointed at her nose. I'm sorry? Do a line of your croak. He opened and closed his mouth like a fish. So, right here? Yes, right here. She put her hands on her hips and gave her best sassy snarl. If it's really a street drug, prove it. Do a line. You don't want him to do that. One line is worth like 80 units. You should just take it all, Ben said. It's true, Patrick chimed in. I mean, I'm happy to do it. Obviously, I need to do it. Give it to me now, Bradford. Ha ha! He playfully reached for the bag. We have a lot of fun with that, but it's really in your best interest to just take the whole thing. Do a line right now or you can count yourselves shit out of luck and kiss the train goodbye. But hey, if you jump in the river and swim, maybe you can reach Lower Wacker. We don't control the underground, so you could take your chances there. She jerked a thumb over her shoulder at the southern riverbank. The river bridge explosions had ripped away chunks of the retaining wall, exposing dark sections of Lower Wacker Drive. Patrick peered over her shoulder, squinting through the fog and into the gloom. Oh, those two men are dancing, he said. Violet reached into the hostess's podium and handed him a pair of binoculars. He pointed them at the two men in question, and his face went pale. "Oh, no. No, they're not dancing. One of them's beating the other one to death with a pipe." "But hey," Violet said with a smirk, "you have a hammer." Patrick looked at Ben. Ben looked at Patrick. Violet looked at her French manicured nails. "You want to use my bridge? Sell me on your drugs." She stepped around the podium, snatched the baggie from Ben, and shook out a little pile of the tan dust. "Well?" Patrick bit his lip and eyed the powder. Beads of sweat popped up on his brow. His skin became almost translucent. His nervousness was palpable. "Nice try, hobo," she thought. Who did they think they were dealing with? But then he took a step up to the podium, and Violet couldn't help but wonder if the sweat and the shaking and the paleness really were nothing but a drug addict's reaction to a fix he knew would be his last for a long, long time. He smoothed the pile down with a gentle, trembling finger and formed it into a long, low line. Then he spread his legs, took 3 deep breaths, cracked his neck, put a finger to one nostril, and sucked the crystals into his sinuses, into the bloodstream that would carry the chemicals straight to the nerves in his brain. Something red and sparking exploded in Patrick's cranium. It was like a drunken fairy dust fireworks show in there. He gasped for air and clamped onto the edge of the podium to keep his hands from grabbing the bridge rail and ripping it right out of the concrete. "Wow!" he yelled. "Wow!" He shook his head a few times, then wiped a bit of beige powder from his nostrils. "Oh, yeah, that feels good," he sputtered, his eyes welling up with tears. Violet was impressed. The drugs must be pretty good. "Okay, 50 units for the whole bag." "Whoa, whoa, whoa," said Ben, waving his hands. "No way. That's at least 85 units worth of crack. Croak," he quickly corrected himself. Wait, hadn't he already said a line was worth 80? Shit! He was horrible at math. Well, it was too late now. "You want 50 units worth, you can take 50 units worth, but if you want the whole bag, you owe us 35 units. "Ooh, good math," Patrick choked. "Thank you." Violet hesitated. She wasn't in the habit of haggling with short men, but Patrick was already tripping over himself, swaying this way and that through the middle of LaSalle, holding his forehead in both hands and moaning. This croak was some sort of next-level narcotic for sure. She could unload that amount for 5,000 units easy. She decided not to push her luck. "Fine, 35 units. We'll settle up on the way. Grab your friend before he falls into the river." Downtown was a train wreck, mostly metaphorically, but in some cases literally. The L hadn't fared well in the apocalypse. As they followed a few feet behind the self-proclaimed concierge of Chicago, Ben couldn't help but notice how crummy it all was. Every single building along the river had its windows blown out. Some of the buildings themselves had toppled over, ripping huge gashes into other skyscrapers on the way down. Trash littered the roads, which wasn't uncommon, but it was also indicative of high-spirited people: empty wine bottles, clean pig ribs, broken champagne flutes, used condoms, soggy lace underthings. He wondered just how many people were holed up in this part of town. Violet led them down Wacker Drive, which curved south along the Chicago River where it forked, not too far from the LaSalle Bridge. The gang of teenage waiters in tuxedos watched them go. There were probably 24 of the young employees on that bridge, and they looked like they hadn't eaten nearly as well as their mistress. Their eyes were yellowed and dripping mucus, their cheeks sunken and hollow, their hair thinning to gray wisps. It was unsettling. Violet was up ahead now, speaking in quick, hushed tones to a muscular man in his mid-30s, trying way too hard to look like Wesley Snipes circa Demolition Man. As far as Ben could tell, the woman was completely off her rocker, so in hindsight it wasn't too surprising that she'd fallen for the coffee grounds. Off her rocker or not, though, she had a terrific ass, one that made his throat make weird sounds as it twitched along in front of him. By the time they reached Washington, he was sick of carrying Patrick's dead weight. "Come on, you idiot," he said, easing himself out from under his companion's arm. "Walk yourself." "Ben," he hissed, "I did it." He pumped a shaking fist straight into the air. "I snorted coffee." "You did, and it was hilarious," Ben admitted. "But now I need you to walk, because if I have to carry you one more step, I'm probably going to just hit you with the bat and leave you to die." That's okay," Patrick said, straightening up and smoothing down his shirt. "The effects wore off 3 blocks ago. You really stuck it out there for a good couple 100 yards, though. You're a great friend." He raised his hand to high-five. "I hate you," Ben muttered. "Yeah, well, you made me snort soggy coffee grounds, so we're even." "Yeah, well, that got us across the bridge, so you owe me." "Yeah, but with my help you were able to have a conversation with a pretty girl, so we're even." "Speaking of, what's her deal?" Ben asked. "What the hell was all that, do you have an appointment shit?" "Benny boy, I have no frigging idea, but I've long since learned that when you're dealing with the crazies, it's best just to play along." "Smart." "Yeah, marriage taught me that one." "Hi-yo!" This time Ben returned the high-five. "Hey, look over there." He nodded toward a small group of heavily armed men dressed in all black up ahead. They milled around at one of the ramps leading down to Lower Wacker. Violet raised a hand in greeting as they approached. "How is everything today, Captain?" she asked one of the men, who had a red bandana tied around one bicep. "No problems, Miss Boland. Everything's quiet." "Had a little skirmish earlier, but nothing to be worried about," piped up a younger-looking kid at the other side of the ramp. Violet frowned. A skirmish could mean just a little dust-up. It could also mean a bomb threat. What kind of skirmish? "Nothing big," said the captain, his voice nonchalant. "A few bums tried the ramp." "They got wood instead," the young kid boasted, hefting the wooden club in his hand. "You men are heroes. Keep up the good work," Violet said as she reached out and touched the captain's muscled arm. "What is it about a man in a Lower Wacker Guard uniform?" She winked. The captain blushed, and they were off. "So wait, is she a concierge or a prostitute?" Patrick murmured once they'd put a bit of distance between themselves and their escort. "A constitute?" Ben suggested. "Ah, yes, the elusive constitute, a favorite among post-apocalyptic skeezes." When they reached the Civic Opera House, Violet and Simon Phoenix's doppelganger stopped short. "Wait here," she said. "Why? Where are you going?" Ben asked. "To get your units," she said, as promised. "Oh, we'll take coffee. Ben, tell her to bring coffee," Patrick said, jumping up and down. "Coffee? Is that his word for drugs?" she asked. Ben nodded. He's pretty far gone." "Croak ain't no joke," Ben said solemnly. Patrick exploded with a laugh and covered it with a cough. "I'll be right back. Don't move." She went in through the revolving door, leaving the man with the dyed blonde mohawk to watch them. But he grew immediately bored with that task and wandered over to go talk to a group of Lower Wacker guards, leaving Patrick and Ben alone under the massive opera house overhang. "What was all that Bradford stuff?" Patrick asked. "You think I'm going to give her my real name? Are you nuts?" What was she going to do, write it on a voodoo doll and stick needles in your junk? Ben's face grew serious. "You never know." Pfft. "How about you stop worrying about my self-preservation and start worrying about how we're going to manage our way onto that train?" "I imagine we'll climb the steps." "Har, har. We're going to be climbing the stairs to Nowheresville if we don't figure out how to pay our way." "Nowheresville? Is that walkable? Is it south? We're headed south. Don't think I won't kill you. I will. I'll kill you. Relax, we're going to be fine. How do you know? Because we have something to trade for passage. What's that? Ben asked. A white slave, Patrick said. Ben opened his mouth to speak, but stopped. Had he heard that correctly? I'm sorry. Did you say a white slave? Patrick asked. Did you just say we would trade a white slave? Just now? Yes, just now. Is that what you think I said? Yeah, it is. Patrick shook his head and cleared the tension with his hands. Look, I don't want you to worry about this. I have a plan, and all I need from you is trust, which you're contractually obligated to give me since I am, in fact, in charge. That's true, you're in charge, Ben conceded. But if you recall, I'm the one who got us across the bridge. Yeah, and in doing so you lost us my coffee, didn't you? Patrick demanded. I don't think you can call that coffee anymore, chemically speaking. Patrick sighed and placed a hand on Ben's shoulder. You've proven to me that if all else fails, I can rely on you to come up with a somewhat mediocre plan. That's a skill that may come in handy before we're done, but until I give you the sign, just leave the plans to me. What's the sign? You'll know it when you see it, Patrick said, but it'll most likely involve screaming and running and probably the flailing of limbs. Just then the revolving door spun and Violet reappeared, holding a paper bag. Gentlemen, your units. Patrick snickered. Violet rolled her eyes. She pulled out a fifth of Smirnoff vodka. 20 units. Ben grabbed the bottle and inspected it sadly. No Grey Goose? And 15 units, she said, ignoring him completely. She reached into the bag and produced a 1-pound bag of ground Sumatra. Actual coffee. Patrick instantly burst into tears. "Oh, my God," he blubbered. "How did you... You can't possibly even... I don't know how to... Oh, God, coffee!" He sank to his knees and lurched forward, grasping for the bag. Violet, startled by his sudden, awkward movements, dropped it. It fell to the sidewalk and burst open at the corner, sending coffee spilling across the cement. Patrick fell to his face and began scooping the coffee into his mouth, rubbing it into his gums. "My God," Violet breathed, "I've never seen someone so far gone. Does he realize it's not even croak?" "It's hard to know what he realizes," Ben said. "Listen, I don't want to be a girl about this, but I'm pretty sure your menu said a pound of coffee was 6 units, not 15. Violet frowned, her face turning an angry shade of red. "That was for Folgers. This is Kona. Take it or leave it." She snapped her fingers and her fellow escort trotted back over toward them. Ben glanced down at his companion, who was patting the spilled coffee grounds onto his tongue. "Looks like we're taking it." "Good choice. Well, gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed your brief stay in the loop." "Aren't you escorting us to the train?" Ben asked. "That was the deal." "Kumo will see you the rest of the way. I'll be taking my leave here. The next block is the Mercantile Exchange. Those day traders give me the creeps." Patrick literally could not be happier. Maybe it was their quick progress. Maybe it was the 3 grams of snorted coffee grounds setting off his brain cells like pop rocks, but everything felt right with the world. He had fresh coffee in his mouth and half a plan in his head. He was going to get them on that train, and while he had started the day gravely concerned about the missing half of that plan, his fear was melting away like nuclear snow on a smoking pile of rubble. Nothing would stop them now. Then he got smacked in the head by a rock. "Ow! What the shit?" he screamed, plastering a hand to his temple. Blood began oozing through his fingers. "What was that?" "Oh, my God," Ben said, pointing to a building on the right. His eyes grew wide in horror. "Patrick, look! It's douchebags!" Patrick whirled around and squinted through the fog. Sure enough, up ahead, a few dozen 20-something men and women in once trendy, but now torn and ratty business suits hung from the windows of a pair of massive towers. The men all wore their hair spiked up in front with some sort of stiff but pliable product, and some of them appeared to be wearing brown shoes with black suits. Most of the women seemed to be clad in tight skirt suits and thick-rimmed black glasses. Ben was right. These people were douchebags. Day traders, he muttered. Word of the day traders had spread north some time ago. Patrick had first heard about them just a few months after M-Day. Rumor had it they had once been hot-blooded up-and-comers on the financial floor, once considered demigods among their own kind, but they were now disillusioned husks who still clung desperately to the old ways. One of the stories said that they had a generator in the CME building that they used to watch Boiler Room on loop, a very clockwork Orangian practice that had twisted their perceptions of reality in untold, dangerous ways. Money was their deity, despite the reality that legal tender was now worth less than the paper it was printed on. Supposedly they hassled everyone who walked through their turf for money, but they weren't beggars. If you had cash, they didn't ask you for it. They didn't murder you to get it. If you had money, they worshipped you. They brought you into their towers and made you their king. They begged you to toss them some leads, tried to impress you with their cold calls. But if you were broke, you were less than nothing to them. You were target practice. Clearly, Patrick and Ben weren't even being given the benefit of the ask. The traders were just assuming that they were penniless, probably going off the way they were dressed. The traders always judged someone by the way he was dressed. Confirmation of their opinions came in the form of a second rock, which went whizzing only inches from Ben's nose. "Wesley Snipes, do something!" Patrick hissed. The large man only turned and shrugged. "I got no beef with the traders," was all he said. The feeling was reciprocal. A flurry of stones flew toward them, but only at them. Kumo just watched from a safe distance, looking bored. "You're supposed to protect us," Ben said, shielding his face with his hands. Kumo shrugged again. "They're not murderers. They ain't gonna kill you," he said, as a small piece of concrete pinged off Ben's shoulder. Patrick let loose a string of expletives and dove for shelter behind a piece of building rubble lying in the middle of the road. Ben followed suit, diving headfirst over the concrete pylon as the rocks pelted it from the west. "Well, fearless leader," he said, scrabbling back toward the cover of the cement, his giant knapsack making him look like a turtle who had survived a horrible, mutating nuclear accident. "Got a plan?" "As a matter of fact, I do," Patrick said. "Let's just hope I can still speak the language." He peered over the rubble and waited for an opening in the rock barrage. When it came, he jumped up, threw up his hands in surrender, and shouted, "If you're not inside, you're outside." Every trader with a rock froze, wondering if they'd heard him right. They mumbled to each other up there in the windows. "It's working," he whispered down to Ben. "Keep your mouth shut and follow me." He took a step away from the concrete shield, hands still raised, and shouted, "I look at 100 deals a day. I choose one." The mumbling overhead increased, and some of the traders started nodding their heads. Patrick continued, "I mean, it's easy to get in. It's hard to get out, am I right?" A few of the traders shouted their agreement. Patrick took a few steps down the road. Ben followed closely behind, using Patrick as a human shield. Kumo followed at a distance, amused. "'Cause money is a bitch that never sleeps," Patrick cried. A couple of soft cheers went up in the windows. He was on a roll. "Bulls make money, bears make money. Pigs, they get slaughtered. And parents are what are they? Bone on which children sharpen their teeth. Huh? One of the women on the third floor shouted, "It's true! Only the strong understand!" Several of her fellows agreed. Patrick and Ben were almost down to the halfway point between the two towers. There was still half a city block to go. That's the one thing you have to remember about wasps. They love money and hate people. Hell, I don't throw darts at a board. I bet on sure things. Read Sun Tzu, The Art of War. Every battle is won before it's ever fought. A fool and his money are lucky enough to get together in the first place, because what's worth doing is worth doing for money. It's a zero-sum game. Money itself isn't lost or made. It's simply transferred from one perception to another. Random cheers of, "Yeah!" and he's right," echoed along the otherwise empty street. Farther and farther down the block they crept, Patrick now pumping his fists in the air triumphantly. He was screaming the words now. "I'm talking about liquid! Rich enough to have your own jet! Rich enough not to waste time! $50, $100 million, buddy! A player or nothing! Because greed captures the essence of the evolutionary spirit. Greed is right. Greed works. The point is, ladies and gentlemen, that greed, for lack of a better word, is good." The entire Chicago Mercantile Exchange burst into wild applause. The men high-fived in excitement. The women fanned themselves with phone message sheets. The roar of the traders was deafening. Patrick had never felt such a rush. Now they weren't throwing stones, they were throwing money. Their money. "Teach me how to spot a ripe IPO. Show me impressive returns. Help me roll my IRA. Take me down to nothing and rebuild me." The cries of delight and need fell upon them on and on until Patrick and Ben reached the next block. Then they turned tail and ran like hell, Kumo ambling casually after them. "What the hell did you just do?" Ben asked, incredulous. Patrick beamed as he ran. "I gave them every Gordon Gekko quote I could remember." "That was genius!" "And we didn't lose the coffee," Patrick said, hefting the bag in his hand. "That's why I'm in charge." 3. Horace towed at the gore stuck to the plow shield. Here and there, small clumps of hair matted together in dark red clots fell from the blade, exposing tiny white bone fragments that peppered the bloody spray. Jesus, those lumps of brain matter were really stuck on there. Christ, I hate when this happens. When you hit someone with the train or when they get stuck. Horace glanced sharply at his second-in-command, a grave young man with somber gray eyes, a gristly black beard, and a bald head under his Amtrak cap. He was an able conductor, but often spoke too freely for Horace's taste. "Both," the old man muttered. "Find someone to clean this up. I want it sparkling by the time we pull out." He turned and strode toward the station, noting with disgust the blood and gray matter that had exploded onto the engine windows. Christ, this was a messy route. You wouldn't think it. Most of the last 300 miles of rail ran through open space, what used to be farmland. But between the suicides, the goddamn loose cattle, and the occasional near-sighted refugee, the entire Lincoln service was a bloodbath. The monkey piss didn't help matters. Visibility in the fog was never any better than half a mile, and it wasn't safe to blast the horn. It'd be like calling starving children to Thanksgiving. A train, even a train as stripped down as Bertha, would still be considered a cornucopia of resources for the average survivor. Horace's men were capable of protecting the train to a point, but it's not like they could beat a retreat if they were swarmed. Best not to draw any unwanted attention, which meant no horn. Oftentimes, between the fog and the silence, people just didn't see the train coming, unlikely as it sounded. A lot of refugees followed the tracks when they had no compass. Maybe they didn't figure the train was still running. But they didn't know Horace Stilton. He stopped halfway down the platform and pulled an antique gold watch from his pocket and examined the time. Most people weren't concerned with time these days, but a railroad man knew better. There was always a schedule to keep, even if the world had given up its timetable. He watched the second hand make 3 complete rotations, and when it struck the 12 on the 4th time around, The time was precisely 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. He tugged on the chain around his neck and drew the long, thin whistle from inside his shirt. He blew 4 short, sharp blasts. "Departure in 4 hours," he hollered. Horace had been with Amtrak for almost 30 years. He had started as a lowly part-time ticket clerk at a time when low gas prices and a good economy meant the near death of the passenger train industry, and slowly moved up the ranks to full-time clerk, then service assistant, then lead service assistant. Then, around 2008, the economy tanked and things really picked up at the Blue Lady. Horace rocketed up to the coveted position of assistant passenger conductor trainee and completed the training program in record time. Somewhere in D.C. there was still a plaque with his name on it. But for all the promise he'd shown, Horace had stagnated in that position. He'd shown decades of dedication to the company, but when all was said and done, it was still an old boys' club, and Horace didn't fit the profile. He wasn't well connected. He wasn't a blood relative of anyone on the board of directors. He hadn't knocked up the company president's daughter, and his father hadn't gone to school with the VP of this or that. He was stonewalled at every lead conductor position that came available. He jumped service lines from the Acela Express to the Texas Eagle to the Pacific Surfliner to the Illinois Zephyr to the Empire Builder, back to the Texas Eagle, leaving his family, friends, and any semblance of a normal life behind in a desperate attempt to show his worth in the right place at the right time. But for every lead conductor opening, there were 6 less deserving friends of a friend winking at each other in the bullpen. Horace lost traction, his resentment festering within his heart like an open sore. Until M-Day, that is. The apocalypse marked a significant turning point in Horace's life. The flying monkeys wiped out over 80% of Amtrak's staff, including all but 3 commissioned lead conductors, all 3 of whom abandoned their posts after the Great Genocide. As far as Horace was concerned, that was just the latest proof that they had no right to be called conductors in the first place. The day after the apocalypse, no one showed for work. No one except for Horace. He arrived at Los Angeles Union Station as if it were any other day. In truth, he hadn't quite grasped the enormity of the attack. With no friends or close relatives to worry about his safety, his phone hadn't rung once, and there wasn't a single person he could think to call to get more information on the rumblings outside. He knew there had been a serious multi-target attack on the United States, of course. It was on every channel. L.A. had even been one of the 26 targets, and he could see the yellow dust drifting by his window in thick clouds. It had scared him at first. It was early spring, the first truly hot Californian day, and he, like so many others across the country, had his windows open for the first time that year, giving the mysterious yellow plague easy entry into his apartment. But it hadn't affected him, and though he heard screams and sirens out in the streets, he thought what most Los Angeles survivors thought at the time: another impotent terrorist threat. His apartment was located only a few blocks from the station, and sure, there was chaos in the streets on his way to work the next morning, but Christ, this was L.A. When wasn't there chaos in the streets? To top things off, most of the news broadcasts had gone off the air sometime the night before. He thought the attack must be clouding the airwaves, obstructing the signals, something like that. How was he to know that 99% of the anchors, producers, writers, cameramen, makeup artists, and interns were lying dead with their bodies half melted in pools of their own excrement, pus, and blood, with that crazy viscous yellow gel oozing out of their pores? Looking back on it, there were probably dead bodies littering the sidewalks, but how would a few dead bodies look any different from the litter of hobos he passed every day? It wasn't until he'd reached Union Station that he realized something was seriously wrong. There was no mistaking the previous evening's passengers rotting on the terminal floor. Most people would have screamed and fled, but Horace saw an opportunity. It didn't take long to confirm that the conductors scheduled for the next Texas Eagle were either dead or no longer bothering with the 9 to 5. Amtrak needed a new conductor. Horace finally had his promotion. The murder of 95% of the U.S. population had made it so. Now, more than 3 years later, he was thriving. An operational transportation service was incredibly lucrative in post-apocalyptic America. Refugees were willing to pay everything they had to escape the stench of death and the disappearing rations in their hometowns. Everyone thought somewhere else would be better. It was so stupid. Horace had directed his train all over the country. No city was any better off than any other. After a time, the refugees became fewer and far between. It meant fewer fares, but that was okay, because Horace was nothing if not adaptable. Bertha's main focus shifted from passengers to cargo. Survivors were willing to pay top dollar, figuratively speaking, now that the dollar was worthless, for cargo transport. Traders paid him to move large amounts of wares to some post or other a few hundred miles away. Railroad towns paid him to take loads of trash away from their newly erected city walls. Farmers paid to have food shipped to arid regions across the country. He'd hauled everything from carrots to corpses, anything people needed moved or removed. The years had made him rich and powerful in the eyes of the weak and struggling. He had a legion of redcaps, a full, capable train staff, an enterprising, if not affable, assistant conductor, complete reign of the entire Amtrak rail system, and a series of strategically placed food and supply depots situated across the country. And sweetest of all, he was acknowledged by everyone he met as lead conductor. These had been a good 3 years, and Horace wasn't sure what he would do with himself if the well ever went dry. He entered Chicago's Union Station through the empty sliding glass door frames, sidestepping to avoid the pickets of glass stabbing out of the black metal. He flagged down one of the redcaps, an earnest young man named Lewis, who came hustling over. "Yes, sir?" "Take Stevens and find our cargo. 2 clients today. We got 24 full-size waste containers and a load of scrap metal coming in from that Loop woman's people, and a pallet of books coming in from the library. Don't know what the library man'll look like, but shouldn't be too hard to spot the cargo. Violet's paying us in red, 6 cases. Make sure it's not schlock. As for the books, I want you to pay him from this." He grabbed a small linen bag from his pocket and tossed it to Lewis. "What are they?" the young redcap asked, hefting the light pouch in his hand. "Bone fragments from saints, taken out of church altars, apparently. Seems disrespectful to me, but I guess desperate times and all that. Elsewise, they're extremely valuable. Rome's not sending any more of them stateside, so don't give away more than you have to. Use your best judgment based on the number and quality of the books. Not looking for any specific titles, but you know what I mean. I'd say 1 fragment for 30 decent books sounds about right. Be fair with the price, but not generous. We only got those 10 fragments plus 16 more. You got all that?" Lewis nodded. "Waste barrels and metal from the busboys, books from the library." "Good boy. Run along." Lewis turned and scampered off in search of Stevens. Horace checked his pocket watch. As always, he was right on schedule. "Now this bridge looks especially well guarded," Patrick said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "And everyone on it is wearing a red hat. I received no memo about a red hat." "Haven't you ever taken the Amtrak?" Ben asked. "Those guys are redcaps. They help old people with their luggage and stuff." "Ah, yes, now I remember. They're like big Boy Scouts." "Sort of. But they don't sell cookies." "Cookies?" Patrick shook his head. "Oh, Ben, your formative years must have been such an incredible train wreck," he said, patting him on the shoulder. "So, do you think we just cross?" Ben shrugged, looking at the legion of men and women in red caps swarming the walkway. There was a line of them spread out along the entrance to the bridge, with maybe 3 dozen more spaced out along the road behind them. Another 20 or so surrounded the Adams Street entrance to the Amtrak platforms. Sure, there's a lot of them, but they don't seem particularly violent. He approached the Adams Street bridge and took a step toward a gap in the line of redcaps. A heavily bearded guard one on his left drew back a fist and smashed him in the mouth with a right cross. Ben went toppling over backward, landing in a daze on his pack and looking more like a mutated turtle than ever. Patrick rushed up to him and helped him to his feet. Nope, he said, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. I was wrong. They are particularly violent. Huh, Patrick said. That guy just punched you right in the face. He gazed in awe at the redcap, who had resumed his formal posture and gazed into the distance like a British Queen Guard. That was really nice form, he said admirably. Ben shoved him away. Thanks for the recap. I don't think they're going to let us through. Sure, not if we try to just barrel on through. That was a stupid plan. A stupid plan, Ben. Sometimes all it takes is a little honey. Follow my lead. He turned and approached the line of redcaps. He picked out a woman who looked especially small and pleasant and said, "Excuse me, but I was wondering if you would be so kind as to let us pass." Or that's what he would have said if she hadn't interrupted him by bringing her boot hard into his groin before he could finish the word excuse. "Cripe on a crutch!" he shouted, holding a hand to his throbbing genitals and stumbling away from the redcap guard. "They can't be reasoned with." "Seeing your pain actually lessens my pain," Ben observed. "Criminy Christmas!" Patrick swore. "I haven't been kicked by a girl like that since grad school." Probably deserved it then, too. Oh, I definitely deserved it then. I did not deserve it just now. "Well," Ben said, crossing his arms in frustration, "now what?" Patrick patted his testicles and made sure everything was in order before craning his neck to see Union Station on the other side of the river. So close, but so far. There didn't seem to be any easy entrance points into the river, and even if there were, they'd just run up against more redcaps on the other side. Besides, he knew they couldn't swim loaded down with all their gear, and he doubted Ben could swim at all with those stubby legs. He looked downriver and saw what looked like a bridge far in the distance. Roosevelt, he guessed, or maybe Harrison. Whichever street it was located south of a massive wall, easily 30 feet tall, that seemed to stretch from the river across the loop, probably to the lake. If the train ran true to form, they only had a few more hours to get to the station and talk their way on before it departed. There just wasn't time to try to go around. "Okay, I have a plan," he said finally, "but I have to warn you, it's not a very good plan. I hope it involves you going first." "Unfortunately, it does," Patrick said, taking a deep breath. "Okay, follow my lead, and watch out for fists." He shook out his hands and cracked his neck. Then he turned back toward the bridge and approached once more. When he got close, about 10 feet from the first guards, he pointed to a random redcap milling around just behind the line. "Hey!" he shouted, loud enough to get the attention of everyone in a 30-foot radius. "It's you!" He gave his best look of amazed bewilderment and jogged up closer to the line of guards, but out of arm's reach. "Oh my gosh, I can't believe it's really you! It's been ages! How are you?" The redcaps stopped milling and stood rooted to the ground, absolutely dumbfounded by this apparent stranger who suddenly seemed to know him. He wasn't quite sold. Patrick could tell by the way his eyebrows twitched uncertainly. He pressed on. "You look amazing! God, I never thought I'd see you again. I'm so glad you survived. I thought for sure the whole gang was dead, and here you are of all places. If that isn't the craziest, and you're a redcap now." He put both hands on his hips and gasped in wonder. Good on you. The Redcap had a crucial decision to make: lie or risk personal embarrassment in front of his peers. So, of course, he lied. "Oh, yeah. Hey, wow, look at you," he said, trying to sound convincing. "This is so crazy. What has it been? Gosh, I don't know how long." Then, brave soul that he was, he took a real chance. "Has it been since Arkansas?" he tried nervously. Patrick jumped on the opportunity. "Arkansas!" he cried. "That's exactly right. My God, the times we had, huh?" He beamed. "Oh, yeah," the Redcap nodded. "I still get just chills thinking about it." "Yeah, wow, just wow," Patrick said, giving a low whistle. "Isn't it crazy that after all these years it took the apocalypse to get us back together?" "Sure, when all it would have taken was a phone call," the Redcap said, laughing uncomfortably. Patrick clapped his hands and rubbed them together. "Wow, yeah. So, we need to catch up. May we?" he asked, taking a careful tiptoe step into a gap in the line of guards. The Redcap looked conflicted, but now that he'd committed, it was better for him to embrace it. A lot of people were watching. "Oh, yeah, come on through. Guys, let them through. These are old friends. From Arkansas." "Go Razorbacks," Patrick said with a little fist pump. He slid between two stern-looking guards. Ben followed close behind. "Go Walmart," he murmured. "So," Patrick said, clapping the Redcap on the shoulder and bobbing his head encouragingly, "we should catch up. What have you been up to? What are you doing now?" The Redcap nodded. Right. Well, I work for Amtrak," he said, pointing to the patch on his shirt. "Oh, yeah, right, of course. Sounds like a great gig. Great. Side benefits and stuff." "Yeah, it's good. Yeah. The three men stood awkwardly, Patrick rubbing the back of his neck, Ben trying to look uninterested, the Redcap rocking back and forth on his heels. The other Amtrak employees were no longer paying them any attention, and the Redcap seemed desperate to get out of the situation. He smiled and continued to nod. "Yeah," he said again. Patrick cleared his throat. "So, what do you think Stevens!" came a loud cry from across the bridge. The Redcap snapped around at the sound of his name. A young, reddish-haired Redcap was jogging in their direction. Stevens looked mightily relieved. "Lewis, there you are! Great! Lewis, these are, my friends," he said, indicating the other two men. Lewis nodded politely, but he was obviously in a rush. "Horace wants us on cargo duty, stat." Stevens let out a massive breath of relief. "Oh, right, cargo duty." He turned to Patrick. "Listen, I am so sorry, but I have to run. It was so good running into you. I've got to go. Will you two be all right finding your way out? I'm sorry, I have to go." "Oh, it's fine. That's fine. We'll be fine," Patrick said, waving him off. "Not a problem. Go on. We'll be fine." "Okay, great. Well, so good to see you." "Oh, you too." Stevens reached out a hand to shake. Patrick misread the gesture and moved in for a hug. By the time he realized his mistake, it was too late. He was committed. He embraced the Redcap slowly and stiffly. Stevens shouldered nervously away, but patted Patrick on the back 3 times quickly. Then he turned and ran off with the other Redcap. Patrick turned to Ben and tapped his finger against his nose. "Just like I planned it." "Not bad," Ben admitted. "I thought I was going to have to go fielder's choice on these sons of bitches." He swung the bat lazily for emphasis. "That's not... You don't know baseball, do you?" he asked. Ben shrugged. "Well, what say we go find ourselves a train?" Now that they had breached the security line, they found the way basically free and clear. A few of the patrolling redcaps gave them suspicious looks, but most had seen them talking with Stevens, and if some of them hadn't, well, the fact remained that these two strangers had made it past their defenses, so there must be a good reason for it. It wouldn't do to question the front line's abilities before the whole squad. The two travelers hurried across the bridge and up the concrete stairs to the left to the northeast corner of the 222 South Riverside Plaza building. They nodded politely to the redcaps guarding the door and were allowed to pass through the doorway. Patrick thought back to a time when he and Annie had ridden the train to St. Louis, back before Izzy was born. They'd used this very entrance, and the doors had slid open at their arrival. Now those doors were gone, replaced by a huge ragged hole blown out of the wall. They stepped through gingerly, avoiding dusty, charred rubble, and found themselves on a short landing with 4 flights of steps directly ahead. The middle rows of stairs were technically escalators, though they weren't doing much escalating these days. "Pfft," Patrick said, shooing a hand at the broken escalators. "They didn't work last time I was here either. I don't know why I pay my taxes. Nothing changes." They descended the steps slowly and carefully. The landing was at ground level, so the farther down they went, the farther underground they were. There were no skylights in the station, save a few fist-sized holes that had been blown into the ceiling. A handful of redcaps scampered through the halls, running errands and paying no attention to the two strangers in the corridor. Every 100 feet or so, a candle burned on the floor along the wall, throwing dim orange halos and long shadows. Patrick lifted the hammer from Ben's belt loop. "Hey!" Ben cried, swatting at Patrick's hand. But Patrick was adamant. "You're holding the bat. You can't use it anyway." Ben grumbled his assent. Patrick held the hammer in his left hand and took the baton from his pocket with his right, popping it open with a quick flick of the wrist. Behind him, Ben gripped the bat with both hands, ready to swing like Mike McGuire. Or was it Matt McGuire? Pat was right. Ben didn't really know baseball. They crept along the hall, passing between a ransacked McDonald's counter on the right and the black, burned-out husk of a corner bakery on the left. Something rustled across the McDonald's linoleum. Patrick swung to the right and raised the hammer, his heart thudding in his chest. A rat raced out of the darkness and stopped 3 feet from where they stood. It raised its head and screamed at them, then turned and skittered around the corner. "Jesus, hell!" Ben cursed, breathing hard. "What are we doing down here?" "It's the only way I know to the platform," Patrick said. "The train boards underground." "Shit! Then let's walk to Disney World, above the underground where there's light." "It's not far. Just be ready." "For what?" Patrick shrugged. "For anything." They crept farther down the hall, coming to another set of stairs and broken-down escalators. A huge advertisement for Chase Bank covered the steps and the escalator rails. Chase had been Patrick's bank. "Hey, Ben," he said, easing himself down the stairs, "remember money?" "I remember people talking about money. I don't remember ever seeing any for myself. Also, rule number 7. Money is no longer money. Food, weapons, shelter, and clothing are money." At the bottom of the stairwell, they made a U-turn to the right. Through the gloom, Ben could just barely see the outlines of doorways. The hallway candlelight illuminated thin wisps of monkey fog on the other side, making the dark air glow yellow. They nearly collided with a redcap as they turned the sharp corner. "Watch where you're going, jackass!" she whispered, before taking off around the corner and up the stairs. Patrick turned to Ben. "Was she talking to you or me?" Ben shrugged. They moved cautiously down the hall. Patrick wished, not for the first time in his post-apocalyptic career, that he had an emergency survival flashlight. There was one in the emergency kit in the trunk of Annie's car, the kind of flashlight that you powered with a hand crank, but it had gone up in flames like everything else. He'd searched everywhere for a replacement, but to no avail. Emergency flashlights were worth their weight in pre-M-Day gold. "Which track is it?" Ben asked, nodding to the column of train tracks beyond the doors to their left. Patrick shook his head. A, how the hell should I know? And B, those are the Metra rails. We're not taking the Metra. I am not going to the suburbs. He spit on the floor for emphasis. After about 30 feet, they came to a hallway on the right. It, too, had once had electronically sliding doors, but they seemed to be in short supply these days. They could hear voices now, faint voices coming from somewhere up ahead. The darkness looked a little less complete up there, and Patrick realized there must be light around the corner at the far end of the hall, maybe 100 feet ahead. They crept toward it, their sneakers crunching over wrappers and magazines scattered around the floor. They passed a newsstand that had been smashed to bits. The Coca-Cola case now rested on its side, along with the magazine racks and snack shelves. Patrick noticed with some amusement that someone had bashed in the glass top in the center of the checkout counter and stolen the Illinois lottery scratch-offs from their cubbies. Immediately after the newsstand, the hall opened up into a high-ceilinged lobby. A tall set of staircases rose off to the right, leading back up to street level, where dim yellow light filtered in through more busted doors. Farther down to the right, Union Station continued underground beneath Canal Street and over to the original Union Station building. Patrick peered down the long, dark hall and saw sparks in the distance that might have been fires burning on the station floor. To their left was the entrance to the Amtrak waiting rooms. Here, too, the sliding doors had been ripped from their tracks and tossed haphazardly aside. There were loud shouts coming from the waiting room, and they decided to bypass it. They continued straight down the hall. "Need help with your bags?" a voice rasped from the stairwell. Ben jumped and swung his bat in the general direction of the voice. He swung so hard that the momentum carried it around in a full arc, missing Patrick's skull by centimeters. "Need help with your bags?" the voice asked again in a ragged, choking tone. Patrick peered into the darkness. A lumpy figure crouched on the stairs, swaying gently back and forth. "Need help with your bags?" "I don't think he's talking to us," Patrick whispered. He took a cautious step closer, hammer raised, poised to strike. The man on the stairs wasn't facing them. He crouched on the balls of his feet, back against the railing, staring at the opposite stairwell. "Need help with your bags?" Patrick lowered the hammer and quietly backed away. "Come on, let's go." "My God, this is so creepy," Ben whispered. "Hey, let me hold the machete." "Jesus, no," Patrick hissed. "That's literally the only way this situation gets more terrifying." The hall terminated at the Amtrak platforms. They could just barely see the straight outlines of the train tracks in the darkness ahead. The glow of light grew brighter to the left. They turned the corner and found a group of redcaps surrounding a short man in a blue hat. The man in blue hovered over some papers splayed out on the floor, the redcaps illuminating them with old-fashioned oil lamps. Patrick had been on enough Amtrak trains to know that while the redcaps might be the muscle, the blue caps were the brains. A blue cap signified a member of the onboard train crew, the servicemen, the ticket takers, and the conductor. The blue cap was his man. He pulled Ben back around the corner into the darkness. "Okay," he whispered. "It's game time. Are you ready?" Ben nodded. "What's the plan? Do you trust me?" "Not really, no. What's the plan?" "I can't tell you." "Why not?" Patrick hesitated. "Because you won't like it." "Why am I not surprised?" Ben asked. "No, I mean you really won't like it." "Fine. Then just tell me what it is so I can refuse to go along with it." "No, see, that's why I need you to trust me." "Patrick, tell me the plan." "Do you trust me?" "I'd trust you a lot more if you told me the plan." "I want you to look me in the eyes and say, 'Patrick, I trust you." Okay, I get it. Patrick, I trust you." "Is that true?" "Yes." "No matter what?" "Yes, no matter what." "Do you mean that?" "Of course I mean it," Ben hissed. "I trust you, okay? I trust you, I fucking trust you." "Okay, remember you said that." Ben furrowed his brow. He was about to ask why, but before he could make a sound, Patrick hauled off and whacked him in the face with the hammer. Ben's howls of pain brought the Amtrak crew running. Patrick slipped the hammer into his belt loop as the Redcaps skidded around the corner, weapons brandished. They held their lanterns up to the scene before them. Orange light flickered over Ben's writhing body on the ground. Patrick stood over him angrily, his fists planted firmly on his hips. "I demand to know who's responsible for this," he cried. The Redcaps looked from one to another, confused. "Well, speak up!" The man in the blue hat shouldered his way through the mob of Redcaps, which was no easy feat given his diminutive stature. He stood no taller than 5 feet 5 inches, more than a full head shorter than the shortest Redcap. A long brown mustache bushed from beneath his nose and tapered to drooping points below the corners of his mouth. His eyes were lost behind a pair of small, circle-rimmed glasses that would have been a better fit for a United States postmaster circa 1883. Though he was on the husky side, he must have lost at least a little weight since the apocalypse, because he kept hitching up his pants as he moved. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded, huffing in consternation. "That is precisely what I'd like to know," Patrick said. "One of your Redcaps attacked my poor friend here with some sort of blunt instrument. I demand to know why, and I demand justice. Where's the conductor of your train?" "I am the conductor," the little man said, puffing his chest out. "Now what's this about an attack?" "One of your men came tearing through here with some sort of weapon and smashed it directly into my friend's face. I mean, just look at him. He's hideous now." He indicated Ben's crumpled form with both hands. He was moaning loudly, cursing with angry nonsense. "You say one of my men did this?" the conductor asked, raising an eyebrow in suspicion. "I most certainly do. He ran right by. There was no mistaking that red hat. And here I thought the Redcaps took pride in their professionalism." He crossed his arms in a huff. The conductor glared around at his men. "They're meant to, that's for sure. Can you describe this man for me?" "Well, it was dark, of course," Patrick said, rubbing his chin. He thought back to the bearded Redcap guard who'd clocked Ben on the bridge. It seemed like a good time for poetic justice. "But I know he had dark hair. It looked jet black. And a beard about this long." He held a hand 6 inches below his chin. "Sounds like Rogers, sir," piped up one of the Redcaps in the back. "Rogers is supposed to be guarding the bridge," the conductor said. "What on earth would he be doing down here?" "Smashing people with hammers, apparently," Patrick said, exasperated. "Or mallets or nightsticks or whatever it was. Look at poor Ben." He crouched next to his friend and patted his head gently. Ben began to say something, but Patrick furtively covered his mouth. "I think he's lost the ability to speak. My God, I think your man knocked him voiceless." "Voiceless?" said the conductor. "Yes, voiceless. We'll be lucky if he ever speaks again." He took Ben's hand and helped him to his feet. A few of the Redcaps gasped as he stepped into the light. Already a huge purple welt was forming just under his left eye. "Holy Lord!" the conductor swore, stepping forward for a closer look. "He really got you." "Yes, he did," Patrick said firmly. "We demand satisfaction." "And you're sure it was one of my men who did this?" "Of course I'm sure. Who else could it have been? Do you think I did this? Is that what you're suggesting? Why would I smash my own friend's face in? He's all I have left in this world and the only tether to my former life, the only link that still exists between what is now and what used to be." Patrick willed himself to cry. It didn't work. He wiped at his eyes anyway, hoping the darkness made it impossible to see that there were no tears. The conductor looked agitated. He pulled a watch from his pocket and frowned at it. "What sort of satisfaction? I don't have much time." "Well, we came down here to watch the train pull out. Ben's a simple-minded person, and he loves to watch the trains." Patrick patted him on the head. Ben lurched away and swatted back. Patrick slapped at Ben's flailing hands. "Behave, sweet, simple Ben," he cried. Ben threw a mighty kick at his supposed friend, but with his eye swelling shut, his depth perception was off, and he whiffed by a good 3 feet. "Mah!" he growled. He stalked off to sniffle and sulk in the shadows. Patrick continued. "We just wanted to watch the train, but now I suppose, given all that's happened, well, Ben, how would you like to ride that train?" Ben waved his hand angrily from the corner. The conductor frowned harder. "We don't do much passenger transport anymore," he said. "If you don't do much, then you must do some." The blue cap continued to frown. "I only say that because we have one passenger right now, a journalist, but she paid her way, handsomely." "Don't tell me Ben hasn't paid the ultimate price," Patrick replied. The conductor scowled. "How far would you want to go?" "Where are you headed?" "South." Patrick said, feigning surprise. "I suppose we could see our way to letting this incident slide for a ride as far as... what, St. Louis?" The conductor stroked his mustache. As he stood there thinking, a low rumbling rose from down the hallway. Patrick turned to see 2 redcaps pushing a flat metal cart loaded down with barrels. "First load of waste," the man named Lewis said. "Stevens'll be along shortly with the rest." The conductor nodded, and the redcaps parted to let the cart through. As it passed, Patrick glanced down into the open barrels. A thick, syrupy liquid sloshed around inside of them. In the darkness, the stuff looked black as tar, but the smell in the air said differently. "Is that vegetable oil?" Patrick said. Lewis shrugged as he rolled. "Some kind of waste. We're dumping it," he said, pushing through the crowd. "Our work doesn't concern strangers, Lewis," the conductor said sharply. "Sorry, sir." A light bulb clicked somewhere in Patrick's brain. "You could be using that for fuel, you know." The conductor whipped around, his eyes narrowed. "What did you say?" "You can use that to fuel the train. I mean, you can if it's cooking oil. It smells like it is." The conductor grabbed him firmly by the elbow and looked up at him. "Is that true?" he asked. "Sure it's true." "How do you know that?" "I'm a mechanical engineer," Patrick said proudly. "Or, I was, before M-Day." "Lewis!" the conductor cried. "Hand me the cargo sheet." Lewis stopped and fished a folded piece of paper from his pocket. He handed it to the blue cap. The conductor unfolded it and held it up next to one of the red cap's lanterns. He raised an eyebrow. "Corn oil." "That'll do it," Patrick said. "You're suggesting I take that stuff and dump it into my gas tank?" Patrick shrugged. "If you're in a pinch for fuel, sure. I mean, it'll make things volatile as hell, but yeah, you could power a train on that, if you have enough of it." "We have 24 barrels of it coming on board right now." He refolded the paper and handed it to Lewis. "Get that cargo on board. Keep it safe. Put 3 barrels in the engine. We'll see what's what. The rest goes in the cargo hold." Lewis nodded and pushed the cart off toward the platform. The conductor turned back to Patrick and stuck out his hand. "Name's Horace Stilton, lead conductor of the Texas Eagle. Welcome aboard." Ben was in a bad mood. His cheek was tender where his supposed best friend had smashed it with a hammer because that was the best dumb fucking plan he had been able to come up with. The worst part was, the dumb fucking plan had actually worked, which meant similarly dumb fucking plans were going to be encouraged in the future. A rational voice somewhere deep inside suggested that all of this really was for the best, After all, they had managed to get on the train, something Ben had been pretty sure they'd never be able to do. But that small, rational piece of his brain was completely drowned out by the much larger, much stronger emotional piece, which wanted to claw Patrick's face, swig the vodka, derail the train, and set fire to Disney World. That's what I'll do. I'll burn that fucking Disney World. If we make it there, I swear to high heaven, I will set fire to anything still standing. They headed toward the platform, surrounded by redcaps, Patrick smiling his goofy smile, happy as a clam to be headed south. The train loomed before them, each car tall and silver with the blue Amtrak logo still perfectly visible along the side. It was a modest train, only 6 cars long, including the engine. The conductor led them to the second from the rear and gestured up the stairs. "Passenger car! Don't go wandering between cars. My men have instructions to take out anyone who tries to cross without my express permission. You don't have it." "You mind if I go up and take a look at the engine?" Patrick asked, genuinely interested. Horace peered at him over his glasses and sighed. "Guess that's fine, seeing as how I'm heading that way myself. Come with me. Your, friend gonna be all right?" Patrick examined Ben's face carefully. "Ben, are you okay? Blink once for yes, twice for no." "How many times for if I get my hands on the son of a bitch who hammered my face, I'm going to strangle him with his own intestines?" "4, I think." Ben blinked 4 times. "Yep, he's fine." Patrick followed the conductor down the platform. Ben rolled his eyes and launched himself up the steep set of stairs. He was more than willing to take a short reprieve from his friend. One of the redcaps followed him and took up a position at the entrance to the car, his hands clasped at his waist. A guard, apparently. Besides Ben and the redcap, the passenger car was empty. It had been a while since Ben had been in an Amtrak car, and his very private, very special love for the Harry Potter series had encouraged him to hope against hope that the company had upgraded to exclusive wood-paneled sleeping compartments at some point over the last decade. But what awaited him at the top of the stairs looked more like the inside of a Greyhound bus. A center aisle separated a long column of 4-seat rows, 2 seats on the right, 2 seats on the left. They were covered in blue pleather that was literally coming apart at the seams. The upholstery was ripped, torn, and scratched so badly it looked like someone had locked a swarm of feral cats in the car for a week. Some of the seats had been removed altogether, and some faced the wrong direction. A couple of the rows swiveled freely, apparently unable to be locked into place. Each side of the train had a luggage rack suspended above the seats, running the length of the car. These racks had once held suitcases and duffels. Now they held canned goods and bottled water. Ben sulked past the restrooms, the doors of which had been removed, and found a reasonably comfortable-looking seat 2/3 of the way down the car. He leaned his bat against the aisle seat and slipped the knapsack from his shoulders, tossing it onto the seat next to the window. He caught his reflection in the darkened glass, and for the first time realized that lights were on inside the car. They were dim, but they were on. Rope lights set into the ceiling ran the length of the car, giving off a soft orange glow. He crept into the row and examined himself more closely in the window. "Holy shit," he muttered, touching the puffy purple lump under his eye. Pat had really clocked him good. Other than that, though, he seemed to be okay. His lip wasn't really swollen from the redcap's punch, and the shaving cut on his head had stopped bleeding. Hammer wound aside, he looked pretty good, and now that he was actually on the train, he was feeling a little better, too. He was still pissed at Patrick, but at least they were on track. Ha ha. And there were plenty of armed redcaps on the train, so he'd even be able to get a decent night's sleep without waking up in terror every time he thought he heard a sound. He reached into his knapsack and pulled out a few energy bars. He tore into one and chewed thoughtfully, almost happily. Hell, this wasn't so bad. All in all, it'd probably be a pretty restful ride. "Oh, yeah, I can see why you get so much splatter," Patrick said, examining the plow blade fixed to the front of the train. "This design is all wrong. You must get enough blood sprayed up there to cover the whole damn windshield." "We do," Horace admitted with a sigh. "And not just blood. Brain matter, bone fragments, pieces of internal organs. Got a whole lung stuck up there one time." "Yeah, I'm not surprised." Patrick nodded, running a hand over the plow. "Looks like the weight is right, and the steel is solid. I bet those bodies shit both ways on impact if you get up to 70. He looked to Horace for confirmation. The conductor nodded proudly. "It's good construction, but the angle is the main problem. The proximity to the engine is an issue, too. See, if you had the right V plow instead of this straight plow, and it came out another 8 feet or so, the bodies would slip right off to either side, and most of the gore would be outside the windshield radius by the time the engine arrived." Horace tugged at one corner of his mustache. "Huh. Guess you're right. The other big problem is heavier materials in the tracks, dump trucks, water towers, things of that sort. We lose a lot of time stopping the train and moving those obstacles by hand. Hard as hell to see 'em in the fog, too. We've had more than a few close calls." "I bet." Patrick rubbed his chin, wishing not for the first time that he was capable of growing a full beard worthy of stroking. "You know," he said slowly, "you could rig up a system that pushed the plow forward when you wanted to crash through something bigger. A dump truck would still derail it, but it could handle something between that and a human body. It'd be like a high-velocity battering ram. Add that force to the initial force the moving train gives the plow in a resting position, and you could blow your way through all kinds of barriers." "You could design that?" Patrick drummed his fingers against his chin so as to appear deep in thought. "I suppose I could, but you'd need to be compensated," the conductor finished. Actually, Patrick was just fishing for a complimentary plea of desperation, something along the lines of, "But we need you. You're obviously a brilliant engineer. We can't do it without you." But hey, yeah, compensation was good. Much better than a compliment. "Yes," he said, "I could probably design something for the right amount of compensation. 2 bottles of red wine and a sack of rice? How about 3 bottles of red wine, a sack full of canned chili, 2 bladed weapons, and a corkscrew? 2 bottles, 6 cans of food, 1 blunt weapon, and a bent nail." "A bent nail?" "Closest thing we got to a corkscrew." Patrick tossed the offer around in his head. 3 bottles, 5 cans of food, 1 bladed weapon, and hell, I'll take the nail. He stuck out his hand. Horace considered the offer, then grasped it. "Deal." Lindsay was frustrated in pretty much every way imaginable. The Redcaps wouldn't allow her to cross the bridge into the loop, where she could plainly see dozens of people milling about. "Let me over there!" she screamed, shaking one of the caps by his lapels. "I need to interview those people!" But the Redcap just looked at her as if she were speaking an alien language and brushed her aside. Lindsay huffed. This trip just wasn't panning out. She was more prisoner than passenger on Horace's train, and she had quietly borne the brunt of the crew's collective rudeness because she knew Chicago would be worth it. Surely there would be survivors swarming the second city. With over 4 hours to pounce on a few subjects and ask her questions, she'd be halfway to her Pulitzer by the time they pulled back out of the station. If there still was a Pulitzer. But there had to be a Pulitzer. There were still journalists left in this world, and that meant there was journalism, even if there were no more live wires to send the stories around the world. M-Day provided an extraordinary opportunity for a hungry newshound like herself, because not only was it the single most destructive and globally effective event in the history of the human race, But if the rumors were true, 99% of her competition had been wiped out, including, she presumed, that smug bitch Tilly from Bloomberg who'd scooped her on the Peruvian copper mine emergency story and snagged the goddamn Livingston Award. Publicly, of course, Tilly's passing due to inhalation of the flying monkey chemical was personally devastating, as well as a grave loss to the journalistic community. Off the record, she was glad the slut was gone. That was her Livingston Award, goddammit. And here she was, risking life and limb for the story of her career, hell, of anyone's career, with dozens of potential interviewees just falling over themselves on the other side of the river, and she was being stonewalled by baggage handlers. Unbelievable! Unfucking believable! She stamped her foot on the ground so hard her kitten heel snapped off and her ankle twisted painfully beneath her. She screamed at the top of her lungs, shaking her fists at the sky, cursing the bridge, cursing the redcaps, cursing 9 West, and cursing whatever god that would let her life fall to shit without giving her a single fucking break. She screamed until she ran out of breath. Something wrong? A voice whispered in her ear. Lindsay jumped and gasped. Jesus, Bloom! What the hell are you doing sneaking up on me like that? She asked the train's assistant conductor, a hand pressed to her thudding chest. Just stretching my legs, he said, his voice soft and level as always. You didn't hear me walking? Clearly, she said, rolling her eyes. Hey, I need to get across the river. Will you tell these bozos to let me cross? He stared out over the river with his flat gray eyes. Ever expressionless, Lindsay could only guess what he was thinking. No, he finally said, his gaze locked on something across the way. It's for your own safety. Bullshit! I don't want to be safe. I want a story. It's not worth dying over. Those people are playing bocce ball, she cried, pointing to a group of middle-aged men and women gathered in an old parking lot overrun with weeds. I don't think they're serial killers. It was meant to be hyperbole, but Bloom shrugged his shoulders. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. Who knows? John Wayne Gacy was a J.C. and volunteered at children's hospitals. Bloom slipped his hands in his pockets and breathed deeply of the pale yellow air. Finally he turned to Lindsay and met her eyes. Horace ordered them to keep you on this side of the bridge. You may not like it, but he's responsible for you, and while you're under his care, his word is law. I am under no one's care, she insisted, sticking a finger in his face. She harumphed and turned from him with a flick of her head, her short brown hair snapping behind her. She hobbled to the rail overlooking the Chicago River and waved her arms frantically at a pair of women in a rusty boat below. "Hey!" she screamed. "Hey, you there! Where are you originally from? Did you come to Chicago before or after M-Day? Hey, you, come on, I'm talking to you! Hey! Tell me what a typical day is like for you! Hey, do you hear me?" Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Bloom check his wristwatch. "Better wrap this interview up," he said with only the hint of a smile. "We pull out in 30. Patrick plopped down in the seat next to Ben just as Horace blew the whistle for last call. "What'd I tell you, Benny boy? Stick with me and it's smooth sailing." He zoomed his hand through the air to show just how smooth their sailing could be. "Yeah, real smooth." Ben finished his second energy bar and tossed the wrapper on the floor. "Sorry about your face." Patrick frowned. "It was for the greater good." Ben waved him off. "Whatever, it's done. I mean, I owe you a swift kick to the teeth when you least expect it, but it's done." "You won't feel that way when I tell you what I just did," he said with a grin. Ben raised an eyebrow. "I traded my services for some goods." Ben snorted. "And how was sex with a man?" No, not that. I mean my smarts." He tapped his forehead. "The ones that live in my brain space." "Do tell." "I'm designing a battering ram for our conductor, and in return he's agreed to ply us with wine and food. And a nail. You realize that nothing about what you're saying is sounding one bit less sexual, right? Patrick sighed. He shook his head and cleared the air with his hand. Okay, let me start over. I'm going to design a hydraulic smashing apparatus for the train, and they're paying me 3 bottles of wine, some food, a bladed weapon, and a bent nail. Ben's ears pricked up. A bladed weapon? What kind of bladed weapon? He didn't specify, but I'm hoping for a broadsword, Patrick said, crossing his fingers. We can go all Game of Thrones on Arkansas. I've always hated Arkansas, Ben considered. We all do, Ben. We all hate Arkansas. Just then they heard a sharp clumping on the metal stairs. They both turned to see a short, angry brunette storming unevenly past the posted red-cap guard and into the car. She cursed under her breath as she peeled off her shoes and hurled them into the last row. She plopped down across the aisle, her arms folded tightly across her chest, fuming and muttering to herself, staring straight ahead and seeing nothing, except presumably some reddish sort of anger. She argued with herself for a full 3 minutes before she realized there were other people in the car. "Oh!" she exclaimed, jumping to her feet. "Hi!" "Hey," Ben said. Patrick waved. The train lurched forward, and she stumbled backward, crashing down on the hard plastic armrest and slamming to the floor in the middle of the aisle. "Oh!" Patrick cried. He jumped up from his seat and rushed back to help her to her feet. "Are you okay?" "As relative to what?" she demanded, brushing off her jeans and straightening her sweater. "As compared to, say, Ben over here," he said, jerking his thumb over his shoulder. "He recently got hit in the face with a hammer." Ben raised his middle finger. Patrick waved. "Okay, yeah, better than that." She smoothed out her clothes and shook a hand through her hair. "Let's try this again. Hi, I'm Lindsay." "Patrick," he said, shaking her hand. "And that's Ben. He's cranky. Are you the journalistic spirit whose presence was foretold to us?" "You guys mind if I sit with you?" "Not at all." They walked back to where Ben sat with his arms crossed. Patrick plopped back down beside him, and Lindsay took the row directly in front of them, kneeling in the seat, facing them with her arms on top of the headrest. By the time they were situated, the train was pulling out of the tunnel, and watery yellow light poured into the car. With all the darkness in the station and on the platform, Patrick had forgotten it wasn't quite nighttime yet. "And we're on our way," he said quietly. He leaned forward and reached back to his rear pocket, felt for the slight outline of the folded piece of paper. It was still there, safe and secure. He fell back, closed his eyes, and smiled. A speaker hidden somewhere in the ceiling crackled to life, and Horace's voice came through in a series of pops and clicks. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your conductor speaking. This is train 315, southbound Texas Eagle to Los Angeles, making scheduled station stops in Bloomington Normal, Springfield, St. Louis, Little Rock, Texarkana, Dallas, Temple, Austin, Tucson, and Yuma. If this is your first time riding with Amtrak since M-Day, please note several changes to our policies. There will be no food or beverage service on this train. There is no luggage steward. Guests are not free to walk between cars without the express permission of the conductor or his assistant. You may disembark the train at our scheduled station stops. However, if you are not back in the train car when we pull away from the station, you will be left behind. We'll give you fair warning before we pick up and move on. It may become necessary to stop the train between scheduled station stops. If this does happen during our trip, please remain in the car. There is no smoking aboard Amtrak trains. Please be sure to disembark the train at the agreed-upon station. You are also free to disembark the train earlier at your convenience, if it is convenient for you to jump from a moving train. On behalf of the Red Caps, the assistant conductor, and myself, thank you for riding Amtrak. Next station stop is Bloomington Normal. Bloomington Normal up next, approximately 2 hours. The speaker fizzled into silence. Ben snorted, "Is that really necessary? I mean, he does know it's just us and his crew, right? He could just come back here and, tell us." "He does this every time we leave a major station," Lindsay said, rolling her eyes. "But hey, he's a railroad man. That's how they used to do it. Old habits die hard. I mean, look at you two. It's hardly even warmer than 50 degrees outside. A shaved head is insanely impractical. And your watch there, self-winding? When's the last time you needed to know the time? It comes in handy for Horace the Tank Engine here, granted, but really, you don't need that. And me, I just snapped off a half-inch heel outside. Why in God's name am I wearing heels? It's dangerous out there. Everything's fight or flight, and I'm a reporter. I'm a writer, not a fighter." She grinned, and Patrick could tell this wasn't the first time she'd used that line. "I'll take flight every time, and how far am I going to get on a half-inch heel? Not too far. We're all creatures of habit, all of us." "Or sentiment," Patrick pointed out. Lindsay, for whom sentiment was an afterthought at best, looked confused. "What do you mean?" Patrick held up his watch so she could inspect it more closely. It was a cheap kid's watch, something you used to be able to buy at Walmart, with a purple plastic band clasped near the very tip through a handmade hole. A Disney princess in a flowing yellow gown curtsied on the watch face. The plastic jewel was cracked, but Lindsay could still make out the digital time. As far as she could tell, it was accurate. She looked at Patrick quizzically. "It was my daughter's," he explained. "You're right, it's not really practical, and it breaks the hell out of rule number 18, but it's a good memento, and hard to lose." He shook his wrist. The watch held strong. "Has it always kept the right time?" "Ever since we bought it a few months before M-Day. You'd be surprised how much of something you can find when you're the only person looking for it," he said. "Like watch batteries." "Or snack packs," added Ben. Lindsay threw back her head and moaned. "Oh, God, I miss snack packs." Ben's face soured. "Not me. They taste like chemical toilets." "Delicious, delicious chemical toilets," Lindsay mused. "God, what I'd give for a Snickers stuffed inside a Twinkie dipped in a snack pack." "Rule 31, said Patrick. "Never fantasize about food." "Ah, you're right. Now I'm depressed." She lowered her chin onto the headrest. "Where are you guys headed?" "Disney World, by way of St. Louis." "Two very similar destinations," she said sarcastically. "Why the layover? What's in St. Louis?" "An arch," said Ben. "Maybe," Patrick pointed out. "Maybe," Ben agreed, "if it hasn't keeled over." "Busch Stadium," Patrick said. "Budweiser, Schlafly, Lemp Mansion, Forest Park, Soulard, The Hill." "Ooh, The Hill. Toasted ravioli." "Emos. Ted Drew's." "Oh, Dios mío, Ted Drew's," cried Patrick. "Rule 31, they both sighed. "Is it safe to assume you're both from St. Louis?" They nodded. "Well then, what about your families?" Lindsay asked. "Any idea if they're, She didn't need to finish the sentence. Patrick shook his head. "No clue. For all I know, they're living the good life, feasting on the neighbors' cows, or the neighbors, for that matter, or they could be liquefied on the love seat. I don't know. I'm not sure I want to know." "Are you kidding me?" Lindsay bounded up out of her seat, fiddled underneath it until she found the lever she was looking for, and spun it around so she could face the two men. "I'd want to know. I'd really want to know. You know, for closure." "Do you know?" She nodded. "My parents are dead." "Oh, but not from the monkeys. They died a couple years before in a gas leak." "Oh, I'm so sorry," Patrick said. Lindsay smiled. "People always say that when I tell them. Isn't that weird? There's not a single person in the country who didn't lose dozens of family members, friends, loved ones, co-workers, acquaintances. They all died really, really painful deaths. Everyone living in America, maybe the whole world, experienced excruciating loss on M-Day. Yet everyone's first response when they hear my parents passed away painlessly and got spared the apocalypse is, "I'm sorry." "Old habits," Ben muttered. "I'll drink to that," said Lindsay. "Ooh, yes, let's!" Patrick dug out his backpack and retrieved the bottle of Smirnoff. "How do you feel about Russian white?" he said, handing the bottle to Lindsay. "Well, normally I'd hold out for a slow gin fizz, but hell, if vodka's all you've got." She cracked open the cap and took a short swig. Her face twisted up in pain, and she fought to swallow the harsh liquor. "Gah!" she gasped, shaking her head. "I used to be a lot better at that." She handed the bottle back to Patrick, who took a shot before passing it on to Ben. "So, you're a journalist," Patrick said, crossing his legs casually. "There a big market for that?" "Huh! Less than ever. Man, I thought we were a dying breed before M-Day." Ben took a thoughtful drink of the vodka. "But it has to exist in some form, doesn't it? News still happens. People still need to communicate. Word has to spread. Journalism still exists if there are people to record events." Lindsay looked at him in surprise. "Did you study journalism?" "Study is one word for it. Enrolled in classes, then decided never to attend them unless blitzed out of my mind on Old Crow is another one." "That's at least like 87 words," Patrick pointed out. "And here I thought you were probably just a racist, homophobic skinhead, but in reality you're an almost somewhat partially educated man." Ben leaned closer to Patrick. "Is she making fun of me?" "Yes, that is absolutely what's happening right now." He nodded. Ben frowned. "No, you're right. I'm sorry. You're totally right. I've met people who've gone back to handwritten newsletters. 5 years ago, newspapers were on the brink of extinction. Now the internet is dead and the printed word reigns supreme. It's really glorious, in that whole end-of-the-world irony kind of way." "Did any of the major publications survive?" Ben asked. "I mean, obviously they're not powering printing presses or anything, but I don't know, is Time Warner still ruining people's lives from Columbus Circle? Is CNN still making wildly incorrect statements in 140 characters or less? Is the Associated Press playing telephone with correspondents on horseback?" "You want to know if there are any big stories being covered?" she asked. "Well, that's nothing at all like what I asked, but sure, we'll go with that. Are there?" She smiled confidently and traced her finger in little circles on the armrest. "There may be one or two especially enterprising young writers out there working on extremely vital news stories." Patrick slapped his own armrest and said, "Okay, I'll bite. Lindsay, are you one of the enterprising writers working on vital news stories? And if so, what vital news story are you working on?" Lindsay looked up at them and grinned. "I thought you'd never ask." I'd lived in Manhattan for a few years before M-Day. Well, technically I was in Astoria, but it was the same thing, especially as far as my family in Dubuque was concerned. I definitely worked in Manhattan, though, eking out a living at the New York Post as an entry-level beat writer. It was a stupid beat, really, covering the ridiculous world of American collectibles. Yes, there's a beat for that, and the pay was laughable. Still, I was the only collectibles reporter in the galley, so I never fought for inches when there was a story worth covering, which, yeah, okay, didn't happen very often. A feature story every time a new stamp was printed, fluff pieces on idiotic musclehead car shows on Coney Island, the occasional actual news coverage of a rare coin heist. God, at least those were engaging. The comic cons, they were the worst. All those fat nerds dressed up in latex and slobbering over Lucy Lawless. Let's just say it wasn't the investigative life I'd fantasized about at J-School. The beat did give me an opportunity or two, though. The editorial powers that be noticed my knowledge of antique pennies when they needed a new angle on the Peruvian copper mine disaster a few years back. Remember that? I'd written a story, an admittedly mediocre story, about the potential impact on the penny, but that story had led to some really good inside info about the mine collapse itself, and when the rumors started flying that maybe the owner had set charges to bring down the mine, guess who they wanted to go investigate? Me! Well, me and 3 other writers and 2 interns, but whatever, I was one of them. They even flew me to Peru. Can you believe that? To some jungle village, and I had a translator, a photographer, the whole shebang. I'd written one hell of a piece on the disaster. One hell of a piece. I'd actually gotten a source to confirm that the owner was a documented shyster and amateur explosives enthusiast. It was a hell of a piece. Maybe you guys read it? Patrick and Ben shook their heads. Oh, well, it was practically nominated for a Peabody. God damn that Tilly. But anyway, most stories weren't like that. Most were about obsessive introverts who couldn't give quotes for shit. Still, it was the Post. It's not like I was working for some art house basement press in the Bronx. Journalism was a tough nut to crack, and I cracked it. Maybe not wide open, but a little around the edge. With hard work and determination and blah, 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 I'd be hitting the editorial desk by middle age. Not too shabby. Then M-Day happened, and, of course, everything changed. Of course. Of course. Of course. I was in the newsroom when word of the flying monkeys started zipping around the office. At first, we thought it was another stupid, baseless terrorism threat. Oh my God, we're bombing you, America, blah, blah, blah. And no one really paid much attention. We got those calls all the time. But just after 3 o'clock, Jimmy Wilson, this old connected pro, received confirmation from a source in Washington. Confirmation is a word you didn't just use in the newsroom. There was an attack coming, and worst of all, it wasn't just imminent, it was literally happening at that moment. There were airborne missiles on their way. So we did what everyone else probably did. We lost our shit. Patrick raised his hand. I lost my shit. Ben nodded. I scattered my shit all over the place. There's no shame in lost shit. Please continue. Well, someone flipped the main newsroom monitor to force feed. It's the Armed Forces data and information feed. This pretty direct broadcast of info from joint military chiefs, right? They only used it to transmit information about national safety, but it was so damned censored, we usually didn't bother with it. I'd actually never seen it live before. The last time they turned it on was 9/11. I was still in Iowa then. It came through now, though. They broadcast this huge mess of info. We couldn't believe it. The sat video feed was literally full of these streaking white lines. Tens of thousands of missiles screaming through the air on their way to the U.S., all launched from Jamaica. Fucking Jamaica! Everyone knew it had to be a mistake, right? Some anonymous hackers playing hell with the live stream? No one had expected Jamaica to funnel its tourism funds into chemical weapons research and development, and Christ, the sheer number of missiles! After everything was over, I talked to this one guy, this uptight military analyst. Kind of a jackass. But anyway, he said Jamaica's biological warfare program must have been initiated in 63 or 64, right after they won their independence. How they found the resources to build a world-ending arsenal of chemical weapons, where they stored them, how they kept them secret, hell, why in God's name they designed them to look like fucking monkeys, who knows? No one knew anything. We just couldn't believe it. The Post building didn't take a monkey, but I saw one slam into Rockefeller. They were small. I don't think many people remember that. Did you guys see any? Up close, I mean. They both shook their heads. Not really, Patrick said. I didn't know what was happening till the rockets had hit, and our building was clean. They were these small little rockets, so it's not like they took entire buildings down, obviously. The one I saw ripped a hole in the rock big enough to drive a dump truck through, but it's not like the city was going to get leveled. So we're watching, just totally open-mouthed, and this rocket slams into the side and we're all scared shitless, and no one thinks, hey, I should duck and cover. But we should have, 'cause shit, they could have been nuclear for all we knew. Not that ducking and covering would have helped much then anyway, but still. You'd think that would be your reaction, right? But we just watched, and when it hit the building, that giant yellow cloud just exploded right out of it. We thought it was fire smoke, 'cause fire makes yellow smoke, right? Yeah, I know, real brilliant, but we didn't know what to think. And rockets were screaming across the sky. You could hear them slamming into buildings all down Fifth Avenue. Once we heard this massive shattering sound, like someone had just broken a window over our heads. I think that was Times Square. Then the yellow clouds were everywhere, thick and bright and weird, like a nuclear big bird was molting dust. So weird. Then it was in our ventilation system and the whole newsroom was covered in monkey dust. I should have been terrified. I don't know why I wasn't. I guess it was more confusing than anything. What did I know about chemical warfare? I mean, I know it now. You see a puff of weird-colored dust puff out from a bomb, you get the bejesus out of Dodge. But back then I remember thinking, this is so weird. Like I was numb, you know? I was covered in this dust and I sneezed a few times, but otherwise I was fine. What the hell, right? Remember how no one screamed? From the monkey dust, I mean. People screamed their damn heads off when the bombs came, or just out of sheer confusion. Manhattan was a fucking nightmare. Cars piling up in the streets, and 8 million people jamming the sidewalks. It was trash day in Midtown, too, so you had all these people walled in by garbage bags trying to shove their way through. I saw it all from the window. There was this one woman who got trapped under a garbage avalanche. I don't know if she got smothered or if the dust got her, but she didn't get up. It was awful, she said. She paused, chewing on her bottom lip. What was I talking about? Screaming, Ben said, specifically the lack thereof. Oh, screaming, yeah. Remember that? I guess the chemical ate through the vocal cords too quickly. It all acted so fast. So I'm standing at the window watching the chaos outside, just in total awe, you know? I didn't notice people around me were dropping dead. They weren't making any noise. It was probably 3 or 4 whole minutes before I turned to say something to my friend Nikki. I'll never forget that. That milky blood goo just pouring out of her nose and her ears, then just out of her pores, all of a sudden, like someone had dumped a bucket of Big Mac sauce on her head. Her eyes, geez, they just popped. And she was clutching her stomach. It got all distended, started sloshing around. What kind of powder liquefies a person's organs? Who would make something like that? It makes me sick just thinking about it. And no one screamed. They just melted. Anyway, later when the smoke cleared, so to speak, not literally of course, there was practically no one left in New York. I mean no one. They say 95% of the U.S. population died as a result from the attacks. In New York, it was easily over 99. Easily. Manhattan was a ghost town. I stayed there for 3 months after M-Day, 3 whole months, and I literally saw 17 other survivors. 17 out of 8 million. I'm sure there were more around the island and holed up in their apartments, but you get the idea. I doubt there were more than a few thousand citywide. Which leads me to my story. I came across it by accident, really. So much had happened and work was the furthest thing from my mind. The entire world had ended. She snapped her fingers. Just like that. Just 90 minutes and it was over. I remember on my way out of the Post building that day, I passed this huge office full of internet servers, and there was smoke just pouring out from under the door. Not monkey dust, legitimate fire smoke. Turns out the superventilating fans actually helped suck the dust into the server room. Brilliant, right? The servers got jammed, overheated, and basically melted just like the people. and the streets were jammed with cars and rubble. There were sticky remains everywhere. You couldn't take a step without having to pull your shoe free of the goo. It was awful. So I wasn't thinking about work, not at all. I joined this little survival camp of 8 other people. I didn't know any of them. We just came across each other, but we figured it was smart to stick together. Hell, we didn't know what was going on, if we were about to be invaded by Jamaicans or attacked by zombies, or who knew what else. Safety in numbers, though, right? So the 9 of us stuck together for a few months. You get in a group of strangers like that, it's not long before you're making the old small talk, old habits, and someone started asking where everyone was from. There was this middle-aged couple, Jan and Harlan. They were from La Crosse, Wisconsin. There was an actress from Baton Rouge, a stockbroker from Sikeston, Missouri, a PR guy from outside Davenport, a musician from Memphis, this woman from Hannibal, Missouri. I'm not sure what she did. Then there was a waitress from Eudora, Arkansas, and I'm from Dubuque. So what, right? It was all polite nods and, oh, I've heard nice things about Baton Rouge. 3 months passed, and I didn't think any more about it till some of us decided to split off and venture out of New York. It was pretty obvious by then that no one was coming to get us. The waitress made some joke about all of us visiting each other in our hometowns when this is all over. It's a stupid idea, but you find encouragement in the dumbest things sometimes. So we all said sure, it's a date. I even scrounged up an atlas from a newsstand and marked the towns. When I was done, we all looked at it. I even had to double-check with everyone about the geography. It was so weird. All 8 towns more or less lined up in a straight vertical line running the length of the Midwest. We were all originally from the same longitude. And I'm like, what are the odds? I set out the next morning, headed I don't know where, west mostly, to try to see if I could make it home. Out of curiosity, I asked everyone I met along the way where they were from, where they were born. They'd tell me, and I'd mark it on the map. St. Louis, New Orleans, Quincy, Cape Girardeau, West Memphis. Every single person I met was from the exactly same vertical line on the map. I mean, geez, look at this thing. She pulled a dirty, torn booklet from her bag and flipped it open to an oft-used page. Small red dots covered the entire Midwest. There's a river of red running from Minneapolis to the Gulf. You guys, I think that every single survivor of the apocalypse was born and raised along the Mississippi River. Oh, come on, Ben said. That's ridiculous. Every single one? Lindsay nodded. Every single one. Patrick turned to the redcap who was still standing at the rear entrance of the car. Say, Chief, where are you from originally? Dakota, Minnesota. I like that. It rhymes. Is it near the Mississippi? The redcap nodded. Patrick slapped the armrest. Proof? Irrefutable proof. We're all from Big Muddy. How does that even make sense? Ben asked. Exactly. And that's the focus of my story. I've spent the last year working my ass off to find one single survivor who didn't grow up within 50 miles of the Mississippi. I've met thousands of people. Thousands. They're all from the river area. The train has been great. I've ridden out to L.A., and there's another operational line there that goes up to Seattle. The farther you get from the Midwest, the less people there are, and all transplants. Patrick looked deep in thought. So what, something in the water made us all immune? Lindsay clapped her hands together in delight. Exactly! It would have had to have been something that made it through the various filtration systems, he said, his eyes starting to come to light. Let me take a look at that map. Lindsay handed it to him, and he traced his finger to the northernmost dot of red. What's this place? That's Maiden Rock, Wisconsin. So the survivors start there, Patrick murmured. Whatever went into the water must have dumped in just upriver. If that really is the northernmost origin of survival, Lindsay pointed out. Who knows how many survivors are out there? I've only met so many. She was testing him, but she couldn't help it. Yeah, but if you go too far, you hit Minneapolis-St. Paul. That's a pretty big metropolis. Odds are, with your sample size, you'd find someone who grew up in that region. She beamed. You know, it took me almost a whole week to reason that out. I mean, it's just a theory, but it makes sense. You could say it holds water, Ben said, grinning. Patrick and Lindsay did not grin. You know, 'cause it's about a river, holds water. Whatever, screw you guys. He took another slug of vodka. Quiet, Ben, the grown-ups are talking. Patrick handed the map back to Lindsay. Have you been up there yet? Yep, last month. What'd you find? Please tell me there's a hunched-over bald man in a black cloak who dumps toxic green waste into the river once a day and periodically gets his ass kicked by a green-mulleted superhero, Patrick said, his fists clenched in excitement. Did you just mash up Smurfs and Captain Planet? Ben asked. I did! You got it! High five! They slapped hands. You guys are so weird, Lindsay observed. She shook her head. Anyway, there are 4 big industrial buildings on the river between Maiden Rock and St. Paul. A plastics factory, an ironworks, a computer hardware factory, and a freakishly large undertaker operation. Ben started. An undertaker operation? What, like a death factory? Sort of. They dumped their bodies in the river? Not bodies, ashes. The cremation chambers emptied into the septic system. Patrick and Ben both stuck their tongues out in disgust. We grew up drinking human body ash water? Ben asked. Oh, that's the least of it. You don't even want to know what I found in La Crosse. How old are they? Patrick asked. Who? The factories. How old are they? I don't know. I guess judging by the looks, I'd say the ironworks and the undertakers have been there the longest. The other 2 seemed relatively newer. Why? If you were finding middle-aged survivors in New York, whatever was pumping our salvation into the river must have been doing it when they were small, decades ago. Have you seen any small children on your travels? Not newborns, but say 3- or 4-year-olds? Yeah, I have, she said. She began to see a few more pieces of the puzzle start to drift together. So, the source of immunity has been dumping steadily for at least the last several decades, which rules out any older factories that went out of operation before M-Day, Patrick finished. Given what we have to go on, it looks like either the ironworks or the undertakers are responsible for immunizing us all. So we're smelted people drinkers, Ben groaned, slumping back in his chair. Lindsay did the same. I wonder what chemicals they use to prepare bodies for cremation, Patrick mused, stroking his chin. Who would have thought? Cannibalism might have saved our lives. 4. Bloom stared out the window at the cold, empty fields, his view curtly blunted by the fog. At sunset, the sickly yellow hue became flushed with bright pink. It was like passing through cotton candy. The train whipped through the smog, sending it swirling off over the stubbly, hard ground as they raced past. The Illinois landscape was a cruel beauty. He gripped the curtain and slid it shut. Bloom spent less and less time in the engine these days. More often than not, there wasn't much point. Horace only handed over the controls when he needed to sleep or shit. He could be a real prick like that. Bloom spent most of his time in the business class car, surrounded by the same 6 or 7 redcaps, his personal coterie. The business car suited him fine. He was actually starting to prefer it over the engine. The seats were comfortable, the company was better, and the bar was only a few steps away. He swirled the whiskey in his glass. The clink of the ice cubes soothed him, helped him focus on the upcoming job. By his estimation, they had just over an hour until the Bloomington Normal station. The job would probably take another 2 hours, and by the time they'd loaded the cargo into the secure car, hell, it'd be after midnight before it was all said and done. So Bloom would need to moderate his drinking. but a couple glasses never hurt anyone. "Who's our contact in Bloomington?" he asked the red cap across the aisle. The lackey had his cap pulled low over his eyes and his legs slung over the armrest, dangling out into the aisle. He grinned his perpetual grin, his sharp teeth flashing in the watery orange interior light. "Man named Sims," he said in his thick southern drawl. "Bradley Sims." "Sims," Bloom repeated slowly and thoughtfully. He sipped from his glass, letting the warm, smoky alcohol evaporate on his tongue. "Have we done business with him before?" Calico shook his head. "Nope. Horace found him. He don't know him, no. Just got connected up with him some ways." This wasn't surprising to Bloom, though he wasn't exactly happy to hear it. Horace liked to act on every tip he got if he thought the train could benefit. Greedy fucker. Except he wasn't the one doing the acting. He left that for Bloom and his men. It was far easier to send others into the darkness than to lead the way yourself. "We'll need the cavalry then. Belaski, you stay here and keep an eye on things. The rest of you will come along. I want everyone fully armed. Let Horace's caps handle the cargo. I want each of you stepping out of here with weapons in hand." The redcaps nodded. Bloom nodded back, surveying them all with his calm, expressionless eyes. "Head back to the cargo hold. Make sure we're all set. Calico, you stay here. The rest of you get moving." The redcaps stood and obediently filed out of the car. Bloom shifted his gaze to the man stretched lazily across the seats in the back. "We've got some things to discuss," he said. Calico flashed his teeth from under the brim of his cap. It was full dark by the time they reached the first station. Patrick had dozed off, but the sudden jerking halt of the train shook him awake. Pizza?" he asked, rubbing his sleepy eyes. He looked around and remembered where he was. No pizza," he said sadly. He stretched his arms back over his head and yawned hugely. He cracked his neck with a few quick flicks of his head. Through his slowly focusing eyes, he saw Ben standing at a window a few rows down. "What's going on?" he asked. "Station stop," said Lindsay from the other end of the car. "Horace is talking to a sad-looking guy with a beard," Ben explained. He could do without the sadness, but he secretly yearned for a beard of such wonderful proportions. "That's Bloom," Lindsay said, "the assistant conductor." Patrick joined them on the other side. He peered down through the windows and gasped, "Campfires!" He pressed his hands and face against the glass. 6 low fires burned brightly against the inky darkness. It had been ages since he'd seen a controlled fire. "Ben, quick, grab some chili and meet me outside. Bring ghost stories." He tripped over his own feet scrambling out of the seats and sprawled into the aisle. "Ow!" he whined. "Pat, you might not want to go out there." "Of course I want to go out there. They have fires. You know I love a good fire, Ben. You know that." "Yeah, but look who's sitting around those fires." Patrick glowered. He had a strong foreboding that Ben was about to ruin fires for him in a big way. He edged his way back over a pair of seats to a window and looked more closely down at the flames. He gasped again. "Oh, my God," he breathed. "Hippies." "Lots of hippies," Ben corrected. Patrick turned from the disgusting sight and slumped back against the glass. "Why did there have to be hippies?" he mourned. Lindsay rolled her eyes. "They're not hippies. They're just really dirty college students." Ben started. "Oh, God, it's even worse than I thought." Lindsay just shook her head and disappeared down the steps and onto the platform. When she was gone, he looked over at Patrick. "What do you think?" Patrick weighed his options. On the one hand, he hated both hippies and smug college students, especially the dirty ones. They smelled like sweat, patchouli, and constant disappointment. On the other hand, he really loved fires, possibly more than he hated hippies and college students, and he suddenly remembered that he hadn't eaten since the snack pack that morning. His distaste for opinionated young gadabouts was a matter of preference, but his need for hot chili was bordering on survival necessity. He begrudgingly kowtowed to rule number 1: survive. "I guess we go out there," he said miserably, "'cause I don't think they're going to let us start a fire in the train. But I tell thee this, Benjamin Judith Fogelvy, I am taking my machete, and if I hear one of them, just one of them, complain about the 1%, so help me, I will butcher those hippies like it was Mercenary Christmas." Mercenary Christmas was the title of the video game he and Ben had developed a few years earlier. Neither of them was a video game developer. Thus far, it was a concept-only piece. "Fine, but remember, this is your idea. If they dreadlock my hair and make me play hacky sack, I'm holding you responsible, and I will personally urinate in your food." Ben crossed his arms. He'd done it before. He'll do it again. "You don't have any hair to dreadlock," Patrick pointed out. Ben scowled. "Don't play dumb with me, Patrick Dean," he warned. "Don't you dare." They each grabbed a can of chili from Ben's pack. Ben armed himself with the bat. He gave it a few practice swings, preparing himself just in case. Patrick swiped the can opener from his own bag and slung the machete over his back. On his way toward the exit, he glanced back out the window and did a quick head count of all the dirty hippies mellowing around the fires. Holy Lord, they outnumber the redcaps. He ran back to his bag and pulled out the hammer and the baton and tossed the knife to Ben. "Can't be too careful," he said. Then they lowered themselves from the train car and ventured forth among the unclean. There was something coldly beautiful about an abandoned college campus. The silent, stately architecture, the ghostly statues, the open quad littered with trash and debris, but largely unmarked by human tread. When full of hormonal teenagers, a university was a ludicrous place, a hovel of fornication and desperation. Institutions of higher learning ought to be revered as hallowed Bethels. Instead, they became little more than expansive toilets for lazy, drug-addled children of privilege. It was precisely this saturation of immoral self-indulgence that drove Bloom from formal education so many years ago. University life had deteriorated the university, but now, with scores of college students scoured from the earth, academic institutions had regained some aspect of their stolen grandeur. One could actually learn in this place, Bloom thought, striding purposefully across the Illinois State University campus. But then again, what was there left to learn? They crossed the quad, Calico at the point, Bloom's remaining 6 redcaps fanned out behind him, weapons brandished. They formed a well-armed wedge around Bloom and Horace's redcaps, Lewis and Stevens, who struggled with a rolling cart tied down with piles of books. The wheels kept rolling off the paved path into the soft earth. The ground was still slick with the stubborn coating of melted bodies, even after all these years. "That's DeGarmo straight ahead," said one of Bloom's lot, a promising new recruit named Hammock. "Yes, the sign was a dead giveaway," said Bloom dryly. "Promising, but not quite there." DeGarmo Hall loomed above them, an unassuming block of a building. 4 brick pillars served as the building's 4 corners, supporting what had once been solid walls of glass. Most of the panes had been shattered, and DeGarmo looked more like an oversized pavilion than an academic building. A fire flickered inside, throwing long shadows that pricked at the quad. Calico gave the signal to halt, and the party stopped and listened. The only sound was the occasional pop of the fire. Calico turned to Bloom. "How you want to handle this, boss?" He grinned. "Hammock and Ryan, you stay outside. Guard the entrance. Lewis, Stevens, keep the books out here until we give you the okay. The rest of us go in, staggered. Understand?" There were nods all around. "The man we're meeting is named Bradley Sims. It should be a straight transaction, but we don't know anything about him. Be on your guard." Bloom pulled his saber from the scabbard at his waist. The long, curved blade glowed orange with firelight. "Let's go." They stepped cautiously into the building. Blackened metal bookshelves littered the ground, covering piles of charred, paperless spines and mounds of ashes. They crunched over the burned rubble toward the fire that crackled in the center of the room. A solitary man sat before it, the flames reflecting brightly off his round glasses. He had thinning brown hair, but a boyish face despite, or perhaps because of, the uneven stubble that sprouted under his cheeks. He wore what appeared to be pressed corduroy pants and a white-collared shirt under a dark quarter-zip sweater. He turned and stood at the sound of their approach. "Mr. Bloom, I presume?" he asked, his enunciation crisp, his tone mellow. "Sims?" Bloom asked. "Professor Sims, yes. Please have a seat. Join me." He indicated a circular clearing around the fire. "We'll stand," Calico said, his sharp teeth flashing in the firelight. He tapped his bludgeon against his thigh, to the tune of Camptown races, if Bloom wasn't mistaken. "If you'd rather. You brought my books?" "They're outside," said Bloom. "And you have our weapons?" "Of course. Could I see the books, then?" Bloom didn't take the man to be much of a threat. He was skinny, and he didn't appear to be armed, which was ironic given the number of weapons he was trading for the books. "Are you alone?" "Blissfully so," Sims mused. "There's a small group of janitors who sometimes hole up in the recreation building, but if you didn't pass anyone on the quad, then I'm the only one for several hundred yards. As requested," he added sharply, "which is more than I can say for you and your armed guard." "Hold up your end of the deal and it won't matter how many we are," Bloom said simply. Sims seemed to be growing uneasy. "Show me the books, please." Bloom turned and signaled toward the door. He sent Hammock back to clear a path through the fallen bookshelves. Metal scraped metal as he heaved the twisted wrecks out of the way. Lewis and Stevens struggled with the wheels to get them to move through the piles of ash. "What happened to this place?" Bloom asked as his men fought with the cart. "Yeah," said Calico with a leer. "You like books so much you shouldn't burn 'em." Sims glowered. The library was sacked by students after M-Day. Ungrateful Philistines. They took some sort of perverse pleasure in destroying the books they'd been required to read during their time here. This library once held more than 500,000 books. Less than 30 survived the fire intact. "And you sleep in the ashes." Calico smiled under his cap. Sims turned his sharp eyes on Bloom's second-in-command. "I do not, but it seemed a fitting place to make the exchange." "A fitting place would have smooth floors," Bloom said, as Lewis and Stevens rolled the cart to a stop behind him, sucking air. Sims seemed not to hear him. He rubbed his hands together as he stepped forward to examine the books. He ran his finger down the spines of each stack. Krashevsky, Judson, Updike, Dumas, Spinoza, he read, his voice now calm. An eclectic collection, at least. Bloom raised his eyes to Calico. "Weapons?" Calico said. "Yes, of course, of course." Sims mumbled, leafing through a small hardcover. "Right over there, under that shelf," he directed with a nod. Calico crossed to a bookshelf lying flat on its face. With a surprisingly graceful strength, he tossed the metal structure off to the side, revealing a small arsenal. Bloom sheathed his saber and stepped in to examine the weapons. They were old, some probably even older than this great state of Illinois. There were heavy wooden clubs worn in at the grip, spears fitted with hand-cut arrowheads, and over a dozen hatchets and tomahawks with chipped blades. This is everything? It's all that's left of the museum's collection. I trust they're up to your high standards, Sims said. They're good enough for the Indians, they're good enough for us, Calico said, picking up a tomahawk. He chopped it through the air. It'll do, he grinned. Bloom nodded at his redcaps. Load them. They loosed the knots and unpacked the stacks of books from the cart, tossing them carelessly in a heap despite Sim's loud and angry protestations. Then they gathered up the weapons, tossed them onto the platform, and tied them down. Let me ask you a question, Calico said. He lifted the brim of his cap, and even in the darkness Bloom could see the grave distinction between his crystal blue left eye and his dark brown right. So could Sims. He blanched when he saw the unnerving discoloration. Calico showed his teeth and flipped the tomahawk in his hand. Why are you giving up these weapons? These days most people would kill for a blade like this, he said. Sims lifted his chin in a show of calm superiority despite his sudden pallor. The sharpest weapon in the world is no match for a sharp mind, he answered, hugging a book to his chest with one hand and tapping his forehead with the other. Oh, I don't know if that's true, said Bloom. In one fluid motion he slid the saber from the scabbard and slashed it through the air. A thin red line appeared across Sim's neck. His eyes widened in shock. The cut split open and a thick spray of blood burst from his throat, black and steaming in the cold night. His lips worked soundlessly. Blood gushed as he crumpled to his knees. His eyes rolled up in their sockets, and he collapsed face first into a pile of ashes. "Jesus, Bloom!" Lewis cried. "What did you do?" Bloom stepped forward and wiped the blade clean on Sim's sweater. I didn't have a choice. He attacked me. He slid the blade back into the scabbard and turned to face Horace's redcaps. Then his men attacked you. Calico moved like lightning. He leapt into the air, ramped off a fallen bookshelf, and brought the tomahawk down on the crown of Lewis's head. It split the cap and buried deep into his skull with a soft thunk. In the same motion, he whirled around to the cart and slipped a heavy club from beneath the ropes. He spun back, club held high, and brought it down hard into Stevens's cheekbone. The redcap screamed in pain and crumpled to the ground, legs thrashing, hands covering the gushing wound on his face. Calico stood over him, grinning, and took the club in both hands. He raised it high over his head, then smashed it down on Stevens's face again and again. After the third swing, Stevens stopped screaming. Calico pounded the man's broken hands into his own sinus cavity, gore and chunks of bone shooting through the air and sticking to the wooden club. With a final blow, he caved in Stevens's forehead, sending brain matter squelching out of the eye sockets. Calico stood up, tall, covered in blood, breathing heavily and smiling. "Weapons win," he said with a wink. Bloom signaled to Hammock. "Stay here. Secure the campus. Start with the recreation building." Hammock beamed at the honor. "Yes, sir. What do we do with the books?" Bloom lowered his calm gaze to the little pile. "Burn them." Ben felt pretty damn good. He had a full can of chili and almost a third of a bottle of vodka in his belly, and between the hot food, the booze, and the fire, he was warm inside and out for the first time in years. The company wasn't so bad either. Lindsay was right. The hippies weren't really that hippie-ish, mostly just even-tempered college kids. No one seemed interested in discussing their favorite obscure Swedish indie band, and not a single one of them owned a hacky sack. They'd dodged a bullet there. A few of the kids at their fire were actually pretty funny, and it was nice to be outside looking up at where the stars would be if they could see through the fog. Even a dark haze was better than the stucco condo ceiling. The air outside was fresh by post-apocalyptic standards, and the way people laughed and told stories around the fire Hell, it was almost like old times. Just a few square miles from normal. His face still hurt like a mother despite the alcohol, and he was still going to kick Patrick squarely in the balls as soon as he got a clear shot. But all in all, things were good. The kids around their fire called it a night. They wished the travelers well, then scooted out into the darkness toward the campus. Ben passed the vodka to Patrick, who took a long swig. He was turning red in the cheeks, a good sign that he'd had almost enough to start making a fool out of himself. That made Ben happy, too. No one made a drunken fool out of himself like Patrick made a drunken fool out of himself. Patrick turned to hand the bottle to Lindsay, but she was suddenly gone. "Hey, where'd she go?" he asked. "She's over there talking to the Ruby Slipper Gang," he said, pointing to a group of girls around the fire, each one of whom wore her hair in braided pigtails. "Man," Patrick said, blinking hard, "she talks a lot." Ben nodded vigorously. "Yeah, she does. I thought journalists were supposed to be good at listening." "I know, right? I mean, don't get me wrong, she's totally nice." Patrick tipped back the bottle, then handed it to Ben. "Oh, yeah, sure, no, she's nice," Ben agreed wholeheartedly. "I just don't really want her to talk anymore." "Is that a mean thing to say?" No, Patrick said. "It's the right thing to say. You know why? You know why? 'Cause it's the truth, and the truth is always right." "Yeah," Ben slurred, "we're right." He gazed thoughtfully into the fire, blowing across the mouth of the bottle. The low whoo carried across the platform. Someone with another bottle at another fire answered with a higher-pitched whoo. Ben raised the bottle to toast his new friend. "The Redcaps seem to like her," he observed. "Who?" "The Redcaps." "No, they seem to like who." "Whom?" Patrick sighed. "They seem to like whom?" "Lindsay." "Ah!" Patrick slapped his knees with his hands. "Yes, they do. You know why? Because she is a female who does not ignore them. That's a Redcap's kryptonite." Ben pondered this for a moment. "That sounds like my kryptonite," he said. "It's all men's kryptonite," Pat admitted. "If it looks like a woman, and smells like a woman, and talks like a woman, and is a woman, we like getting attention from it. Until we get too much attention from it," Ben added. "Yes, there's a fine line there. Not many women can walk it." "I should date a tightrope walker," Ben mused. "That would be stupid hot." "Are you sure you're not thinking about a contortionist?" Patrick asked, squinting into the fire. "That's the hot kind of circus performer. Tightrope walkers are just regular people who can walk a straight line. They're like sober versions of me. But contortionists, ooh-wee." "What do you think it would be like to date a fire eater?" Ben asked. "Do you think she would taste like gasoline?" Patrick squinted at his friend. "Why would she taste like gasoline?" "Because that's what they put in their mouths, to spit fire." "Wow, no. That is extremely wrong. Extremely wrong. Gasoline is definitely not what they use." "Yes, it is," Ben insisted. "It's flammable." "Yes, it is flammable. Highly flammable. If they put gasoline in their mouths and spit it onto fire, their heads would literally explode. They use paraffin." "How do you know that?" "How do I know that?" He frowned. "Oh, I learned it in Coney Island at the freak show." "I want to go to Coney Island," Ben complained. "No, you don't. No one wants to go to Coney Island." "Well, whatever. Do you think she'd taste like paraffin?" "You mean in the mouth, or—" "Yes, you moron, obviously in the mouth," Ben said. "Unless—" He sat back and sipped thoughtfully. Patrick shrugged. "She probably would. Unless you kissed her while she was spitting fire, then it would still taste like paraffin, but really spicy paraffin. Ben snickered. He didn't know why that was so funny. It was probably one of Patrick's least funny jokes, and the man told a lot of unfunny jokes. Still, Ben laughed. It just felt so good to be sitting outside drinking by a fire. It reminded him of grade school. "Why do they let her move throughout the train?" he asked. "Who, the contortionist?" Patrick made grabby hands for the bottle. "Bemmy." Ben obliged him. "No, Lindsay. How come she gets to move around and we don't?" "I don't know, Benny boy, but I tell you what, that train car is boring." Ben nodded. The train car was boring. He was glad they were only taking it as far as St. Louis. He wasn't sure exactly how they were going to transport themselves the rest of the way to Orlando, but he was glad it wouldn't be in the train. "Last time I rode Amtrak, they let you move around all you want," Patrick said. "This new Amtrak is bullshit. No food service? Really? I demand my microwave cheeseburger in a bag," he cried, stomping his foot. A few kids from the other fires glanced their way, concerned. Patrick smiled and waved to them. He pointed to the bottle, then made the universal hand sign for, "Oh, it's fine." Ben picked up a twig from the nearby woodpile and held it into the fire. When the tip caught, he pulled it out, blew out the flame, and waved the ember-tipped stick through the air, making streaking light patterns in the darkness. "It's weird that we can't move around. Do you think they're hiding something from us?" Patrick crossed his legs and leaned forward. "I'm glad you asked. The thought has crossed my mind. Exhibit A. Did you see the load of books those Caps carted off when we stopped? Where did those books come from?" Ben shrugged. "I'll tell you where. They came from that train." He pointed dramatically to the engine behind them. "Do you know what that means?" Ben thought hard. The edges of his brain were starting to go soft, and reasoning was becoming a chore. "Amtrak employees are really well-read?" "No." "Well, maybe. Yes. Possibly. Also, one of these cars is being used to store things, wonderful things like books, and who knows what else." Ben beckoned for the bottle. "What's your point?" Patrick threw up his hands in exasperation. "My point is, our fearless leader has a car full of treasure, and he's actively trying to keep us away from it. And if spending several years as a child who anticipated Christmas taught me anything, it's that if someone's trying to keep you out of a storage closet, it's because there's a wonderful present inside." Ben sat up straight. "You think they have something wonderful inside?" "I do," Patrick said smugly, crossing his arms. "Like a helicopter or something?" "Well, not that wonderful. Something a little more modestly sized." "What do you think it is?" "I have no idea, but I think we've earned the right to find out." Ben took a sip and realized that he thought they should find out too. It wasn't fair their being quarantined to the one-rail car when literally everyone else on the train got to roam around as they liked. Even Lindsay. Why did she get to visit the storage car? She was a journalist, someone whose career was built upon being nosy and pushy and expository. But she could be trusted with the storage car and they couldn't? Absurd! It had to be an oversight. He said as much to Patrick. "Maybe we should just ask Horace if we can look around." "No way." Patrick shook his head so hard it practically fell off. "That's a sure way to make him think that we want to take a look around." Ben was confused. "I know. That's what I'm saying. If he knows we want to look around, maybe he'll let us look around." "No, you clod. If he knows we want to look around, then he'll try even harder to make sure we don't look around. We'll have a full-on red cap army guarding our seats. Is that what you want? To bring the entire Red Army into our car? To ride to St. Louis in the communist country of train cars? Ben had to admit that nothing about that sounded particularly fun. He was having trouble remembering specifics about communists at the moment, but he had a vague recollection that they wore military lapels and beat people about the face with large automatic weapons. "No," he said. "I guess not." Patrick closed his eyes and tipped his round head back. With his legs crossed and his thin hands on his bony knees, he looked like a disproportionate yogi searching for enlightenment. He inhaled deeply. In doing so, he sucked down a lungful of wood smoke and convulsed into a fit of coughing and choking. Ben jumped up and started whapping him on the back. Patrick's face turned bright red. His eyes streamed water. He pointed to the bottle of vodka. Ben handed it to him. He took a huge gulp and stopped coughing immediately. Lindsay craned her neck from across the platform and looked over with a combination of concern and pity. Patrick gave her the thumbs up. "Jesus, are you okay?" Ben asked. Patrick wiped his eyes with his sleeve. "I'm more than okay, Ben. I just had a spirit vision." Ben looked around. He didn't see any spirits. "What, just now?" Patrick nodded. "It came to me in the smoke. It was the spirit of the Illinois." "The state?" "The culture." "Did he smell like corn?" "She, Ben. It was a she." "Did she smell like corn?" "No, she did not. She smelled like glory." "What did she say?" "She told me that the last car there is the storage car, and that within there are great wonders to behold. She told me I would see inside the car because it was my destiny. And she told me how I would do it." Ben had to admit he was impressed. "She said all that?" "Yes." "So, how do you do it?" "First, we get our hands on that cooking oil in the engine. You'll need it to create a diversion." Horace flipped the page on his clipboard and continued down the list. 7 4-ounce containers of salt. Check. 2 cases of 20-ounce red Solo brand plastic cups. Check. 5 walkie-talkies, sans batteries. Check. 57 packets of DeKalb corn seed. He counted 54. He counted a second time and got 55. He counted a third time. 55. He counted a fourth time. Satisfied, he made 2 red marks next to the line item on his sheet. Hopefully the 2 missing packets had slipped off the shelves at a lurch. He'd check when he was done with the inventory. If he couldn't find them, they'd have a roundup in Springfield, and that would put the train behind schedule. He moved to the next shelf. 15 used pocket knives, varying sizes and conditions. Check. 1 coil of wire 7 feet long. The coil was present, but there was no way to measure its length without unspooling it. He picked it up and examined the tip. It showed a clean cut and was still black from where he'd burned it when he first entered it into the list. If someone had snipped off a length, he had done so with a sharp pair of wire cutters, the likes of which didn't exist on the train as far as Horace knew, and had duplicated the burn mark, something almost no one would even think to check for in the first place. The odds of it happening were slim. Satisfied, he scribbled a check mark on the list. Horace enjoyed doing inventory. It calmed him. He didn't need to think in order to check their stores, and that lack of mental machination was exactly what he needed right now. Because if he started thinking, he would think about his frustration with Bloom, and the more he thought about his frustration with Bloom, the more likely he would be to blow up at him in front of the men when he returned. And one thing a conductor does not do is belittle his assistant conductor in front of his redcaps. He and Bloom would have a calm, civilized, and most importantly, private chat when he returned. Horace checked his watch. Bloom and his men should have been back 20 minutes ago. It was a simple exchange, and the campus practically bordered the train station. His temper flared. He took 5 deep breaths, his heavy exhales fluttering the handles of his mustache. He still had a little over 10 minutes before Bloom's inattention to time would put them behind schedule. With time to load the new weapons, gather the passengers, secure the train, and fire the engine, they would be cutting it close. They could probably make up some time on the way, but you never knew what was waiting for you on the tracks these days. Not having a safety cushion annoyed him to no end. He moved on to the next shelving unit, standing on the tips of his toes in order to peer over the top shelf. He continued marking his marks, but found himself idly wondering about the new passenger's progress on the hydraulic battering ram. He'd hoped to sit down with the young man and have a chat during this stop, but he was so irritated by the argument he'd had with Bloom before he and his men headed to the campus that he decided to do an inventory instead. It was in need of doing anyway, especially if there were 2 seed packs missing. He'd grab a few minutes with Patrick. Was that his name, Patrick? During the Springfield station stop, if they could still afford a Springfield station stop. He finished the inventory quickly and methodically. He hung the clipboard on the hook by the front car entrance, then he returned to the middle row of shelves and lowered himself to all fours. He peered under the shelf but could see nothing in the darkness. He stuck his hand underneath it and wiped it along the floor, brushing away grit and dust bunnies and... there. He slid the 2 rogue seed packets out and replaced them on their rightful shelf. He walked back to the list by the door and scratched out the 2 marks next to the seed entry. Satisfied, he crossed to the back of the car where his cap rested on the stack of milk crates that served as his desk. He pulled out his watch once again and checked the time. His insides boiled, but he fought to retain his calm. One of the men might be watching him from the platform. But Bloom was far past the point of unacceptable tardiness. Horace had half a mind to leave him behind, him and his entire entourage, the handful of redcaps that followed him like puppies wherever he went. He didn't trust them, not a whip, and especially not that calico. The devil's eye, his grandmother would have called his ocular condition. When he was a boy, Horace's Nana kept goats on her farm, and one of them had the same mismatched irises. The devil's eye, she'd said, a demon incarnate. The goat had seemed calm enough, but Horace could see more than a bit of the devil's work in calico. Oh, he had half a mind to leave them behind, all right. He might do it, too, leave them all here to rot, if it weren't for Lewis and Stevens. They were good men, loyal to the train, and he wouldn't leave them to the same fate. Besides, for all his thoughtlessness, Bloom was a capable assistant conductor. The train was safe in his hands as long as Horace was around to keep an eye on him. He'd have a hell of a time replacing him from the current stock of redcaps. Not that they weren't able workers, but there was no conductor spirit about any of them. Wouldn't hurt to start looking for a man to groom, though, he thought, staring at his watch, just in case. He picked up his cap and fitted it snugly on his head. He checked his reflection in the mirror and straightened the brim. He was just about to button up and head back outside to prepare the platform crew for departure when a sudden spark of light flickered in the dead cornfield outside the window. The spark instantly roared into a full-fledged fire that spread across the stubbled ground with lightning speed. The flames flared into a billowing wall of orange and yellow heat that engulfed the entire window. The flames were close enough to the train car that he could already feel the window warming under his fingertips. He stared dumbfounded at the roaring fire for almost 10 full seconds before one tiny sentence clicked in his head. The cooking oil! Uncontrolled fire was always a serious threat to the train. There was enough diesel fuel in the engine to blow the thing to pieces. That was why the supply car was the last car, out of range of any serious explosions that might flare up front. But now there were 25 sealed barrels of combustible cooking oil in the supply car. If the fire got close enough to heat the fuel to its flash point, all their cargo, the entire train, Christ, the entire station, would go up in flames. He didn't know the combustible temperature of cooking oil, but he sure as goddamn wasn't going to sit here and find out. He hustled to the door, glancing off the corner of a shelving unit in his rush. He paused between the cars and assessed the fire. It wasn't as close to the train as it had seemed from inside the car. That was good. But a stiff wind could change that in a second. If he could pull the train up a few hundred yards, they'd clear the danger zone enough to buy them the time they'd need to get everyone on board and lock up the train. Damn it, Bloom, where are you? He was just about to hop down from the cars and run to the engine when something snagged in his brain, something about the way the fire had grown. He looked out again, more closely. The flames had spread in a straight wall parallel to the train tracks, but now, looking carefully, he could clearly see breaks in the wall. Every 50 feet or so, the flames disappeared for a few feet, then started back up again, stretching another 50 feet. He could also see several lines of flames shooting back west, almost perfectly perpendicular to the main wall before him. But the field wasn't completely engulfed in flame. The fire was burning in high, wild, but controlled lines. Horace's eyes narrowed behind his lenses. He turned and climbed up the metal footholds stamped into the outside of the car. He pulled his way up to the roof of the train, cursing his poor physical condition. He scrambled to his feet when he reached the top and turned to look out over the field. He was right. The fire was controlled. Extremely controlled. Below him, spelled out in walls of fire 8 feet high and stretching the length of an entire football field, was the word hell. Patrick watched the conductor's feet disappear over the top of the train car. He looked around to make sure no one was watching. There were people everywhere, but they were all in such a panic over the fire, no one was paying him any attention. Redcaps and college students alike ran around calling for water and shouting orders and expletives at each other. Well done, Benny boy, well done. He leapt up onto the coupler and slipped into the last car. He quietly slid the door shut behind him, testing it to make sure he wasn't locking himself in. Satisfied, he brushed his hands together and smiled confidently. James effing Bond. "Ooh-wee," he said, giving a low whistle as he walked through the car. It was built like the other passenger cars, but the inside carried some serious modifications. The seats had all been removed and replaced with stacks and stacks of metal shelving units, which lined both sides of the aisle. They were bolted firmly into place at the floor, the ceiling, and the outer walls. Patrick grabbed the edge of one and shook it with all his might. The metal didn't budge. The shelves were all labeled on the aisle side like library stacks, A to K on the left, L to V on the right. Each unit held 6 shelves, and each shelf was divided into 2 compartments. Each compartment was numbered 1 through 12. He inspected the shelves immediately to his right, M1 through M12, and instantly realized why Horace didn't want them traipsing around the train. The M shelves were loaded with cases of alcohol. On further inspection, he found that the same was true for shelves N, O, and P. They were crammed full of booze. The cases were separated neatly according to type and, in some instances, subdivided by brand. He let his eyes wander over the shelves, involuntarily emitting soft, dreamy sighs as he reached out and touched sealed cases of Johnnie Walker Black, Johnnie Walker Red, Buffalo Trace, Bullet, Early Times, Knob Creek, Goslings, Captain Morgan, Belvedere, Three Olives, Beefeater, Smirnoff, Bombay Sapphire, Sauza, 1800, Casa Noble. He stopped when he felt his eyes getting wet. He scrubbed at them with the hem of his shirt, embarrassed to be getting so emotional over liquor. It's not even that he wanted it that badly, though he did want it all pretty badly, but he was just so glad a stash like this existed. Regardless of who would enjoy them, there were completely full, unbroken, unsmashed, unopened bottles of quality alcohol in this post-apocalyptic shithole of a country, and damn it, that was worth a tear or two. Just then a loud, panicked voice floated past the car, and Patrick realized that he was standing right in front of a window. "Cripes!" he said, diving to the floor. So much for James effing Bond. More like Mr. effing Magoo. He lay still on the floor, his ear pressed against a heap of hard dirt crystals. He screwed up his mouth in disgust. It was official. Vodka still didn't make him any smarter. But hey, it had gotten him into worse scrapes, hadn't it? He pushed himself slowly off the floor and crouched under the window. He peeked out through the bottom corner. He was facing the platform opposite the fire, and he guessed most of the people who had been sitting there around their friendly little fires had amscrayed around the train to watch the huge, terrifying, dangerously exciting fire on the other side. The platform was almost empty, save for a small group of redcaps approaching from the north. He shied away from the window and whispered, "Shh," to no one in particular. He deduced that these redcaps were Bloom's men, mostly because he saw Bloom bringing up the rear. One of them was pulling the cart, now full of sticks and axes instead of books. Patrick began to turn back to the shelves when one of the redcaps stepped into the light of a campfire. His white shirt was covered in blood. From the way he carried himself, it wasn't his own. And was Patrick misremembering? Or was the party smaller now than it was when they left? The vodka made his memory cottony, but he was pretty sure there should be more men out there. Something had happened on the campus. It probably had something to do with hippies. By the time he realized they were about to enter his car, they were already climbing the stairs. He cursed under his breath and dove across the aisle. The rows were darker on that side of the train, if only slightly. He kept himself low to the ground and disappeared as far into the shadows as the space would allow. One of the redcaps entered just as Patrick pulled his legs up under his chin. "Let's get them things stowed before that fire takes flight," the man said. Patrick heard a scraping sound and several grunts. A second man was bringing up an armful of weapons. Patrick squeezed a hand over his mouth to keep his breathing quiet. The two men walked past his row without looking in. They walked down to row H. Patrick could just make out their movements through the spaces in the shelving units. "Put 'em there for now," the first cap said. "We'll inventory later. Between that fire and the clock, Horace is like to shit." The second cap dropped the clubs and axes to the ground. There was a shuffling sound, then the first cap said, "Leave it. We're pulling out." They walked back to the door, passing Patrick once again without so much as a hesitation, and closed the door behind them. Patrick exhaled. "Thank God. Now I can get back to breaking and entering." He took stock of the shelves around him. They seemed to contain quite the melange of cargo. Some of the items were impossible to make out in the dark, but he definitely recognized a bag of clothespins, half a dozen jars of either jelly or candle wax, a box of University of Miami, Ohio apparel, a first aid kit, an antique mantel clock, a fax machine, 3 blenders, a black bearskin rug, and... Holy shit, was that a flamethrower? "This place is the world's best, crappiest flea market on wheels," he muttered. He got to his feet and explored the rest of the car. Most of the shelves contained items that made sense: stores of food, bottled water, handheld weapons, maps. But he couldn't figure out why on earth they were traveling with a Smurfs movie poster, or why a St. Alphonsus 1987 yearbook inhabited a place of apparent honor just one shelf above the red wine. Then, of course, there were the barrels of oil, 25 sealed drums that the caps had somehow crammed into the back corner of the car. There were no shelves for the last 20 feet or so, just 2 restrooms and a stack of milk crates bolted to the floor in front of the only pair of seats left in the whole car. The cooking oil barrels filled both bathrooms and almost all of the open space in the back of the car. Having conquered the cargo hold, Patrick decided he might as well jump to the second-to-last car to see if any secrets lay hidden there. He started back down the aisle, but stopped dead in his tracks when he saw a dark silhouette approach the car door. The Redcaps were back. He panicked and ducked up and to the left just as the door slid open. By some divine providence, the scrape of the opening door covered the sounds of his scuffling into the corner. He closed his eyes and hoped for the best. As always, Bloom appeared calm, even bored. It only made Horace's anger boil all the more. Horace pulled Roland, the senior Redcap, aside and told him to secure the train and pull out. The Redcap looked justifiably confused. "Sir?" he said, not quite understanding. "Secure the train. Get us moving," Horace said again through gritted teeth. He knew the Cap was capable of moving the train, at least for a little while. Besides, he only needed 10 minutes, he told himself. It would take Roland longer than that to get the train secured. 10 minutes and he'd be rid of Bloom and they'd be on their way. He'd resume his conductor duties before they moved an inch. And if not, well, Bloom could sit down and shut the hell up till they got to Springfield. As far as Horace was concerned, Bloom was done. Roland gave a quick salute and ran off to round up the other Caps. Horace didn't even look at Bloom. He couldn't. He beckoned with one finger and stalked over to the cargo hold. He wanted privacy for this. He stepped up and into the dark car and stormed straight past the shelves to his desk. Bloom followed him in at an easy pace. Horace thought he saw a smile on the man's face as he emerged from the shelves and took up a post against one of the oil barrels. God, he'd never wanted to brain anyone so badly in his entire life. He crossed his arms and tried to focus on the best way to approach the subject. Finally, he said, "Well, what do you have to say for yourself?" Now Bloom did smile. "Are you my father now?" "I am your conductor!" Horace shrieked. "Christ, didn't that mean anything anymore? You tell me what the fuck happened out there. Start with what happened to Lewis and Stevens, and end with why the hell Calico is covered in blood." The smile disappeared from Bloom's face. His lips became razor thin. "I should be asking you what happened," he said, his voice taking a cold, ringing edge. "How the hell should I know?" Horace cried. "Because you're the one who sent us out there undermanned against an entire goddamn army." Horace was exasperated. "What the hell are you talking about? Sims was one man, and a philosophy professor, for Christ's sake. What in God's name happened out there? I won't ask it again." He smashed his fist on the milk crate, probably breaking his little finger in the process. Bloom placed his palms calmly on the lid of the barrel he was leaning against. His knuckles turned ghostly white where he gripped the edge. "He had us outnumbered 5-1. We made the trade, and his men jumped us. They took off Hammock's head and stuck it on a pike. A pike, Horace, like Neanderthals. I saw them slit Lewis nearly in half. They cut out Stevens's heart and set it on fire. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? They savaged us. It was sheer luck the rest of us made it out alive. Your crew will mutiny when they hear. Fortunately, I'm prepared to take control of the train." Horace literally shook with rage. 5-1? He spat, his voice trembling. "They savaged you? They savaged you? Why don't you tell me how it's your men who came back covered in other people's blood, and how you managed to get away with the full load of weapons, and why not a single one of you has a goddamn scratch?" He leapt up from the bench and flew at Bloom. The assistant conductor was easily 10 inches taller than Horace and in much better shape, but Horace's fury surged through him. He grabbed Bloom by the lapels and shoved him backward over the barrel. "What did you do to them?" he screamed. "What did you do to my men?" Bloom grabbed Horace by the wrists and twisted. The two men went tumbling over the barrels, knocking them over as they kicked and thrashed. One barrel tipped off its perch atop another and slammed to the ground, missing Horace's skull by 3 inches. Bloom punched the conductor in the mouth and used his loss of balance to throw him to the floor. Horace pushed himself to his feet just as the train lurched forward. Roland had gotten it moving faster than he'd expected. They faced each other across the car, both breathing heavily. Horace's hands were balled into tight little fists at his side. He was ready to fly at Bloom again, but his assistant merely rolled his head on his shoulders and straightened his lapels. "Here's the real truth, Horace, whether you'll hear it or no. It was your contact, your deal, your ignorant short-sightedness that got our boys killed," he said calmly. "I've got a team of redcaps who'll swear to it. I pray to whatever gods are left that the fact that your avarice sent those men to that meeting unprepared rips you apart. You'll live with that knowledge, Horace, and someday you'll die with that knowledge. Who knows when that day will be?" he added. "Personally, I hope you live forever, you self-righteous, pathetic, insignificant little dwarf. And I hope you see Lewis's weeping, bleeding face in your nightmares. It goes without saying that you're no longer fit to conduct this train. I want you off before we hit Springfield." Horace snorted. "Mutiny, is it? You think you can take the train by force? I'd like to see you try. The men know who keeps them fed. You can stage all the massacres you want, cry foul as hard as you can. You're still nothing more than a shiftless, murdering coward. The men know it, and they'll never follow you. You're no more than a common cutthroat." "You'd do well to remember that," Bloom hissed through clenched teeth. Then he changed tactics, his voice once again becoming flat. "Let me tell you the reality, Horace. You've already lost the train. 2 out of every 3 redcaps are mine. I've got men controlling every station stop from here to Dallas. The stations are mine. The route is mine. This train is mine." Horace guffawed. "The redcaps don't follow you," he sneered. But even as he said it, memories of the past year flashed in his mind in machine-gun-style rapid fire. They'd started the year with more than 40 redcaps, but along the way they'd lost men, a lot of men, to attacks, to sickness, to accidents, to runners. He remembered those men clearly. God damn it! How hadn't he seen it? Right under his nose for God knows how long, Bloom had been carrying out his coup. He relaxed his fists. He suddenly felt old and tired. If the men sensed a shift in power, their allegiance would flip quicker than the wind. Power was everything in this world, and Horace's had just evaporated. Bloom smelled his victory. He smiled again, though his eyes remained flat and dead. "Time to disembark, Captain," he said. He gripped the hilt of his saber and took a step toward Horace, and Horace had no strength to object. Just as Bloom reached for him, they heard an ahem from the stacks. They both whirled around to see that passenger, Patrick, standing in the aisle. Sorry, am I interrupting something?" Bloom hadn't planned on the coup happening quite so quickly, but what the hell? Horace gave him an opening, so he charged through it. He had enough men in place both here on the train and along the route to make it happen, and hell, if he had to put up with the conductor's goddamned condescension one more day, he'd just kill the bastard and be done with it. He couldn't wait to throw him off the train. He hoped Roland was bringing her up to full speed. But suddenly, out of nowhere, was the stowaway. What was he doing back here? Who was guarding the door? Fredrickson? Whoever it was would be off the train with Horace. Bloom could not abide incompetency. On second thought, he should make an example of the guard, really cement his place as lead conductor of Horace's men. He made a mental note to do so. But first, he had to deal with the stowaway. "What do you want?" Bloom asked coldly. Was that a blender jar in the stowaway's hand? If he was here to cause trouble, he was the least threatening figure Bloom could imagine, all bony arms and legs, and a head that looked like it would pop if you pricked it with a pin, and armed with a blender jar. "I need to talk to you about the battering ram," he said to Horace. "Oh," Horace said dumbly. Okay. What about it?" "I've worked out a few different possibilities for the trajectory infusion system, and I need to know which you want installed. They each have their own benefits, but it really depends on if you want to focus on power, or quickness, or durability, or efficiency. Can I show you what I have in mind?" Horace looked at Bloom. "I don't know," he said. "Do we have a second for that, Bloom?" Even now, on the brink of his demise, he was concerned about appearances in front of the passengers. Bloom considered the stowaway's request. He'd been briefed on Patrick's project, a hydraulic puncture shield to replace the current static plow. Supposedly, he could design one that kept the blood off the windshield. If he could really manage that, it'd be a boon for Bloom and his men. He realized that as much as he just wanted to toss the passengers off and get on his way, except that journalist, she had a potential use on a train full of pent-up males. He stood to benefit from the stowaway's plans. Plus, he was offering Bloom a chance to make a decision on how the plow worked. Horace would probably opt for efficiency if he had his druthers, but Bloom wanted it to focus on raw power. "All right, show us," he said. Patrick looked around doubtfully. Half of the barrels were knocked to their sides, rolling gently with the swaying train. "We'll need a little more space. Can we go out to the next car?" Bloom hesitated. His redcaps outnumbered Horace's, but still, if Horace made it past Fredrickson and into the cap car, things could get messy, and Fredrickson had already proved useless at guarding the way. Then again, the train was fairly confining. If Horace tried to run, he'd have to thread the bottleneck between cars, and Bloom was quicker than the little conductor. "Fine," he said, to Horace's apparent surprise. "Make it quick." What a thrilling night this is turning out to be, Patrick thought. Campfires, then a break-in, then narrowly avoiding detection twice, then a fight between two ridiculous men, and now this. The apocalypse can be so exciting. He never saw this much action back in Chicago. This trip was officially a good idea. He hoped he wasn't swaying too much. Launching yourself into a fight between two ridiculous men isn't something you do sober. Luckily, the cache of Kahlua on the bottom shelf, along with the vodka he'd already downed, had helped kick his confidence into gear. It had also sparked his brain receptors, because now he had what was colloquially known as a plan. He led them out the door into the coupler area. Fredrickson, who was pretty decent at counting, looked confused when Patrick burst through the exit. Patrick clapped him on the shoulder. "Good work here. Can we get you to move across the way there?" The redcap looked over Patrick's shoulder to Bloom, who nodded curtly. He went through the narrow connection and stood at the far door. "Perfect!" Patrick cried. "Now, let's see." He paced the width of the opening. The connector was open on both ends, and a cold wind whipped through the space. He held his hands about 3 feet from each other and did some quick estimating and measurements. Yes, okay. Good. This will work. Horace, can you come stand here, please?" He took the conductor by the arm and led him to the edge of the metal platform just above the steps. Roland was really building up some speed in the engine. Stubby corn stalks and sharp gravel patches flashed past just beyond Horace's feet. "And now you hold this," he said, handing him the blender jar. "And then, let's see." He got on his hands and knees and traced imaginary lines on the floor with his finger. "Calculating the trajectory," he mumbled, "depending on the kinetic force of the pinion. He rocked back and forth on his knees and studied the invisible markings. Finally satisfied, he nodded and climbed back up to his feet. "Okay, So the first option will give us more efficiency. Bloom, if you could stand over here, please. He ushered Bloom to the opposite edge of the metal platform. All 4 options involve the same basic setup. We install a reservoir at one end fixed to the engine, he said, indicating Horace and the blender jar, with a cylinder of some sort leading to the plow. That's you, Bloom. You're the plow. The man's face remained expressionless. Okay, perfect. Excellent plow face. Now, for efficiency's sake, we'll use a shorter cylinder. Bloom, if you take a few steps in. Perfect. The water boils in the reservoir, steam builds up in the cylinder, and we release the valve at the end here. He mimicked opening a valve. And by opening it halfway, the plow moves out at a slightly reduced rate of speed, but we conserve water and steam energy. But see, what we can do if you want more power... Let me see that blender, Horace. What we do for more power, okay, is a different kind of valve, and we cap it like this. He turned the blender jar on its side so it represented a hollow cap. Bloom, will you hold this, please? Bloom reached out and took hold of the jar. Perfect, Patrick said. Thank you. Now, when the force builds up in the cylinder, we throw the quick valve and the cap explodes forward. Then he planted his feet, lowered his shoulder, and heaved forward, connecting hard with Bloom and sending him flying from the train. Bloom smacked into an old crossing post as it whizzed past, splintering his ribs and snapping his right arm in half. He fell unconscious and head first onto the gravel siding and slid down into a shallow pool of trackside muck. The train's assistant conductor drowned in 4 inches of muddy standing water. Patrick turned to the astonished Horace. "Conductor," he said, making a low bow, "the train is yours." 5.
"Sorry we can't drop you closer," Horace said with a frown. "Not sure what happened to the bridge. It was there 2 days ago."
Patrick looked grimly out the train window at what used to be the MacArthur Bridge. Now it was the MacArthur Chasm. Strangely reminiscent of the bombed-out Chicago River bridges, the MacArthur was blackened at its ragged iron edges on either side of the bank. By leaning right up against the window, Patrick could peer over and see a few of the splintered railroad trestles caught against an anchored barge in the yellow foam-crusted river below. "It makes crossing tricky," he admitted. "I can jump that," Ben said. Horace's bushy mustache twitched. He flipped open his pocket watch and sighed.
"This is going to set us back an hour at least. We'll need to backtrack up to the interchange north of the MLK and reroute to the secondary track there," he said, pointing to another line of tracks far below them at ground level. "I can let you boys off at the MLK or at the Poplar, but you'll have to hoof it from there."
"That's fine. We can take the Poplar," Patrick said. "We have a stop to make on 40 anyway."
Horace nodded. "Then we'll drop you above the bridge."
He hustled out of the passenger car and disappeared into the engine. "The man loves his schedule," Ben observed, which is odd considering he hasn't been able to keep to one the entire time we've known him. Before long, the train lurched backward and moved at a snail's pace back up the tracks. Patrick and Ben loaded up with their weapons and packs. Ben struggled under the weight of his knapsack. "How is it that we set out for a probable suicide mission into the barren post-rapture Earth, yet 2 days later we have more food than we started with?" he groaned. "The mother spirit of the Illinois works in mysterious ways, Ben," Patrick said, patting him on the shoulder. "So the Indian spirit told you to push Bloom from the train?" "I believe my hands were guided by higher powers, yes," Patrick said. "He's in a better place now." "Where?" "Not on this train, thanks in part to your excellent fire-spelling abilities, I might add." "Not that excellent," Ben said. "What do you mean? You spelled hell beautifully." "I was trying to spell hello. I ran out of oil." "Well, regardless, it did the trick.
And in return for securing Bloom's expulsion, the least we can do is accept an extra 30 pounds of provisions. That I'm stuck carrying, Ben added. Patrick shrugged. You're a strong person, built for might. I am frail and built for kindling. But if it's any consolation, if we ever need to survive some sort of physical attack, you're at least 5 times more likely than me to succeed. Not weighed down, I'm not. Don't think of it as being weighed down. Think of it as leveling the playing field. So we agree, then, I'm not 5 times more likely to survive. Not laden down with all that weight. Good Lord, no. They secured the last of their weapons and nodded goodbyes to the few redcaps Horace had allowed back on after the Springfield stop. Most had been tagged as Bloom's men and had been cast off the train. Calico, the one with the mismatched eyes, hadn't been found at all. He'd somehow managed to slip off the train sometime between Bloom's untimely death and the redcap roundup, though not without leaving them a message. They'd found a note that read, "Coming for you," pinned to a seat cushion in the business class car with a dinner knife, which was a strange threat from someone who'd apparently jumped the train that was carrying them far, far away. Wherever Calico had gone, he'd moved fast. 2 minutes after Bloom's untimely departure, Horace had the entire train secured, and the redcap was already gone, the ink on his note still fresh. Lindsay stood up from her seat and gave Patrick and Ben each a quick hug. "Good luck, you guys. Thanks for everything." "Good luck with your story," Ben offered. "Thanks," she beamed. "I've made some really great progress thanks to your help. I mean, Patrick helped. You just kind of glowered a lot, but it was great to be able to talk through my notes with you two. A few more interviews along the trail, then I'll head back up north and see what else I can dig up in Maiden Rock, and I think I'll be ready for some final edits and—" "No," Ben interrupted. "I mean, good luck finding someone to publish it. Media is dead." That was pretty much it for the goodbyes. Horace slowed the train to a stop over Highway 40. "Wow, he wasn't kidding when he said he'd let us off above the bridge," Patrick said. The tracks ran high over the pavement below. The highway was choked with cars that had stopped or crashed at awkward angles. Horace reappeared in the passenger car as Patrick and Ben were on their way out. "I don't suppose you have a ladder," Patrick said. "Sorry to say we don't," Horace said. "Think you can make the jump?" Patrick peered out the window. It's only bone-crushingly solid pavement. We'll be fine." He shook Horace's hand. "Thanks again for the ride." "Please believe me, the pleasure's been all mine. You boys really saved my bacon, I hope you know that. There's always room for you on my route. Oh, thanks also for the cooking oil tip. We've been close on depleting the Amtrak fuel supply, the drums along our route anyway. This was going to be our last full run on these tracks. Looks like we'll be able to keep at it for a while longer now, thanks to you." "Thanks to the miracle of modern science," Patrick corrected him. "Just keep the oil warm. It'll gel up in the cold faster than diesel. Oh, I almost forgot." He pulled a folded piece of paper from his pocket. "Here's the design for your battering ram. I made it pretty detailed. You and your men should be able to put it together easily enough once you find all the materials. You'll need a reservoir. You could use a big propane tank or an industrial-sized boiler if you can rig it to the engine. Aside from that, a quick-release valve and a long steel tube. You should be able to dig all of that out at a junkyard somewhere." "Or a bombed-out Home Depot," Ben added. "Fit the pieces together like this, put water in the tank, use your engine fires to heat it up, and release the valve when ready to blow the hell out of something." "This is great. I owe you a debt of gratitude." "You can repay me by not blowing yourself up. With a barrel of cooking oil boiling in the engine, this thing's going to be volatile as hell." They stood on the trestles and waved as the train pulled slowly away. Horace blew the whistle in 2 short bursts and saluted from the engine. When the train had cleared the highway, Ben turned to Patrick and said, "Please tell me you remembered to pack an elevator." "Yeah, I did pack it originally, but then there wasn't any room for my little Orphan Annie decoder ring, so I took it out. But fear not, young traveler, for I have the next best thing. Rope." He pulled the nylon rope from his bag triumphantly and let it uncoil over the side of the bridge. It dangled just over the edge of the tracks. "Brilliant! You brought a really useful 3-foot rope." "Well, I'm going to find a use for it somewhere," Patrick said, hurriedly stuffing it back into the bag. "You just wait." "You think we could jump it?" "Sure, it's only 20 feet or so." "Are you being sarcastic right now or serious? I can never tell." "This time I'm being serious, mostly. 20 feet isn't that many feet. It'll probably hurt like hell, but we'll live. Probably." "Words every man wants to hear in a world without doctors," Ben muttered. "There are doctors somewhere," Patrick reminded him. "They're just not you or me." He pulled off his backpack and let it drop into the bed of a truck below. The machete and the hammer went next. "I think our best bet is to aim for one of these car roofs. It spares us a few feet, and they have more give than the asphalt." Ben took a deep breath. "Is it going to be a problem that I have horrible aim?" "Nah, even if you miss the car, you'll be fine if you hit the pavement. Just try not to break anything." "Thanks. Just tuck and roll. Oh, and do not glance off a car, get twisted up mid-air, and slam headfirst into the pavement. That might kill you." "Please stop talking." "Okay, sorry." Ben tossed his knapsack and weapons down as well. "All right, I'm aiming for that Windstar." "Good choice. Lots of surface area. I'll shoot for the Blue Expedition." He bounced on the balls of his feet and swung his arms like a swimmer preparing to dive. Ben rubbed his hands together. "You ready for this?" Patrick asked. "Let's just get it over with," Ben said miserably. "Okay. 1, 2... Oh, by the way, this probably goes without saying, but be careful not to actually miss the highway itself. It's another 30 feet or so down the gap between the eastbound and westbound lanes." "Why would I miss? The highway's 40 feet wide. I'm aiming for the center of it. How would I miss?" "I don't know. I'm just saying, don't." "Well, damn it, Patrick. Now I feel like I'm going to." "You won't. You've got 40 feet to land in. You're fine. Really, it's impossible to miss." "Then why did you say make sure I don't miss?" "I don't know. I just thought it was important to note that there's an extra 30 feet of air over there because a 20-foot drop is fine, but a 50-foot drop will absolutely kill you." "God damn it, stop talking about it." "I'm just trying to save your life." "You're making me want to end it." "Then by all means, miss away." Ben let out a scream of frustration and threw himself over the side. His arms flailed windmill style, and he screamed the whole way down. He belly-flopped on the roof of the minivan, arms and legs splayed out at all angles. The roof crunched inward on impact. Luckily, his forehead struck before the rest of his face, and he slammed into the car without breaking his nose. He looked, all in all, like a face-down urban snow angel. "Ben? You alive down there?" Patrick called. It took a minute or two, but Ben eventually convinced his arms to move. He pushed himself out of the Ben-shaped crater and rolled over. Why was the sky pink? And why was he able to see sky? Where did all the fog go? "Patrick," he groaned, "when did your teeth grow wings?" "Oh boy. Hang on, Benny boy, I'm coming." Patrick launched himself off the trestle. He was 5 feet into his free fall when it became very clear to him that he was going to miss the target. He screeched in terror. He slammed into the Expedition's frame just above the rear window, ricocheted headfirst into the hood of a Taurus, and crumpled to the asphalt in a heap. "Patrick, are you a comet?" "Now, what did we learn from this little episode?" Patrick asked, limping across the bridge. Find a longer rope.
Yes, that's one thing.
Did we learn anything else?
I can't speak for you, but I can say with confidence that I learned to never trust a Ford. The two of them were an awful sight. Ben had received a mild gash in his forehead, and his right eye was now just as purple as his left. His right arm hung limply from its socket, though admittedly that was mostly for show. Patrick's arms were covered in asphalt burns, the back of his head already had a knot the size of a baby's fist, and his left ankle had misplaced its ability to support weight.
Ben, let me see that bat, he said.
Ben held the weapon close to his chest.
No, this is mine.
Come on, I need it.
Bemmy! What for?
I need a crutch.
Use your machete.
Patrick scoffed. Use the machete.
Yeah.
As a crutch.
Yeah, why not?
Why don't I use it as a bat-getting tool instead? He asked, drawing the blade from the sheath across his back. Ben's mouth fell open.
Wow,
he whispered.
What?
What happened?
Hold on. Keep holding it up like that.
He hobbled to the other side of the bridge and turned back to look.
Awesome,
he breathed.
What? What?
Patrick cried.
You're standing amid a jungle of wrecked cars on a deserted bridge holding a giant blade over your head with a curtain of greenish-yellow fog behind you.
Yeah, and?
You look like an anime hero.
I do? Patrick squealed.
Seriously,
I'm going to call you Patku from now on.
That is so awesome. I know. Let me try.
Let you try? No, I will not let you try the machete.
Come on, I'll trade you for the bat.
Patrick considered this. His ankle really hurt, and the person Ben was most likely to injure with the machete was himself. Fine. I will let you borrow the farmer's sword, and I will borrow the bat. When I don't need it anymore, we trade back.
Okay.
No questions asked.
Okay.
It was Ben's turn to make grabby hands. Patrick handed him the machete and snatched the bat. He put his weight on it and hobbled away across the bridge. Ben held the machete in the air.
Patku, how do I look, huh? Pat, look!
Come on, Pat, seriously!
Seriously, how do I look?
Pat!
God damn it!
Because of the fog, they couldn't make out anything of downtown until they were almost across the bridge. Like the gloomy, wiry outline of a gray ghost, the St. Louis Arch slowly emerged from the broom. It was still in one piece, though it now leaned precariously out over the river. A missile crater at the southern base evidenced the likely cause.
Tough old bastard, isn't it?
Ben remarked. Like the president for which it is named, Patrick said. Ben blinked at him.
President Arch?
Yes, President Rory Arch. He freed the carnies and passed the historical Clown Neuter Act of 1704.
Okay, this time I'm almost positive you're being sarcastic.
Patrick sighed. The Arch's proper Christian name is the Jefferson National Expansion Memorial. It's named after Thomas Jefferson.
He was a tough old bastard?
Patrick shrugged. I actually never met the guy. The skyline slowly phased its way into view, and Patrick was surprised by how intact it all was. Many of the buildings had visible scars and holes from the Jamaican missiles, but unlike Chicago, where buildings were still being toppled with alarming regularity, most of the St. Louis skyscrapers still stood tall. Maybe the exploded bridge was an anomaly.
What's our Highway 40 errand?
It's more of a tribute than an errand, Patrick said, and it's right there. He pointed straight ahead to a massive brick wall that ran the perimeter of an entire city block. The corner of the wall closest to them was a series of high brick pillars that came together above the highway in gracefully curving arches. Fixed to the top of the wall were two giant red birds.
Between them, a sign bearing dark red, heavy block letters spelling Busch Stadium. Well, technically it read B-sh-ti-im, but Patrick's brain didn't register the missing letters. In his mind's eye, the sign, and indeed the entire stadium, was as pristine as the day it was built. It was here the St. Louis Cardinals dug in and made their stand against incredible odds in 2006 and again in 2011, winning the 2 World Series championships that, in a way, had given shape and definition to Patrick's adulthood. Busch was the stadium of heroes and legend. "Patrick, are you crying?" "No," he said hurriedly, wiping his eyes. "I got some monkey dust in my eye." "Uh-huh." Patrick was prepared to walk down the eternally long Clark Street ramp and double back to approach the stadium from street level, but Providence, it seemed, had other plans. Some desperate fan, or thief more likely, Pat thought sadly, had lain a wide plank from the highway's edge across to the open-air walkway inside the stadium, a distance of about 60 feet. "This is the Bridge of the Gods," Patrick said, confident that it was true. "It is meant for our passage." "Yeah, that doesn't look stable." "The spirit of the Illinois put it here for our safe passage." "The spirit of the Illinois is a Cubs fan," Ben pointed out. He pushed his hand down on the edge of the board. It bounced and nearly fell off the ledge. Patrick grabbed it just in time and struggled to keep it in place. "It's perfectly safe," he insisted. "Just don't bounce on it." It took very little discussion to determine that Patrick would go first, or they would not go at all. He hoisted himself onto the plank, steadying his weak leg with the bat. "See?" he said, once he had gained what only a paraplegic might refer to as footing. "It's fine." He shuffle-stepped across the chasm, inching his way slowly toward the stadium. The board began to sag and creak. Patrick didn't hear it over the sound of his determination. "Pat, seriously, we'll go around. This is insane." "It's not insane. Stop talking to me." "It is insane. The board is cracking. Can't you hear it?" "All I hear is Jose Oquendo waving me in. Please, stop talking. I'm concentrating." He sank into the middle of the plank, arms out like a tightrope walker. Ben pushed down on the board with all of his weight. He closed his eyes. He couldn't watch. And yet, somehow, miraculously, when he opened them again, Patrick was stepping over the other end of the board and into the stadium. "See? Piece of cake. Okay, your turn." Ben looked over the edge of the interstate. Then he looked back at Patrick. He shook his head. "What?" "I'm not coming. I'll wait here." "Oh, come on, it's fine. Screw off, I'm not coming." "But Ben, you love baseball." "I hate baseball. I've always hated baseball. I don't know anything about baseball, and there's no baseball happening in there anyway." Patrick conceded these points. "Okay, fine. Don't move. I'll be back in 10 minutes. 40 minutes later, Ben began to worry. It wasn't exactly the field of his dreams. The grass was dead and brown in the few patches where it hadn't burned away. The bases had all been removed, stolen most likely by early M-Day looters who still thought they could sell valuables for a few bucks, or maybe by transients looking for makeshift shields or pillows. The scoreboard was battered and broken, maybe by the wind, maybe by hoodlums, probably a combination of the two. A missile had landed in left field, another in the third baseline upper deck. Wind-borne trash covered the dirt and the stands, and the fog had settled so heavily in the basin of the stadium that he couldn't see the lights above. The most disturbing sight, though, was the jerseys. The apocalypse had occurred during a home game. It was a fact Patrick hadn't thought about for years, but he clearly remembered it now. furtively checking in on the score from work, sneaking the internet radio broadcast via earphone under his desk, quietly cursing the MLB for scheduling a rare midweek afternoon game. The Giants had been in town. Strictly speaking, the Giants were still in town. Their jerseys littered the infield and the visitors' dugout. A few of the jerseys were still wrapped around skeletal fragments. They hadn't liquefied completely, meaning it went slower and more agonizingly for them. Most of the uniforms rested flat on the ground, stained a horrid rusty brown from their internal fluids, stuck to the ground with globs of dried intestine and marrow. Then he remembered something else he'd heard during the broadcast. His heart leapt with anticipation, but he didn't want to rush the discovery. He wanted to savor it. So instead of heading to the dugout, he took a lap around the bases. There were no Cardinals uniforms in the field. Apparently, even the rookies had consumed enough cremated cadaver during their time in St. Louis to survive the chemical blast, at least long enough to get off the field. Halfway between first and second, he found number 48, Pablo Sandoval. Stuck to third base was number 29, Hector Sanchez, and at home plate, short sleeves fluttering in the wind, number 58, Andres Torres. All as dead in life now as they had been in Patrick's heart after the 2012 NLCS. He stood on home plate and looked into the stands with grave sadness. Most of the fans seemed to have gotten out safely enough, but there were still several hundred red shirts fluttering around in the seats, probably trampled in the initial panic, he thought. Or else maybe the relatives or loved ones of die-hard fans not from the area, but tagging along for support. He hopped the low brick wall and climbed the stairs behind the third baseline to the infield box section. He didn't remember exactly where they'd sat when they brought Izzy to her first cards game, but this was about right. He chose a row at random and sat down in the aisle seat. As a St. Louis expatriate living in Chicago, he'd missed the chance to raise his daughter on the family team, and they'd only made it to one game. He'd promised more, but life was so busy. Trips were too short. They'd be back another time. It would work out better later. They had shared one game, Patrick, Annie, and Izzy, just after her 5th birthday. These were their seats, or they were close enough. This was his memory. He looked out over the field at the tacky brown remains of the players and fans who had been. He was glad that she wouldn't see it like this. He allowed himself a few minutes to remember. Annie yelling, "Put in Todd Worrell!" and "Mark Sweeney hit a home run!" despite the fact that neither had been a Cardinal for over a decade. Izzy wrestling with a souvenir soda cup as big as her head. Annie picking a fight with the Cubs fan 2 rows over because what the hell was a Cubs fan doing at a Cardinals-Mets game? Izzy's sheer delight at throwing peanut shells on the floor without getting scolded. Patrick's sheer delight at not having to scold. He slipped the weathered note from his back pocket and unfolded it carefully. He sighed back his tears as he read and remembered. After a few minutes, he returned the note to its protective pocket, slapped the plastic armrests of the stadium chair, and got to his feet. He had one more stop to make. He'd saved the most satisfying for last. The year before M-Day, in a somewhat controversial move, the Giants brought Barry Bonds onto the staff as the hitting coach. He only traveled with the team part-time despite his sizable paycheck, but he had traveled to St. Louis. Patrick hopped down into the visitors' dugout, and a goofy smile spread across his face. Laying in a heap next to the steps was a jersey with the name Bonds stitched across the shoulders. "All the steroids in the world can't save you from the apocalypse," he said. Under normal circumstances, Patrick found himself repulsed by the idea of anyone taking pleasure in someone's mortal demise. But this wasn't someone. This was Barry Bonds. Patrick dug through his bag and pulled out a lighter. The great Chicago chaos had taught him that the puddled remains of M-Day victims burned like kerosene, quickly and furiously. "I've waited a long time for the chance to set you on fire," he said, clicking the lighter and holding the flame to the jersey. It caught instantly, flaring up in a low whoosh. Liquefied berry burned bright. The flames consumed the entire uniform and reduced it to ashes within seconds. Patrick gave a curt nod as he watched the number 25 char into oblivion. "You'll never hurt baseball again." When the fire died, he towed the ashes into the shape of an asterisk. Then he stuck his hands in his pockets and wandered off the field. "Yours or mine?" he asked as they finished up a meal of cold beans and energy bars on the roof of a Land Rover overlooking the river.
What do you mean?
"Whose family do we check in on first, yours or mine?" Ben snorted. "Yours." He stabbed at the bottom of his can, turning the last few beans to mush. Then he hauled back and threw it over the side of the highway. "Geographically, it makes more sense to do yours first. Mine's on the south side. It's on the way out. We should hit up Maplewood while we're up here." Ben shook his head. "Nah, let's go do yours." "No, seriously, I don't want to backtrack. We'd have to go up 270, and Momo's probably wreaking havoc on the corridor." "Who's Momo?" "Momo! Momo the monster." "What the hell are you talking about?" "You've never heard of Momo?" "No," Ben said flatly. "Pull out your iPhone, look it up." Har har. "He's a Sasquatch, lives in the woods, eats babies and Reese's Pieces." Ben shot Patrick a suspicious glare. "Are you kidding me with this shit?" "Not at all." "Well, maybe the babies and Reese's Pieces part. I think that's E.T. But he definitely lives in a cave." "Then we'll stay away from caves." "What about the Cave of Wonders? Can't stay away from that one, huh?" Patrick planted his feet and went up for another high five. Ben just stared at him. "Is that a euphemism?" "Heck yes!" Patrick pushed at the air, waiting for the second half of his high five. It didn't come. "Momo lives along 270. I'm not circling back that way. We go see your family now." Ben waved him off. "Forget it. Let's just see yours and go." It was Patrick's turn to look suspicious. "You don't want to see your family?" "What's the point? So I can see them living in post-apocalyptic suburban hell?" He hopped off the Land Rover and began pacing on the asphalt. "My mom's always sick with something. The flu or shingles or what she thinks is jaundice but turns out to be kidney stones, or what she thinks is kidney stones but turns out to be rickets. She's spent half her life hooked up to machines and taking pills. If she's survived this long without electricity or reliable food supplies, she's paper thin and probably crying her eyes out every night for my sister and me when she's not in too much pain to think from whatever New World supervirus she's probably caught. And my dad, Christ, he's such a stubborn asshole. He won't take help from anyone. The man has no survival skills. He's probably holed up on the living room floor shitting himself and eating rats. Literally eating rats. He couldn't keep a house clean with all the marvels of modern technology. I grew up with cockroaches in the kitchen sink. I can't even imagine what the house is like now. If they're alive, they're in horrible shape. Best case scenario, they're dead. And that's a shitty best case scenario. I don't want to know." He wandered off down the highway, kicking at tires as he went. Patrick let him get a good distance before climbing down off the Land Rover and following at an easy pace. By the time he caught up to his friend, Ben was lying down on the center stripe, arms crossed on his chest. Patrick stood awkwardly by his head. "You okay?" "No." Patrick tossed his bag down and sat against a truck tire. "What if they are okay? Most of the people around here must have survived, right? Maybe someone is taking care of them. Maybe someone beat your dad into submission with giant logic fists. Or a reality hammer. Men in your family like getting hit with hammers, if I recall correctly. Or maybe your sister made it back. She was only, 4 hours away? What if they're fine, and it's killing them not knowing what happened to you? What if seeing you alive and well, or
alive and beaten with bats and car parts, what if that's the thing that completes the whole picture? Makes the circle of life move one jump ahead of the breadline and all that. Ben dug the heels of his palms into his eyes. Why would I want to do that to them? Show up. Hey, Mom, I'm fine. Great to see you. Going to Disney World now. So long. It's a lose-lose game. Like fucking Battleship. You could always stay, Patrick suggested. If they're fine, I mean. You could stay. Damn, what do you want to go to Disney World for anyway? You hate children. It would just make you depressed. Are you kidding me? I'm in this till the end. I'm still pretty sure you're going to try to off yourself sometime in the next 3 days. I'm not letting you out of my sight. Besides, what am I going to do? Stay here and rebuild a life in the new frontier? Who am I, Charles Ingalls? I left the Lou for a reason. I'm an adventurer, and so far this has been about the dumbest adventure I can think of, and I'm not going to bail now that we're finally getting to the good part. We're headed into the creepy South. I love the creepy South. Patrick smiled. I know you do, Ben, he said, giving him a little kick in the arm. I know you do. So fuck it. Let's not go down that road. Literally, Ben agreed. Let's go to the Dean Ranch. He wiped his eyes and jumped to his feet. He offered Patrick a hand to help him up. But Patrick just sat there, looking down and twirling the wedding ring on his finger. For nearly 5 minutes he sat in quiet contemplation. Hell, he finally said, we should probably just go. Yeah, I know. That's what I just said. No, not go. Go. Oh. Ben raised an eyebrow. You sure? Patrick nodded. I've never said this before, and I don't plan on ever saying it again, but, Ben, you're right. He allowed himself to be hauled to his feet. Any way you look at it, the best-case scenario is a lose. I mean, I don't get the battleship analogy, but the rest of it makes sense. Are you kidding me? You lose battleship, you lose battleship. You win battleship, you realize you just spent 20 minutes of your life playing battleship. It's lose-lose. Patrick shook his head and clapped Ben on the back. You're a weird little person, but I love you. They started back east across the Poplar Street Bridge. How many days to Disney? Ben asked. On foot? Maybe a month? A month? Good God! Yeah, Patrick agreed. I really wish we'd sorted this out before we got off the train. At least you got to piss on Barry Bond's ashes, Ben said. There's always a bright side. I didn't piss on them. I just reduced him to them. He stopped short in the street. Do you think I should go back? No, Ben said, squinting down into the river below. I think you should flag down that boat. They skidded down the bank, waving their arms and hollering at the girl in the gray and orange speedboat. Hey, stop, please! Hey! Hey! Ben shouted. The girl looked up, dazed and doubtful, as if she expected these two yahoos rolling down the hill to be a mirage. But when Patrick tripped and skidded face first into the water, the splash snapped her into reality. Oh my God! She cried. She jumped up, sending the boat rocking precariously. She slipped from one side to the other as it shifted under her feet. Hey! Help! You guys help me! She cried, bobbing up and down like a human buoy. No! You help! Ben shouted. Come over here and pick us up! I can't! The girl wailed. I don't know how to drive a boat! Use the steering wheel, Patrick said, shaking the water from his face. It's broken! She cried. Help! See if there's a wide, flat object in the boat you can use to drag on the port side to set your drift eastward, Patrick hollered. I don't know what you're talking about, she sobbed. Okay, Patrick shouted, slowing his words down. Do you see a wide, flat object in the boat?
Ben didn't wait around to hear it all a second time. The current was pulling the boat quickly now, and soon the girl would be past them and too far downriver to catch. He sprinted down the bank toward the destroyed MacArthur Bridge, losing ground as the speedboat cut rapidly through the water. It pulled even with him just as he reached the submerged trestles. He leapt onto the floating barge, losing his footing for a second, righting himself as the boat skimmed past, and with one last surge of power, he sprinted across the barge and vaulted into the air. He landed in the rear of the boat with a hard crash that nearly capsized the whole thing. Ben groaned in pain as he sat up. He looked around the boat and grabbed a small Rubbermaid cooler from under one of the seats. He thrust it into the icy yellow-capped water on the eastern side. Slowly, the nose of the boat began to drift to the left until they ran up gently on the bank. Ben fell over the side of the boat, scrambled his way to the prow, and heaved the thing up the sandy gravel. When it was secure, he let go and collapsed backward onto the rocky beach, wheezing heavily. "Holy cow!" Patrick cried as he ran open-mouthed down the bank, clapping his hands. "Ben, are you okay?" he shouted downriver. "That was amazing!" The girl peeked over the edge of the boat, shaking visibly. "Mister?" She reached out with one finger and prodded his kneecap. "Hey, mister!" Patrick arrived, skidding to a halt near Ben's shoulder. "Stand back," he cried, throwing his hands up as a barrier. "I know CPR." "Patrick," Ben said weakly, his chest heaving, "don't touch me with your lips." They gave him a few minutes to catch his breath. "That was amazing," Patrick said again once Ben began showing positive signs of life. "You were like Batman." "That's because I am Batman." He squinted up at the girl. "Don't tell anyone." "I won't," she said seriously. Ben examined the girl. She had nuclear blonde, almost white hair down past her shoulders, with dark brown roots nearly an inch long at the base. She was small, probably no more than 5'3", with a remarkably tiny waist. She had large cartoon character green eyes and wore tight, fashionable jeans with a V-neck t-shirt under a gray cardigan and dark purple scarf. She was easily the trendiest girl he'd met since the apocalypse. "My gosh, you saved my life," she gushed. "I would have died in that boat. I know it." "How long were you floating?" Ben asked. 2 days. "Really?" Patrick asked. He looked inside. There was no sign of food, no weapons, no provision of any kind. "Where were you going?" "New York," she said. Ben raised an eyebrow. "New York? Like New York, New York?" She nodded. "You're trying to get to New York from Missouri by boat." She nodded again. Patrick squinted at her. "I have to tell you, I think there's a serious flaw in your plan." "What?" she asked, her big eyes confused and searching. "For starters, New York is that way," he said, pointing northeast. "This river goes in, for all intents and purposes, what we're going to call the exact opposite direction." "Oh," the girl laughed. "I know that. I'm not an idiot." Patrick shot Ben a look. Ben shrugged. "I'm taking this to the ocean. Then I'm going up the ocean to New York. I looked on a map. It all connects." "Yes, I guess technically that's true," Patrick said. "Man, that is a dumb plan," Ben decided. The girl's face fell. "Why?" "Well, for starters, you don't have the keys to this boat," Patrick said, examining the console. The girl slapped her forehead. "That's what the key was for." She reached into her pocket and produced a little orange floatable keychain with a grimy key dangling from the end. "I found this on the floor of the boat, and I was like, someone dropped their car keys." She laughed. "I'm an idiot." Patrick did his level best to keep his face from falling into a hard grimace. He pushed on bravely and tapped the gas meter. "And, For seconders, you're out of fuel."
"I know, right? The stupid thing doesn't work."
She gave the hull a good kick.
"You guys saved my life."
"Some of us more than others," Ben said.
"I didn't know boats needed keys, too,"
the girl continued.
"I mean, they're not cars."
Patrick nodded. "That is absolutely true. Boats are not cars."
"Gosh, I got in and the boat started going and I was like, perfect, next stop New York. But then I couldn't steer it and the motor wouldn't go and I was like, oh my God, I'm going to get to the ocean and I'm not going to be able to stop. I'm going to float all the way to China."
"Your views on geography are fascinating," Patrick murmured. "Can I ask why you're going to New York?"
"I need to get out of here. Everyone is so weird. I can't take it anymore. I need to go back to New York where things are normal."
"Back? Are you from New York?" Ben asked, surprised. "I knew that journalist was a nut job."
"Yeah. I mean, not originally or anything. I'm originally from Hannibal, but it's so, stupid there. I moved to New York when I was like 18.
Patrick clapped Ben on the back. "Cannibalism, Ben. It's all about the cannibalism."
"I was back home visiting when all the stuff happened. You know, that bombing."
"Yes, we're familiar with the large-scale event that nearly extinguished life on the planet. Please continue."
"I need to go back to New York. I miss my goldfish."
Ben cleared his throat.
"Patrick, can we sidebar for a second?"
Patrick jumped to his feet. Capital idea, a sidebar on the sandbar. They walked down the bank 100 feet or so and turned their backs to the girl sitting by the boat.
"Do you think we should tell her about New York?" Ben asked, "specifically that everyone in it is dead?"
"I'm not sure it'd do much good. I don't think she knows what words mean."
"Stop it. I'm serious. I mean, she can't take a boat to New York anyway."
Then he added uncertainly,
"Can she?"
Again, more proof of why I'm in charge. But Patrick rubbed his chin and thought carefully. Technically it's possible, yes. But in that boat? It's not built for distance. It'd probably break down before she got to Myrtle Beach. And I don't know where the hell she thinks she's going to find gas. Of course, if we could dredge up some cooking oil...
"What is it with you and cooking oil?"
Ben hissed.
"What?"
"It's an incredibly versatile product. It fries potatoes, it softens bunions, it repels hippies, and it powers gas-guzzling locomotives. It's the wonder product of our generation. We could probably find enough of it to send the boat back up to Hannibal, but definitely not to New York."
"And she obviously doesn't want to go back there."
"Obviously."
"So tell me if I understand you correctly,"
Ben said.
"She can't go upriver because she could only go as far back as the place she's trying to get away from, and she can't go to the ocean because a whale would eat her and her broken boat somewhere in the Atlantic."
"I don't think those are the words I used exactly, but that's the general idea, yes."
"So it's really in her best interest to start a new life somewhere between here and New Orleans."
"I would not presume to know what's in her best interest," Patrick insisted. "But looking at it from our perspective, it's safe to say that, yes, she would be better off resigning herself to a new life in a reasonably populated city along the Mississippi."
"So what you're saying is that it's basically our moral duty to commandeer both her and her boat and steer them safely into port at Memphis."
"Oh, I see what you're doing," he said, wagging a finger at his friend. "I definitely did not say those words. I'm pretty sure commandeering a person is the literal opposite of moral duty."
"Shut up, you know what I mean."
"We shouldn't try to commandeer anything. If we want her to take us to Memphis, we should just ask her to take us to Memphis."
"I know, but it feels weird asking her to do that. It feels like tricking her."
Patrick blinked at him. "Tricking her?"
"Yeah."
"We're not tricking her if we're asking her. Once again, one is pretty much the exact opposite of the other."
Then why do I feel bad for asking her? Patrick put his arm around Ben's shoulder and jostled him. Because she's a pretty girl, and you're not used to pretty girls doing anything nice for you because they're usually drawn to much taller, handsomer men. So any time one does do something nice for you, you subconsciously think you must be tricking her into being nice to you. She is pretty, isn't she? Ben asked. And you are short, Patrick said, and not terribly attractive. But hey, you saved her life. She probably would have drifted into the ocean if it weren't for you, and got eaten by a whale, or whatever dumb thing you said. Did you notice there's no food in the boat? No blankets, no tent, no fishing poles, no survival gear of any kind? She couldn't even figure how to steer the boat when given clear instructions. Those weren't exactly clear instructions. You literally saved her life, Patrick interrupted. And you did it by leaping into a moving boat from a barge. You were like an especially uncoordinated flying squirrel. I thought you said I was like Batman. The clarity of time has shown me that it was really more like an especially uncoordinated flying squirrel. Either way, it was heroic. You've at least earned the right to ask for a ride. Ben brightened a bit. That's true. It is true. There's no harm in asking for a little ride. No, it's just a little ride. A very little ride. You know what? It's not even a ride. It's a drift. We're asking for a little drift. Yeah, a little drift down the river. And when we get to Memphis, she can fuel up and go wherever she wants. Sure she can. There's still one problem. What's that? I'm no good at talking to girls. You do it. Heck no. You're the shining hero here. She's much more likely to say yes to you. I'm going to screw this up. Probably, Patrick agreed. My hands are already sweating, Ben said, wiping his palms on his jeans. What if she says no? Then we brain her with the hammer and commandeer the boat. I've really enjoyed this little pep talk. Patrick winked. Go get 'em, tiger. They walked back up the bank to where the girl was sitting. Ben sat down on the gravel next to her while Patrick wandered up the bank, trying to be inconspicuous. Listen, he asked, do you think we could, catch a ride? Maybe to, Memphis? Oh, totally. Really? Sure. You saved my freaking life. The least I can do is give you a ride. Which way is Memphis? She asked. That way, he pointed, looking to Patrick for confirmation. Patrick nodded. Oh, awesome! It's on the way, she said excitedly. We don't even need gas to get there. She slapped her knees and popped up to her feet. Let's do it! Ben nodded smugly. Conversation domination. 6. With the help of 2 makeshift paddles, they ran aground in Lee Park a few hours before dawn. Are you sure this is it? Ben yawned, squinting into the gloom. More fires burned here than anywhere else along the river, it's true, but there wasn't exactly a flashing neon sign welcoming them to Memphis. Either Memphis or Giza, Patrick said, pointing just northeast of the park. A river breeze thinned the fog near the shore, and in the glow of early morning fires they could just make out the outline of a giant pyramid, its point lost in a low, sickly brown cloud. What is that thing? Asked the girl, who had given her name as Lucy. The first structure ever built in Memphis, Patrick answered, completed by the ancient Egyptian settlers in 1237 B.C. Wow, she whispered, her eyes big as $50. Ben shook his head at Patrick. There's something wrong with you, he muttered. They secured the boat, then fell into a somewhat heated debate. Patrick wanted to head off east immediately and get a few miles under their feet before sunrise, but Ben desperately wanted sleep.
They had rested poorly on the train, he argued, and paddling for the last 18 hours under Patrick's sadistic command had earned him very few winks. Patrick insisted that the river was a dangerous place to stay, too open and strategically poor for a retreat if they happened to be attacked on land. They had no way of knowing what sort of terrifying hellmouth the Mississippi River coastline had descended into since M-Day, and without the relative safety of the train with its armed guards, they needed to start being smart. Getting away from the river would be safer. "You think downtown Memphis at 3 a.m. is the safe option?" Ben asked, incredulous. Patrick set to work trying to formulate a logical response to this when suddenly they heard a gentle snore coming from the boat. Lucy had settled the argument by falling asleep. They set up what little camp they could, draping their 2 blankets across the top of the speedboat and tying one end down with the short length of rope. They each chose 1 blunt weapon to cuddle through the night in case of attack, then laid the rest of the armory out just behind the boat on the shore so they would be easily accessible in an emergency. They pulled on their extra layers of clothes to ward off the cold and hunkered down in the makeshift fort, Ben in the stern, Patrick in the bow, and the snoring bottle blonde in between. Ben noticed her shaking in her sleep. "You have anything else in your bag you can cover her with?" he whispered. Patrick hesitated. "What? What is it?" "Well, technically, yes." "Okay, so go get it." Patrick frumped. "I don't want to." "Why not?" Ben hissed. "Because it's not meant for sleeping in." "Oh, for crying out loud! It's 40 degrees. If you have something to cover her with, cover her. Look at her, for God's sake." She shivered harder now, her hands instinctively rubbing her thin shoulders in her sleep. Patrick sighed. He crawled over to his bag and pulled out a large white shirt with 2 red birds perched on a bat embroidered on the front over the word Cardinals. He unbuttoned it and draped it over Lucy's shoulders. Even in the darkness of the covered boat, the scarlet letters spelling out Molina were eminently visible. "You stole a jersey?" "Well, he wasn't wearing it," Patrick hissed. "It was in the locker room. I think if he wanted it, he would have stopped by the stadium at some point in the last 3 years. "No wonder you were gone so long. What else did you take?" "Nothing!" Patrick cried. He crossed his arms and rolled over, facing away from his bunkmates. He clutched his bag angrily and shoved it under his head, punching it with his ear to dig a comfortable divot among the supplies inside. "That jersey is extremely important to me, Ben Fogelvy, and if Ditzy Darla drools on his uniform, you're paying with your kidneys." Patrick awoke to the cold, hard slap of steel across his face. "Wake up!" "Ow!" he cried, rubbing his cheek. A long, wide welt had instantly started forming. "What's the matter with you?" He looked up and saw a tall, thin African-American man standing over him with Patrick's machete in hand. "Wake up," the man said again. "I'm awake! Cripes! Give me back my machete." "No." Patrick sat up. The blankets had been tossed back from the boat, and Ben and Lucy were already awake. They were being secured by more newcomers, their arms pinned sharply behind their backs. There were 6 assailants in all, and each one of them held at least one of Patrick's and Ben's weapons. Note to self, Patrick thought miserably, hide weapons while sleeping. "You come with me," the man with Patrick's machete said. "Madame Sequo is expecting you." Patrick shook his head, trying to wake up his brain. "I think you got the wrong guy." "No," the man said again. "You are Mouse Hunter." His voice was surprisingly deep, especially for how thin and frail he looked. He wore a gray knit cap with a long tassel and an olive-green vest with no shirt underneath, despite the chill in the air. He was skinny, but lean and ropey, and therefore much more than a physical match for Patrick, who was skinny and just skinny. Plus, the man had the machete, and Patrick seemed to have misplaced his hammer in his sleep. "I'm the what?" he asked, wiping his bleary eyes. "Mouse hunter," one of the other men piped up. "Mouse hunter," they all agreed, bobbing their heads. "You are a mouse hunter. Madame Sequel waits." "There's been a misunderstanding here. I'm not mouse hunter. I would never hunt mice. I'm scared to death of them. Ben, tell him." "It's true," Ben admitted. "He's a pansy." "A pansy," Patrick confirmed. "See? Sorry for the confusion. If I could just—" He moved to take the machete from the thin man. The man slapped his hand with the flat blade. "Madame Sequel says you come with us or I cut off your head." He placed the sharp end of the blade against Patrick's neck. "Ah, I think I should discuss this with Madame Sequel in person," he said, gingerly pushing the blade away from his windpipe. "Not because you threatened me, mind you, but because I want to, for the sake of diplomacy." The man grunted and stood back, allowing Patrick to climb out of the boat. His right leg had fallen asleep, and he stumbled on his way over the side, crashing face first into the dead grass. He wanted to stay down on the ground and die. This was just the most humiliating morning of his life. The tall man grabbed him by the arms and lifted him easily to his feet. "Yes, I shan't be challenging this man's strength," thought Patrick, who could barely heft his own backpack. "What about the boat?" he asked. "Who's staying with the boat?" "All will stay. You and I will go alone." "Oh, good. A blind date from the 8th circle of hell." He shot Ben a pleading look that said, "Get me out of this." But Ben only shrugged and motioned with his eyes toward the men and their weapons. "I was right," Patrick said, glaring. "You, sir, are no Batman." The thin man led him silently across the park and up the hill to Riverside Drive. They turned left and stalked along the quiet road. The fog was still thin, allowing a better panoramic than Patrick had seen in months. It was just a pity that all there was to see was Memphis. He'd been to Memphis a handful of times in his life, and it seemed like every time he visited, the town was just a little worse, a little poorer, a little more run down, a little less appealing. The M-Day catalyst had sped up this devolutionary process exponentially, and now the home of blues and rock and roll was little more than a burned-out pile of building-sized litter. Everywhere he looked, windows were broken out and boarded up. Some buildings had fallen over, covering the streets with bricks and sheet tin for blocks. Broken glass crunched underfoot at every step. Trash fires burned in barrels, some unmanned, others warming crude derelicts with long, dirt-matted hair and ripped clothes stained with their own waste. All in all, it was pretty much the Memphis he remembered, just more so. They turned right onto Beale Street and had to climb over a pileup of rusty clunkers stacked nearly as high as the railroad bridge overhead. In a dusty field to the right, a gang of teenagers took batting practice at a line of broken bottles and the occasional ambler by. They scattered when they saw the thin man trudging up the street. "I must be pretty intimidating," Patrick said. "They know I walk with Madame Sequel. They respect her power." "Seems a little more like fear," Patrick observed. The thin man nodded his gaunt head. "They are the same." Patrick sighed. He was really not looking forward to this meeting. A few blocks down they passed the Orpheum. Its fire escape had been torn from the brick wall and now lay dead in the street. They climbed over the rusty brown staircase, avoiding sharp corners and thick bolts. "I saw the Pixies here once," Patrick mused aloud. "The bassist fell off the stage and gave some girl a concussion." "It is home to Reverend Wharton's congregation now." "Oh, Baptists?" "Satanists." Patrick shrugged. "Same thing." They reached 2nd Street, the western edge of the Beale Strip, which was hilariously still cordoned off from vehicular traffic with broken and battered plastic white barriers. Surprisingly, fewer fires burned along the street beyond 2nd, and the occasional passerby became more and more rare. Either the darkened lights and the missing music made this a dead zone to those who remembered its heyday, or else the Strip was still what it had always been, a hovel for tourists to be largely avoided by the locals. Patrick noted with sadness the dead and broken neon lining the street. Beale had once been so alive with color and light, even when the rest of the city cowered in the darkness and gloom of poverty. Now most of the neon signs had been smashed, their glass tubes paving the street in tiny shards. The sign for B.B. King's had half broken off its brick building and hung ominously over the street at a 45-degree angle. The skull of Tater Reds leered darkly beneath his top hat. The brick and plaster guts of Beale Street Tap Room were blown across the middle of the street, apparently expelled from the old brick building by way of some explosive or other. Strange cargo tilted precariously over the hole left by the explosion. The thin man led Patrick up over the loose mound of bricks in the road. Pat nearly stumbled on a twisted bar stool, but caught himself by grabbing a door frame jutting up from the brown brick mess. He slid down the other side and followed the man to the entrance of Pig. Up above, the large round sign of a flexing hog was mostly intact, as was a plywood board next to the entrance that read, "Big Ass Beer to Go." Most of Pig's windows were boarded up, but one of the doors was accessible and even retained unbroken plates of glass in its metal frame. A bald, muscular man in jeans and a tight black sweater sat on a stool outside of the door. He stood when he saw Patrick and the thin man approach. "Mouse hunter?" he asked. The thin man nodded. The guard opened the door and ushered them in. Another guard sat just off to the left, picking at his fingernails with a rusty nail. Patrick nodded politely. The guard spat a stream of thick brown juice onto the floor. "You wait here," the thin man said. He disappeared behind a curtain in the back of the room. Patrick looked around. The windows were all blocked up, and candles provided the only light, but there were enough of them scattered around the room to see. Most of the restaurant was still in good shape, all things considered. The floor was grimy with years of grease and tread, but most of the black linoleum tiles remained, and the bare, scored concrete was only visible through a handful of squares. The tables and chairs had been pushed up against the northern wall as a barricade against the boarded windows and second entrance, leaving the majority of the seating area completely open. Posters and tin signs still hung on the walls, showing the rich history of Memphis and teasing the viewer with yellowing photographs of steaming barbecue. The curtain rustled and the thin man reappeared. "Madam is ready for you," he said, gesturing beyond the curtain. Patrick took a deep breath. What the hell, he thought. Memphis is as depressing a place to die as any. He stepped through the curtain. The thin man let it fall behind him, cutting him off from the main room. Patrick climbed 3 rickety stairs to a raised platform that might have served as a stage at one time. Now it was a sitting area. 4 mismatched chairs surrounded a small, round wooden table. In the furthest chair from the stairs, a high-backed piece of furniture with red velvet upholstery, sat an old woman. Thick ropes of hair the color and consistency of steel wool draped down her back and around her long, oval face. Her skin was the color of burned wood. She had sharp, bony features, weathered and hardened with age. A trio of candles burned low on the table, their dim light reflecting off the woman's milky white eyes. "Welcome, Mouse Hunter," she said in a voice as dry as sand. She gestured to the armchair opposite her own. Patrick sank cautiously into it. He was almost certain the woman was blind, yet she seemed to be following him with her chalky white eyes. "About that," he said, "I think you have me confused with someone else. I'm not exactly what you'd call the hunting type. More of the casually observing type, with intermittent color commentary." The old woman reached into the folds of her dress and retrieved a shallow clay cooking pot covered with a lid. She shook the pot roughly. Something inside rattled like dice. "You do not seek truth, but truth has sought you out." She opened the lid and set it on the edge of the table. Then, taking the pot with both hands, she quickly flipped it upside down. "The bones foretold your coming, Mouse Hunter. I am the channel of that which has found you." She pulled the pot away and revealed a pile of off-white pork rib bones, boiled clean of their gristle. Without taking her dead eyes from Patrick's, she felt about the pile with her gnarled hands, brushing her fingertips lightly along the edges, reading their positions. "Do you know why you are here?" "Because Black Skeletor brought me?" Patrick tried. "Marimbo is fate's escort," the old woman whispered, waving her gnarled old hands over the bones. "Our paths have converged. You have come to this place to learn the truth." Patrick furrowed his brow. "I don't really know what you're talking about, ma'am. I'd really like to get back to my friends and move on." "What is it you seek?" the woman asked. "Disney World, mostly." "Yes, you hunt the mouse. The mouse you will find." Patrick shifted uneasily in his chair. The old woman began to chant over the bones in a language he didn't understand, which meant it was neither English nor very poor German. With a quickness belying her age, she plucked a bone from the top of the pile and held it high. "Your path is broken by peril. The light bringer." She laid the bone down in the center of the table. She plucked a second and held it aloft. "The running man." She laid this bone parallel to the first, then drew a third. "The butcher, the mummer, the siren, the fire drinker." She laid each new peril in line with the others. Then she took 2 bones from the pile, one in each hand. Her breath came shallow and quick, and her hands began to shake. Lines of worry creased her temples. "Ubasti Tom and the Hollow Man." She laid these 2 bones with the others and presented them to Patrick. "Your path lies broken. The bulldog is the mortar, the mouse hunter the trowel." She scooped the bones and cupped them in her hands. She held them out to Patrick. "All may be, or none may be, or one may be. Choose." Patrick raised an eyebrow. He had no idea what in God's name was going on. "You want me to choose a bone?" he asked uneasily. "All may be, or none may be, or one may be," she repeated. "Choose, Mouse Hunter." He leaned forward cautiously. "This doesn't seem very sanitary," he muttered. He reached into her hands and picked up a bone, but when he touched it, he must have caught a jagged corner, because he felt a sharp sting in his finger. He cried out and yanked his hand back. The middle finger dripped a trail of blood across the table. He sucked the finger dry and shook out his hand. He was about to say something about third-world swine infections when he noticed something strange. The entire pile of bones in the old woman's hands was drenched in blood. It had only been a quick prick to the finger, but the bones dripped red, and the blood poured through the old woman's fingers. Her brow furrowed, and when she spoke, her voice was sharp as glass. "All are chosen." Patrick started. "What do you mean, all are chosen? All aren't chosen. I didn't choose all." "All are chosen," she repeated. "You do not seek truth, but truth has sought you out. You do not seek peril, but peril will find you." She placed the bones back in the clay pot and covered them with the lid. Then she stood up slowly and walked around the table to where Patrick sat. He instinctively leaned away from her. She caught his hands in her own. He tried to pull away, but she was surprisingly strong. When he looked into her eyes, he saw milky white tears running down her cheeks. "You chose all, and so must choose again," she whispered. "The bulldog or the mouse hunter must fall. You will choose." Something flipped in Patrick's stomach. Her hands were wet and warm with blood, but he couldn't pry away. Her words seemed to echo around his skull. "What do you mean?" he asked, suddenly desperate. "What does that mean? The bulldog or the mouse hunter? Who's the bulldog?" "The bulldog is the mortar. Mouse hunter is the trowel. Without the bulldog, the mouse hunter is powerless." "What, you mean Ben? Ben is the bulldog?" "The bulldog or the mouse hunter will fall. You will choose, but you will not know the choice." "What the hell does that mean?" Patrick cried, panicked. "Please, let me go." She pushed her face to within centimeters of his own. He could feel her hot breath on his cheek. Her tears dried and her voice became brittle once more. "The Lightbringer, the Running Man, the Butcher, the Mummer, the Siren, the Fire Drinker, Ubasti Tom, the Hollow Man, perils all, and one must fall. Do not forget." A stale wind rushed into the room and whipped out the candle flames. The stage plunged into total darkness. Then the curtain parted and the thin man stood in the opening. Orange candlelight filtered into the darkness. The old woman was gone. The thin man beckoned. "You have upset Madame Sequo. You must go."
"So wait, why pudding?"
Ben shrugged. "Something to do with his kid, I think. It was her favorite food."
"Oh, he had a daughter?"
Lucy asked, her eyes wide with intrigue.
"What happened to her?"
"The same thing that happened to everyone. She just, melted."
"Oh my gosh, that is so sad. So he ate pudding in, her memory?"
"Well, it sounds kind of stupid when you put it like that. I don't know. All I'm saying is he worked it out so he had exactly one snack pack for each day's worth of his food. So he ate a pudding every day, and when he ran out of pudding, he ran out of food."
"So why didn't he, get more?"
"There were no more snack packs," Ben said. "Trust me, he looked."
"No, why didn't he get more food?"
"Because there were no more snack packs."
"I'm confused."
"I know you are," he said, patting her shoulder. Lucy sat back against the boat, biting her top lip.
"That is so weird."
"Tell me about it."
"Did he have a wife? What happened to her?"
"Yeah, Annie. We all went to college together."
"Did she melt too?"
Lucy asked, her lip quivering. "No," Ben said, his face falling with the memory. "She got pinned between a couple of SUVs."
"Oh my gosh,"
Lucy said, covering her mouth with both hands. "She was a teacher. When the bombs started falling, I guess the kids in her class started melting, so she called Patrick. He was at work across town. There was just mass chaos, and Pat told her to stay there, but she wanted to go to the daycare and find Izzy. She ran out into the parking lot, and some driver had liquefied at the wheel. His car went careening over the bushes and smashed Annie into the hood of another one. I guess it was going fast. Well, Patrick eventually made it across town, hours later, and she was still there. And I guess half of her was caught, and the other half, it wasn't. Tears streamed down Lucy's face. She rubbed frantically at her cheeks. "That's so horrible," she wailed. "It gets worse," Ben said miserably. Pat was still on the phone with her when it happened. He heard the whole thing. Lucy wiped her nose with her sleeve. "My God," she said, her voice thick with mucus. "What do you do for someone who's been through that?" Ben shrugged. "You pack up and follow him to Disney World." Just then Patrick and the Thin Man reappeared at the top of the hill. Ben cleared his throat and picked himself up. "Not a word about this to Pat, okay?" She nodded. They stood up as the pair drew near, as did the rest of the Thin Man's party. They had huddled near the river, keeping watch over their captives from a few dozen yards away. "Everything okay?" Ben asked. Patrick met them by the boat and slid his recently restored machete into its cardboard scabbard. "Dude, you look pale. Paler than usual. What happened?" Patrick rubbed a hand over Ben's bristly scalp and said, "Something extremely odd happened. I'll fill you in when I figure out what it was." The Thin Man beckoned his crew, and they joined them at the boat. "Return their weapons," Marimbo said. "He has spoken with Madame Sequo." "Violo," he said, motioning to a short, stringy man with curly hair. "Le carburant." Violo removed his pack and produced from it 3 small metal canisters. He handed them to Lucy, who took them suspiciously. "What is it?" she asked. "Fuel," said Marimbo. "For my boat?" "For you to do as you will," he responded. "Madame Sequo sees your path. It is not the path of Mouse Hunter. She offers a gift of fuel so that you may fulfill your destiny." Lucy looked at Marimbo, then down at the canisters, then back at Marimbo. "So, I should use it for the boat?" "You don't have to," Ben started to say, but Patrick stopped him. "Ben, she shouldn't come with us." "Why not?" Patrick sighed. "There's blood on the bones, and the path is broken with peril." Ben furrowed his brow. "What the hell are you talking about? Oh my God, are you high?" He leaned in to check Patrick's pupils. Patrick swatted him away. "Like I said, processing. Just trust me." "Oh my God," Lucy gushed. "I can go back to New York." Ben rubbed fiercely at his temples. "That much fuel is not going to get you to New York," he said. Christ, was he the only one thinking like a rational person? And why did this woman's hair smell so much like honey and lilies? I say this for the second and, God willing, the last time, but Ben's right. You won't get to New York, but it may be able to take you home. You should think about heading back to Hannibal. Marimbo raised a hand in farewell. "To each his path." He reached into his pocket and pulled out one of Madame Sequo's rib bones. Patrick hadn't seen him go anywhere near the pile of bones, yet there one was, curved and clean but for the reddish-brown dried blood. He placed it in Patrick's hand and closed his fingers around it. "Remember your path, Mouse Hunter. Remember your choice." 7. Are we really going to go through Memphis without seeing Graceland? Yes, but keep your chin up. If we get just the right amount of lost, we'll wander straight into Tupelo. I can't believe we're skipping out on Elvis. Look, that sign says 10 minutes away. By car, Ben. 10 minutes by car. That's 2.5 hours by foot, which means 3 hours for us. Why 3 hours for us? Because I'm lost in thought. I walk much more slowly when I'm lost in thought. Then stop thinking and let's race to the king's house. We're not going to Graceland. Patrick insisted. "It's already nearly noon. If we go to Graceland, it'll take 3 hours. Then you'll want to go in. Then you'll probably sit and cry like a poodle skirt fangirl. Then you'll come up with some stupid scheme to steal a gold record or something, and by the time we get back on the move, it'll be dark, and we'll be spending the night in the Memphis Metro, which means we probably won't wake up." The tinkling sound of breaking glass echoed in the distance, punctuating his point. "If we keep along 78, we'll be well into Mississippi by the time we set up camp." "Oh, like Mississippi's going to be a safer place to camp." "They're all brigands and thieves in Mississippi, every last one of them." "Says who?" "Says my infallible gut instinct." Patrick stopped in the middle of the road and literally put his foot down. "I don't want to have to play this card, Fogelvy, but you're forcing my hand. What was the one rule I gave you about this trip?" Ben glowered. "If I'd known how awful your decisions would be, I wouldn't have given you the power to make them. You'll thank me tomorrow when we wake up not dead." They climbed the ramp onto Highway 78 and continued on southeast, dodging cars when they could, climbing over them when they couldn't. Patrick slipped the hammer from his belt and absently knocked the hoods of vehicles as he passed. The mindless repetition helped him think. After a mile of sulking, Ben finally gave in and broke the silence. "So who was Madame Sexpo? What did she say to you to make you all pissy?" Patrick swung the hammer and dented the hood of a Hummer with a satisfying thunk. "Come on," Ben pressed. "I can help you process. I have a degree in English. I'm practically a human word processor." "And to think I kept you around even after the tech boom of the mid-90s, Patrick said. "Huh? Never mind." He drove the hammer through the left headlight of the Hummer for good measure. "Okay, fine. Pull up a chair." "I'll take that to mean a metaphorical chair." "Whatever's comfortable." He described the old woman as accurately as he could, given the darkness of the room where they'd met. Apparently Ben had eaten at Pig once on a previous visit to Memphis and had at least a foggy memory of the restaurant. Patrick told him of the old woman's dark, weathered skin and her spooky white eyes. He nodded when Ben asked if she was a fortune-teller. She definitely dabbled in fortunes. "Did she have a crystal ball? That's the telltale sign." "No, she had bones." "Bones?" Ben asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yeah, bones. She read bones." He held up the pig rib Marimbo had given him. "Like reading tea leaves, but, bones." "Human bones?" he asked hopefully. "Does this look like a human bone?" Ben frowned. "Yes?" he asked. Patrick sighed. "It's pig, I think." "Oh." She threw them on the table and did this weird hand-waving thing. Patrick flopped his hands through the air, mimicking the old soothsayer. Then she told me our path would be fraught with peril. "Seriously?" "Fraught, or maybe broken." "Broken with? Does that make sense?" "No, it must have been fraught. Yeah, fraught with peril." "Well, that doesn't sound good." "No, it was fairly troubling." "Did she say what kind of peril?" As a matter of fact, she did. Patrick closed his eyes and tried to remember the scene. He wanted to repeat the perils accurately. In doing so, he stepped straight into a pothole and stumbled down onto the pavement with a loud curse. "That looked pretty perilous," Ben observed. "Did she warn you about that?" "Shut up! I'm trying to remember it all." He stood up and shook out his ankle. They continued down the highway. "Let's see, there's the Lightbringer, the Siren, the Running Man, the Mummy. No, wait, not Mummy. The Mummer? Is that a thing?" "Of course that's a thing. I thought you read Game of Thrones." "Hold on, I want to write these down." "I was wondering when you were going to start chronicling my journey. You'll need good notes for my biography." "I'm not chronicling your journey, you narcissist." He retrieved a notebook and pencil from his backpack and began scribbling. "Okay, start again. I got the mummer. Patrick ticked them off on his fingers. The mummer, the light-bringer, the siren, the running man. What else? I think there were 8. The butcher, that was one. And Umbro Tom and the Hollow Man. Was it Umbro? No, that's not right. Umbros are shorts, not Toms. He tapped his finger against his chin. The something Tom and the Hollow Man, those two were together. And one more, I think. It was, the fire drinker. The fire drinker? Ben asked, scribbling. That sounds badass. Patrick agreed. Ben read back down over his list. The mummer, the light-bringer, the siren, the running man, the butcher, the something Tom, the hollow man, and the fire drinker. Jesus, this list is intense. It really is, Patrick said. Do you think we met any of these perils yet? Maybe we're, almost done. Sadly, no. I got the very distinct impression that these were perils yet to come. But on the bright side, she told me I'd make it to Disney World, so they can't be that bad. Ben said, studying the list. So what do all these mean? They mean I'm really bad at solving riddles. Can your brilliantly English-degreed mind make heads or tails of any of it? Yes, obviously. Ben studied the list as he walked, barely noticing the road. Several times Patrick had to warn him of obstacles to keep him from injuring himself. He moved his lips silently, trying to make some semblance of sense from the words. Finally, after another half-mile, he tapped the notebook with his pencil. "I think I've got it," he exclaimed. "Really?" Patrick asked. "No, of course not. It's all gibberish. Who am I, Robert Langdon? Why did you give me this? Take it back." He shoved the notebook into Patrick's hands. "Really? Nothing? Not even the fire drinker? Especially not the fire drinker." Thought Patrick. My money's on a reverse dragon. Let's keep an eye out for Renaissance fairs. It was still light out when they reached the Mississippi state line. The state welcome sign still stood next to the highway, though someone had spray-painted an X through Mississippi. It now read, "Welcome to Hell." "That's a good sign," Ben said sarcastically. "Ha! Good sign. Get it?" "Yeah, I do, 'cause I said it." They crossed over the invisible state line and left Tennessee behind. "Hey, remember that one time when we went to Memphis, probably for the last time ever since we're likely to die, and you didn't let me see Graceland?" "Yeah, I do. I also remember the time when you complained about it like a little girl for 8 days. As they crossed over to the Magnolia State, it was immediately apparent why the sign had been adjusted. It wasn't because Mississippi had been completely blighted by the apocalypse, though it certainly had been. On either side of the highway, the earth was scorched where it had been cleansed with fire. What buildings had once stood were now no more than destroyed foundations and piles of charred wood. The trees that had somehow managed to survive the fire had been stripped of their leaves by the flames, and clumps of yellow dust clung to the hollowed trunks. But they had expected that sort of ruin. No, what made Mississippi a hell on earth were the human bodies nailed to the tree trunks. "Oh, dear God," Patrick breathed, his eyes wide with horror. "Are you seeing what I'm seeing?" Ben didn't respond. He was too busy puking in the ditch. Dozens of rotting, yellow-crusted corpses had been hammered into the charred trees along both the sides of the road. The bodies perched high above the ground like grotesque scarecrows. Each victim's arms had been broken at the elbow and at the wrist, so the hands could be bent back around the curve of the trunk and nailed in from behind. Most of them had been hammered through the feet as well. "Jesus Christ," Patrick whispered. "What happened down here?" Ben shook his head, wiping spittle from his pale lips.
This trip just took a turn. They walked on in silence. As the sun fell toward the horizon, the fog took on its pinkish twilight glow. The crucified remains turned a deep reddish hue through the layers of rosy clouds, like streaks of blood in the broom. "Maybe we should take a different road," Ben suggested after almost an hour of silence. "Might be worth a shot," Patrick quickly agreed. They'd have to make camp before long, and he didn't want to sleep beneath a canopy of corpses if he could help it. They left the highway at the next exit and headed east on what a rusty green sign told them was Newcraft Road. The cars were fewer on this lower street, and they covered ground quickly, but the corpses kept pace, ushering them deeper and deeper into the heart of the state. "Who would do something like this?" Ben asked. "Anyone on our list fit the bill?" "For all I know, everyone on our list fits the bill." The deepening darkness brought a reprieve from the sight of the bodies hanging from the trees, but it did little to settle their imaginations. Every rustle in the woods was a creeping killer. Every gust of wind was the breath of a psychopath with a hammer and a handful of nails. Patrick's anxiety was so bad that even he, the paragon of rationale that he was, began to see things in the night. A scorched bush was a crouching madman. A low-flying bird was an arrow loosed from a hunter's bow. A swaying tree was a hulk with a knife. A trick of the moon against the fog was the flare of a bonfire. "Hey, is that a bonfire?" Ben whispered. Patrick stared at him, incredulous. "Are you in my mind?" "What? Do you really see a bonfire?" "Do you?" "Yeah, but I'm imagining it." "I don't think you are." The phantom light flickered off to the right several hundred yards from the road. They glanced at each other. Then Ben took a step off the pavement and began creeping toward the fire. "Ben!" Patrick hissed. "What are you doing?" "I want to see what it is." "Are you insane?" he asked, slapping Ben's arm. "We have to go. Now." "It could be another survivor. We should find out." "No, we should not find out," Patrick spat. "You know who lights a huge, completely visible fire in a serial killer's forest?" "The serial killer!" Ben thought about this. Okay, yes, it made sense. But he still wanted to know for sure who was camping in the forest. If it wasn't the person responsible for the crucifixions, they'd have an ally for the night. And if it was the murderer, well, they'd just run like hell. Or throw a hammer at him or something. "I'm going in. Better the devil you know than the devil you don't." He took another step into the woods, then stopped and turned back. "You should probably take out the machete." "Ben!" Patrick hissed. "Benjamin Marjorie Fogelvy, get back here! The rule of the road! The rule of the road!" But Ben was gone, stepping lightly toward the flames in the hazy distance. Patrick cursed aloud and followed his idiotic friend to their mutual death. He caught up about 20 yards in. Ben was crouching behind a wide tree, one that was not acting as a support for a pierced body, thank God. Patrick crouched close behind him and slapped him on the back of the head. "Ow!" he hissed. "You're going to get us killed!" Patrick hissed back. Ben held a finger to his lips to signal for quiet. Together they peered around the side of the tree. The fog cleared for a moment, and they could see plainly through the night air. An older man in a black shirt and black pants stood near the fire holding up a small book. He seemed to be speaking adamantly, though they couldn't make out any of the words. He faced a group of people, maybe 20 or 30 of them, who crossed themselves and folded their hands tightly across their breasts. "It's a preacher," Patrick said, surprised. "That's the kind of person who starts a fire in the middle of a serial killer's forest," Ben said, "the kind with irrationally strong belief in supreme protection." He shifted his weight and stepped on a brittle twig. It cracked loudly and echoed around the woods. The man with the book stopped and peered out into the darkness. "You've made your presence known to us,"
he called into the darkness in an easy southern drawl. "Be you friend, we welcome you to our fire. Be you foe, the devil will welcome you to his."
"Shit," Patrick muttered. "What do we do?"
Ben shrugged.
"We could make a run for it. The two of us outrunning God's army. Damn it, Ben!"
He slapped the back of Ben's head again.
"This is precisely why we have the rule of the road."
He drew his machete from its sheath and held it tightly in his right hand. He pulled out the baton, too, and flicked it open with his left.
"If we survive the night, I'm killing you in the morning."
He stepped out from behind the tree and approached the fire. Ben took a firm grip on his bat and cut out after his friend. Together they pushed through the fog, weapons at the ready. One of the women in the congregation saw them first.
"There!"
she gasped, pointing at them. The man with the book whirled around to face them. He was unarmed. He spread his hands wide in a sign of peaceable innocence and took a step into the darkness. "We are unarmed," he said, his voice booming through the woods. "You are welcome to our fire, but with weapons sheathed. My flock is peaceful, and we welcome peaceful sheep alone." A few cries of "Amen" went up from the congregation. Patrick looked at Ben. Ben looked at Patrick.
"He looks unarmed," Ben whispered, "and old. I think we could take him."
"They outnumber us by 1,000%.
But they're mostly old women. I think we can take them too."
Patrick weighed their options. It was unlikely an old preacher and his unarmed elderly followers had climbed dozens of trees and nailed living and presumably fighting people there. And they had a fire and a good number of people. He decided to go along with it, at least for the time being.
"Here goes nothing,"
he whispered.
"Out of the frying pan?"
He slipped the machete back into its sheath and pocketed the baton. Ben followed suit, flipping the bat over and grabbing it by the thick end. "Sorry if we caused any alarm," Patrick said, walking toward the group with his hands spread wide like the preacher's. "We saw the bodies in the trees and we thought—" "Abominations," the Reverend said sadly, shaking his head and clicking his tongue. "A sign that God has abandoned this world, to be sure. But we hope, and we pray, and we believe that he will return." There were more cries of "Amen."
"You're not concerned about the fire?" Ben asked. "That it might draw attention?"
"We built the fire for warmth. We will not be scared off God's great gift of earthen providence by the likes of sinners."
"But the bodies," Patrick started, but once again the preacher interrupted him.
"There is a great strength in numbers. We are stronger now than we were before you arrived. The evil man does evil deeds, but evil finds him too in the end. If we must be that end, so be it." A young man in dark trousers and a dirty white shirt whooped joyfully from the other side of the fire. "Amen, brother," the preacher told him. He turned back to the newcomers. "I'm Reverend James Maccabee, and this here's the New Herald Christian Church. You boys are welcome to stay for the night, or longer if your souls are at peace here."
"We really appreciate it," Patrick said. "We won't be a bother. We have our own blankets and food."
"Dirty, thin blankets and canned food, I reckon?" the Reverend asked with a smile. "Nonsense! You boys keep those things for the road where life is hard. In our church, our guests are part of the flock. If you'll allow, we'll put you up in a tent, and you'll share our meat tonight."
"Did you say meat?"
Ben asked. The Reverend nodded. "These woods are plentiful for those who know where to look. The good Lord, in his mercy, has provided us with deer for tonight's meal." He gestured across the fire, and indeed 2 women were hunched over a deer, trimming its hide from the red flesh, preparing it for the fire. "With the Lord's guidance, we never want for food."
Tears welled in Ben's eyes. He hadn't eaten a morsel of real meat in over 2 years, and even that was a rotting pigeon that had been dead under the L for at least 2 days. The memory of dysentery still made his stomach turn. Fresh meat was a miracle. Surely these people were God's own chosen ones. "Thank you," he said, his voice trembling. "Just thank you." The preacher clapped his hand on Ben's shoulder. "Thank the Lord, son. Thank the good Lord." Dinner that evening turned into a great feast in honor of the new guests. The church's gatherers dug roots and wild onions from the earth and softened them together in a pot of boiling water. There was even a type of flatbread made from ground wild grass and edible flowers set on a flat rock over the flames. The grease from the deer soaked into the crude, crisp dough and made it a pliable, earthy wrap. Patrick and Ben were given seats of honor in the inner circle around the fire, just to the right of Reverend Maccabee. The man said grace over the food, thanking God for his provisions in these dark times, and he prayed for their safety and protection. With a rousing amen, the congregation began to eat. Patrick could not remember a more satisfying meal. The congregation was in high spirits. Reverend Maccabee laughed and shared stories with Mrs. Goodson, an elderly woman Patrick assumed would be the administrator in a normal pre-M-Day brick-and-mortar church. When they'd licked the last of the grease from their fingers, the Reverend settled back against the log he used for a bench, and the conversation gradually became more solemn. A handful of the church members, the younger and stronger among the group, wandered off and began linking together a wooden scaffold off to the side of the little clearing, right next to the biggest tree in sight. Fire had left the burned earth hard and dry, and 2 young men struggled with a set of stakes that refused to be driven into the ground. "Our altar," Maccabee explained, seeing Patrick's wondering gaze. "We'll have an evening service before bed." Ben offered to help the 2 men, and Maccabee reckoned that they'd be glad for the assistance. "Do you have a service every night?" Patrick asked as Ben trotted off to struggle with a dull stake. "Every night and every morning. We build our altar where we can, if the Lord provides us with the means for Eucharist. Otherwise, we have a simple prayer service." "That's nice," Patrick said. He had never been much for structured religion, or unstructured for that matter, but it was comforting to know that even in times like these, organizational worship could still exist. It was something left over from the time before. So much had burned away or died in the Jamaican attacks, there was little left to carry over into this scorched new era. "It makes life worth fighting for," the preacher agreed. Patrick wondered if the people nailed to the trees had fought for their lives. He looked up at the blackened trunks above. There were no crucified bodies, at least not within sight. He was thankful to the fog for that much. "Do you know who did that to those people?" he asked, indicating the trees. "The same one who is the source of all evil thoughts and deeds." "Miley Cyrus?" Patrick asked. The Reverend didn't smile. "The devil himself, that Lucifer." Patrick started. "Lucifer, Lightbringer," he breathed, barely above a whisper. The Reverend nodded. "So he is called. A strange name for the Prince of Darkness, but then he is the great deception." Patrick pulled out the notebook and circled Lightbringer. "Cripes," he thought, "this first peril is a doozy." He wasn't sure how to word his next question without sounding like a loon. But, he reasoned, if there was one person who would take it seriously, it was a man of the cloth. "So, how would one go about, fighting the devil, if one were so inclined?" Maccabee spread his arms and raised his eyes heavenward. "With prayer." "That's it?"
It is our best weapon against the darkness." Patrick frowned. I was hoping for something a little more actionable, like with a crossbow. "Well," said the older man, a sly gleam in his eye, "prayer is the best weapon, but that machete might just be the second best." The preacher got up to go check on the altar progress, leaving Patrick alone at the fire. He reached into his back pocket and pulled out the worn piece of notebook paper. He unfolded it carefully and held it down to the firelight. "We're going to make it," he thought, reading the scribbled print. "God knows I don't know how, but we're going to make it to the Magic Kingdom." Lucy shivered against the river wind. It was dark and cold, and she was so tired she just wanted to stop at the nearest bank and go to sleep. But that one guy, the skinny one, he had told her not to stop for anything 'cause it was so dangerous. But boy, she was miserable, cold and wet with river spray, and tired and aggravated, and headed straight back to stupid freaking Hannibal with its stupid freaking Tom Sawyers and Becky Thatchers. Whose idea was it to keep that little tradition alive anyway? Dressing up those kids was so freaking stupid. She had passed the arch about an hour ago, so she couldn't be that far from home. But jeepers, she was tired. She could almost close her eyes and drift off. She jerked back awake just before the boat crashed into a heavy wooden dock. She jerked the wheel just like the boys had shown her, and she zipped back out into the center of the river. "Holy hell!" she cried aloud. That was close. She was thirsty. She needed a Red Bull. Whatever happened to Red Bull? They probably went out of business when everybody died. People probably spent all their money on funerals and stuff, not on Red Bull. Poor Red Bull. She saw a light flicker up around the next bend. She squinted through the foggy darkness and continued on toward it. Not like she had a choice. She scuttled around the bend and saw it wasn't just a light. It was a torch. A full-out fire torch, just like in Indiana Jones. She instinctively ran a hand over her whole body, clearing any snakes, spiders, mutant millipedes, or monkey brains that might be crawling around on her. Ah, that movie was so gross. The guy holding the torch was waving at her. Oh, yeah, like I'm going to stop and pick up a hitchhiker, she thought. Nice try, rapist. She was glad she'd been directed not to stop. She tried not to look at the man as she sped past. Maybe he would think she hadn't seen him. But damn it, trying not to look at something you really wanted to look at was impossible, because that made you want to look at it even more. And the fire drew her eyes, so she did sneak a peek. And she gasped when she was close enough to see his face. She turned the tiller and sped across the river at a diagonal, away from the man on the bank. She knew he couldn't jump into the boat from where he stood, but still, she wanted to get far away. Even in the firelight, she could tell something was wrong with him. It was just a small discoloration, but it scared the bejeebers out of her. He had what her grandma called the devil's eye. That night, Patrick dreamed of fire demons on horseback, chomping off the heads of crying children with axes of brimstone. The rotten egg sting of sulfur poisoned the air as the heads spun in the wind. When each head landed on the scorched earth, it burrowed deep into the ground, and a tall, gnarled tree exploded from the soil. The trees had human faces etched into their trunks, and they screamed and wailed as the fire demons galloped through them, slaughtering more fodder. The trees cried tears of yellow blood that spilled down their trunks and pooled at their roots. The yellow goo rose into a tide that washed over the forest and soaked everything with its bitter metallic stink. A great hole ripped open in the center of the forest, and the yellow blood began a quickening spiral into the core of the earth, pulling and sucking the screaming trees and decapitated bodies down with it. The earth sucked the forest dry, revealing an entire army of fire demons, armed now with sledgehammers and red-hot railroad spikes.
Each demon turned to the creature on his left and drove the hot spike through its brain. Somewhere beyond the plane of massacre, from deep within the hole in the earth, their prince laughed. Patrick opened his eyes with a gasp. Two dark eyes stared down at him from above. He lurched up in his bedroll and scooted back into the corner of the little tent. "Easy, son, easy," said Reverend Maccabee. "You're all right now. You was having a nightmare." Patrick looked around uncertainly. Ben was still asleep under his blankets. He heard the easy crackle of the fire outside. He exhaled heavily through his mouth. "Sorry, was I shouting? Did I wake you?" "It's all right," the Reverend said, a queer look of concern on his face. "Friend Patrick, I have to tell you, nightmares are one of the tools of the devil." Patrick rubbed at his eyes. "I think you have nightmares confused with Fox News." The Reverend did not laugh. "I'm as serious as the grave, son. The devil works in many ways, all of them terrible. One of those ways is through our dreams, our nightmares. A soul burdened with nighttime terrors is a soul in the grasp of Satan." I think I maybe just had a bad root last night or something. Could be the deer. I've never really had venison. I'm not sure how my body reacts to it." He thumped his chest and belched. "Excuse me." The preacher took Patrick's hand in his own and squeezed it gently. "The only way to be bathed in his light, to shut out the darkness, is to be saved. Do you want to be saved, Patrick?" "Oh, boy," he thought. "Here we go." "Do you think I should be saved?" he asked, trying his hand at diplomacy. "I think those among us who are not are doomed to an eternity in the fires of hell." "So that's a yes, then." Patrick examined his current options and discerned the path of least resistance. He decided that the simplest road was the sidewalk to salvation. Besides, Madame Sequo's list made him uneasy, and one more layer of protection against the devil couldn't hurt. "Okay, then saved I shall be. Do we do this in the morning, or—" Maccabee shook his hand in excitement. "Once you decide to be saved, there's not a second to lose. We must bring about your salvation. The devil may enter you at any time." Patrick fought harder than that very same devil to keep at least 6 inappropriate jokes from escaping his mouth. Now just wasn't the time. "If you're ready, we'll do it right now." Patrick shrugged. "Sure. What about Ben? Should we wake him up? We should probably save him, too. He's got all kinds of blights of the soul." The Reverend glanced over at the sleeping figure. "Your friend is untroubled in his sleep. No signs of Satan have been made manifest to me. The New Herald Christian Church believes a pure soul is already saved and needs not the cleansing. Oh, trust me, that soul's not pure. The devil's been entering that one for years. Let's wake him up." Patrick tapped Ben on the crown of his head. "Hey, wake up! We're going to get you baptized." The trio stumbled out of the tent, eyes bleary with sleep. Reverend Maccabee approached the 3 night guards and explained the situation. 2 of them broke off and began waking up the congregation in their tents. "You really don't have to wake everyone up," Patrick said. "Oh, just me?" Ben sneered with a yawn. "Salvation is a joyous occasion, brothers," the Reverend said with a broad smile. "Your brothers and sisters shall witness your cleansing and be heralds of the Lord's joy." In 10 minutes, the whole party was assembled. The members of the church seemed tired but happy. They swayed and clapped in the night as the old would-be administrator led them in an uplifting hymn. Reverend Maccabee threw on a purple cloak over his black pants and shirt, then mounted the wooden altar and motioned for Patrick and Ben to do the same. "I hate you," Ben whispered as they climbed the stairs. "I just want you to know that." "Those are the devil's words coming through you, Ben. Soon you won't mean them anymore."
Two of the men from the watch climbed the steps after them. The altar was plenty spacious for the entire group. Reverend Maccabee held up his hands, and the people below fell silent. "Brothers and sisters," he boomed, "tonight we have in our midst two poor sinners, two decent human beings, two good-hearted boys who have found themselves plunged into the devil's well. These two young men, like so many others, crave the forgiveness of the Lord. And, brothers and sisters, the Lord is good." Cries of "Yes, he is," and "Amen," peppered the crowd. "Our God in heaven is a kind God. He is a merciful God. He is a forgiving God. He is the way, the truth, and the light, and it is through our God that we shall be saved. Amen. And so it is with great joy that we, his pure flock, offer salvation to the lost. It is with humility and awe that we are able to cleanse these young men here tonight." He turned and stepped over to Patrick and placed his open palm on the sinner's forehead. "Son of our Lord Jesus Christ, brother to all men and women, do you reject Satan and all his evil works?" "All of them, even the little ones," Patrick said. "Is it your wish to accept the Lord Jesus Christ into your heart and to purge the demon from your soul, to free your worldly body and eternal spirit from his clutches?" "That is my wish, yes." "Do you cry out for forgiveness from our Heavenly Father and beg him for his mercy?" I do cry out." He leaned forward and whispered, "Should I cry out now, or—" But Maccabee continued, "Is it your wish to be saved?" "Yes, being saved is a priority," Patrick nodded. "Then, by your own admission and acceptance, you ask us, the holy flock, to cleanse you of your desire to do evil." Patrick opened his mouth to say that he never really desired to do evil, but decided not to embarrass the minister. He seemed to be having such a big moment. "The Lord God asks us to be cleansed in 3 ways, just as he is the 3 spirits in one God. We cleanse with prayer." He made the sign of the cross over Patrick's head and mumbled a quiet prayer. When he was done, he placed his hand once again on Patrick's head. "We cleanse with water." He motioned to one of his 2 assistants. The young man stepped forward and handed him a halved geode full of water. The preacher poured the water on Patrick's head and let it spill down his face and neck. Patrick cried out in shock from the cold, but the assistant knew to expect this. He took Patrick's hand and squeezed it in support. Maccabee handed the cup to the second assistant, who went to refill it for Ben's salvation. The Reverend turned back to Patrick. "And we cleanse by sacrifice." He nodded to the assistant. The young man pulled Patrick's hand up and back behind him, securing it palm out against the trunk of the large tree next to the platform. Maccabee reached into his robes and pulled out a hammer and a thick iron spike. "What? Wait, what are you doing?" Patrick asked, suddenly alarmed. He squirmed and struggled to break free, but the assistant held his hand firmly in place. Maccabee put the point of the spike to Patrick's palm and, with one strong, smooth stroke, drove it right through his flesh and into the tree. Patrick's scream filled the entire forest. Ben gaped in sheer terror. "Jesus, fuck!" he yelled. He ran forward and drove a shoulder into the assistant's chest, knocking him off the platform. The Reverend looked at him with surprise that quickly turned to anger. He swung the hammer at Ben's head, but Ben ducked just in time. The force of the swing carried the preacher off balance for a split second. It was just long enough for Ben to grip the spike protruding from Patrick's bloody hand. "I'm really sorry, Pat. I think this is gonna hurt like a bitch," he said quickly. He hauled at the spike with a loud grunt and pulled it out of the tree back through the hole in Patrick's palm. Patrick screamed again and doubled over, clutching his injured hand against his chest. Ben hefted the spike and turned just in time to see the hammer swinging back down toward his face. He dodged to the side just as the hammer caught his chin. A red explosion of pain clouded his vision for a second. He blinked hard and shook his head. The preacher took the hammer in both hands, raised it high over his head, and growled as he swung down again hard. Ben sidestepped the third blow and jammed the iron spike up into the preacher's ribcage. He could actually feel a lung pop against the metal point. Maccabee's eyes grew wide. He dropped the hammer and clutched at his wound. Ben yanked the spike back out. A streaming line of blood spurted out from the hole. The preacher fell to the platform, gasping for air, his own blood pooling around him. His fingers scrabbled in the sticky red puddle, but his eyes grew heavy, and his irises rolled up into his head. His feet gave one last fluttering kick, and he passed on to the other side. Ben looked down at the congregation. They stared back up at him in shock. No one spoke. From somewhere in the night, Ben literally heard a cricket chirp. "Patrick," he muttered out of the side of his mouth, "can you run?" Patrick was whimpering against the tree. He looked up at Ben, tears of pain and frustration pouring down his face, and nodded. "Okay, 'cause we're gonna do that, right now." "What about our stuff?" "Shit, right. Okay, I'll meet you in the woods." Patrick opened his mouth to say something, but Ben leapt from the platform and sprinted over to the tent. The congregation exploded in cries of outrage. They ran after him, the entire mob crashing through the maze of tents. Ben looked back over his shoulder just long enough to see Patrick hobbling down off the platform and heading out into the forest. Ben dove into the tent and slung his pack over his shoulders. He hefted Patrick's bag and machete in one hand. "I hope you packed everything before bed," he thought miserably. One of the young men from the mob pushed through the flap of the tent. Ben whirled around and smashed him in the face with the side of the iron spike. The man stumbled back out through the opening, knocking over the line of angry zealots behind him. Ben threw the spike through the opening as hard as he could and heard it clang off someone's head. He grabbed his bat, did a quick spot check, and found the tent otherwise empty. Then he dove out the rear flaps just as a middle-aged woman came around the corner of the tent, swinging a tree branch. He jabbed the bat in her stomach. She doubled over, and the woman running behind her tripped over her collapsed form and splayed onto the dead earth. Ben took off into the woods and disappeared into the darkness. When he was sure they'd stopped chasing him, he slowed and circled back, giving the campfire a wide berth. After a few minutes of cautious stalking, he heard a loud hiss off to his right. He turned to find Patrick waving at him from behind a tree. Ben jogged over, helped Patrick to his feet, and together they plunged back through the woods to the highway. 8. I need to be honest here, Pat. I did not see that coming. Patrick held his hand up to the sky. He could see the yellow disk of the sun perfectly through the hole in his palm. "It looks worse in daylight," he winced. "Come here, let's clean it again." Patrick got up and crossed to the hood of the Mazda where Ben sat with the supplies. Ben twisted the cap off a fresh bottle of water and handed it to Patrick, who took in a sharp breath as he poured a little stream over and through the wound in his hand. "If you'd just used the dirty creek water like a real man, we could save on the drinking water," Ben pointed out. "Stop trying to give me sepsis," Patrick said through gritted teeth. He'd somehow gotten a blade of grass stuck to the hole in his hand, and he plucked it out with a little whimper of pain. "Clean?" Ben asked. "Cleanish." "Disinfectant time!" "You don't have to sound so cheerful about it." Patrick glowered. "This is an awful waste of good whiskey." Ben looked at the bottle of Canadian mist they'd gotten from Horace. "This is a good waste of awful whiskey," he said. "Really, we should be grateful Reverend Crazy Ass gave you a wound to dump it on." He took Patrick's injured hand and held it firmly in place. "You ready?" "No." "You want a drink?" "No." But he grabbed the bottle and took a quick shot anyway. It burned like kerosene on his tongue. He struggled to swallow it. Blah! It tastes like scorpion venom and swamp water. And only $11.99 a bottle. Ben took a slug himself, made an appropriately pained face, then dumped a few ounces on Patrick's open wound. By the time he was done screaming, Patrick's throat was raw. Ben ripped off a fresh, cleanish strip of blanket and wrapped it around the hand. Patrick whimpered as he pulled it tight and tied it off. "Next time the world ends, let's make sure we're stocked up on peroxide and bandages," Ben said. Patrick glowered at the first aid kit, which lay open on the hood. Its contents included, and were extremely limited to, 6 Band-Aids, 4 cotton swabs, a bottle of Tylenol, some nail polish remover, a packet of Midol, a travel box of Clorox handy wipes, and a roll of Tums. "Who packed this thing?" Ben asked. "Pee Wee Herman?" "The really scary part is that's the kit we had in a house with a 5-year-old. Criminy! We're lucky 20 fold-up accordion snakes didn't pop out when we opened the lid." He picked up the Tylenol with his good hand and struggled with the lid for a while before turning it over to Ben. "Help. It's child-proof." He couldn't tell if he really had a fever or if it was a phantom sickness, but he wasn't taking any chances. The most benign injury could turn fatal without basic medical supplies. And a half-inch hole through the hand was not a benign injury. If the alcohol didn't kill the infection, he'd lose his hand. That's a surgery he didn't want to think about undergoing with full sedation, much less in the backwoods of Mississippi while buzzed on a bottle of Canadian Mist with Ben as his surgeon. He checked the bandage and made sure it was tight. The wound seemed to have stopped bleeding, at least, though he seemed to have lost feeling in his 3 middle fingers. He didn't take that for a good sign. "We need real medical supplies," he said, "because I am not letting you cut off my hand." "What's the point of even having a machete if we're not going to use it?" Ben complained. They rooted through the abandoned vehicles on their stretch of highway in search of an emergency kit. After 14 cars, all they'd come up with was a box of Kleenex and 3 road flares. Man, Ben thought, people were so unprepared for the apocalypse. "Did you ever watch The Walking Dead?" Patrick asked, popping open the glove compartment of a Ford Ranger. I don't know. Was it about zombies?" "Yeah." "Then yeah, obviously I watched it, idiot. What about it?" "There was this one episode, I think it was season 2, when they needed medical supplies, so they dug through all the abandoned cars on the highway, just like we're doing. Except you know what they found? Zombies." "Well, yes, but you know what else they found? Everything. They found everything they needed. Pain pills, food, guns. One guy even picked up a completely customized bladed toolkit. It was like a box of weapons made specifically to fight zombies that this dead guy just happened to have had made sometime before the zombie apocalypse. They got everything. And me? I got this bag of plastic toothpicks," he said, holding it up. Ben shrugged. "Fiction is bullshit. What can you do?" "My addiction to movies and television has left me entirely unprepared for the harsh realities of post-apocalyptic life. Which is strange considering just how many popular stories took place in post-apocalyptic times. Yeah, you'd think somebody would have gotten it right." They made a decision to stay on the highway in an effort to mitigate run-ins with backwoods crazy-asses, as Ben put it. It was a decision that served them well all morning and into the afternoon as they trudged deeper into Mississippi along Highway 78.